Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 751, 628, Low-Dimensional Expansion, Mastering the Mysteries of Space-Time. Chapter 751, Chapter 628, Low-Dimensional Expansion, Mastering the Mysteries of Space-Time, Seeing the Capital in Chaos due to the inexplicable disappearance of streets. Lin showed no intention of speaking out to warn anyone. Instead, he used spiritual magic to soothe the panicking citizens caught within the streets, urging them not to worry too much. As for the capital, the council, having had peace for a long time, had become somewhat negligent in its defenses. An entire street had disappeared, and they had had to wait until the common folk discovered the issue and reported it through the proper channels before they noticed anything amiss. This greatly dissatisfied Lin, so he took this incident as a minor test and immediately set his mind on dealing with this unexpected event. The influence of the seventh element on space-time had exceeded his expectations, or perhaps this substance had reacted with magic power in some marvelous way, slicing out an area hundreds of meters in radius completely. Lin looked up at the sky, where the full moon had vanished because the interior and exterior had become an independent space operating in a cycle, not even allowing light to penetrate. But according to his guess, there had been no change in the three-dimensional coordinates of this area. It was only the position in the fourth dimension that had changed. What was needed now was to first return the four-dimensional coordinates of this street to their original position, and then find a way to undo this overlay. Having thought of a method, Lin immediately began experimenting. He had previously successfully infused the seventh element with magic power and naturally knew that the missing portion of the seventh element hadn't really disappeared. It was enveloping the entire area like a sphere, only invisible to the naked eye because it was too large and they were inside it. Outside the sphere was a vast expanse of nothingness. Well, it couldn't quite be called nothingness because Lin could clearly sense massive quantum tides surging continuously, with a density of energy ebbing and flowing. Countless microscopic particles were vanishing or suddenly appearing in the void at every moment. Lin couldn't help but speculate that these disappearing particles might cause a fierce cosmic storm somewhere else. While musing, Lin didn't sit idle. He began to manipulate the seventh element to move the entire street through the void, inching toward the four-dimensional coordinates of the eternal star. It was fortunate that the eternal star was his divine realm. He could confirm the distance and direction between them at any time, saving him a lot of effort. The whole process went rather smoothly, and after about an hour, the street had returned to its original location. Then came the task of how to revert the seventh element back to its prior state. This was no easy feat, as the previous change in the seventh element had been a fluke. It took Lin over 3 hours to find the knack, which was somewhat similar to the magic spells he had developed, Klein Bottle and Mobius Strip. The seventh element covering the area began to shrink and folded together in a manner difficult to understand, finally reverting back to a sphere the size of a palm, floating over Lin's hand. It was hard to imagine that this sphere, merely a few dozen centimeters in diameter, could envelop an area of hundreds of meters across once it changed shape. During the recent experiments, Lin found out that this was far from the seventh element's limit. If he wanted, he could extend it 100 times more. A term like this surfaced in Lin's mind, a concept proposed by researchers of dimensions and space-time in the previous civilization's Federal. It was a cutting-edge scientific fantasy recorded in the intellectual brain, and there were many similar experiments. 1 nanometers thick, its area extending millions of times. However, the final outcome was beyond his clearance, and he just knew of the experiment's existence. Lin's mind was abuzz with numerous complex thoughts as the noise and shouts from below began to reach him. The sudden disappearance and return of the entire street left the kingdom's citizens bewildered and scared, while Herav and others breathed a sigh of relief. They had tried various methods to no avail outside, and clearly, This situation was beyond their capacity to handle. Lin collected the seventh element and stepped out, instantly appearing on the street, where a group of wizards had gathered around. "Are you all right, Council Leader Lin? What in the world just happened?" Raphael hurriedly asked, concerned after having lost contact with Lin for over 2 hours, which had scared them quite a bit. After all, while the Wizard Council appeared to be developing well, Raphael was acutely aware that all their deterrence was built upon Lin, the one true god. If anything went wrong with him, they wouldn't stand a chance against the geometric civilization and the threats from the main world, and the magic web system would collapse, leading to a disaster. Since civilians in the capital were the first to detect the anomaly and it took time to report up the chain of command, it wasn't possible to pinpoint the exact time to the second. Only a rough estimate could be made. Upon hearing this, all the wizards present paused, but quickly realized the implications, their faces displaying a mix of shock and elation. Vittorio exclaimed with astonishment and uncertainty. Harov, Aurora, and others were also excitedly looking at Lin. If this was true, it would be quite the revelation. They understood all too well the terror of a disparity in time flow. The reason the Council had been able to triumph over the Lich Master and Alera was the sevenfold time speed. While the other side progressed a month, they were already half a year ahead. Lin smiled, having sensed this point while he was manipulating the seventh element to return the street to its original location. Since space-time is a unity and the street's fourth-dimensional coordinates had changed, it was inevitable that the flow of time would also be altered. Chapter 752, 629, Four-Dimensional Coordinates and High-Speed Zones. Chapter 752, Chapter 629, Four-Dimensional Coordinates and High-Speed Zones. The space-time characteristics revealed by Element 7 deeply fascinated all the wizards present. Unfortunately, the requirements for researching this were too high, as it not only required an unimaginably huge amount of magic power, but also the ability to influence dimensions itself. The nocturnal commotion quickly subsided, and the civilians who had walked into the alleys of the royal city experienced initial panic and fear, followed by sudden joy upon returning to safety, and they began to boast about this extraordinary experience. One drunkard even vowed that he had just been able to see his own back by turning his head while walking down the street, a bizarre claim that naturally provoked laughter among the civilians. Lin had no intention of resting, so after explaining the situation, he asked Harov and others to form a small group dedicated to dimensional and spatial research, specifically selecting wizards who specialized in theoretical studies. They might not be of much help in practical research, but their broad thinking might play some role. As you know, truly cutting-edge technology is often derived directly from calculations on paper. However, with the recent mishap as a lesson, Lin did not dare to continue the research within the royal city, and after careful consideration, he planned to relocate the lab for researching Element 7 to the moon. It wasn't that he had been careless before. In fact, Lin had equipped his home lab with extremely powerful protective magic, but it was unfortunately ineffective against higher dimensional forces. During an emergency council meeting and discussion, the members of the Dimensional and Spatial Research Group were carefully selected, and if Lin hadn't limited the number to fewer than 50 people, the council members would have preferred everyone to go. Everyone knew it was a rare opportunity, especially the wizards who had been on missions to foreign lands. They understood this deeply. While they were there for less than half a year, upon their return, they found the kingdom completely changed. Their colleagues had all been promoted, leaving them behind in their initial positions, so the competition for these slots was fierce. Of course, there were downsides as well. Human lifespans are limited, and staying in an area with a high time flow rate only used up that time sooner. Some apprentices with no hope of promotion like to stay in slow time areas. This way, upon their return to the kingdom, they could witness many new and interesting things, as if they had traveled to the future. Ultimately, it was decided that half of the legendary councilmen would stay in the kingdom to oversee the upcoming developmental work, while 40 high-ranking wizards with significant contributions in magical research would be selected to assist. The site was easily manageable, although the space-time gate from the Eternal Star to the Moon had long been established, and work on modifying the satellite to establish habitable zones was underway. The area was still largely vacant, making it easy to earmark any space for an experimental base. After a night of discussion, dozens of related proposals were already laid out before Lynn. Harov wanted to research whether gravity continued to act in a separated space, as described by the civilians who entered the alleys. Gravity was still present, or else they would have floated up, but it remained to be seen whether there would be other effects that required further study. Vittorio even planned to go further and conduct multiple chemical and physical law tests. Some wizards from the Environmental Conservation Association planned on farming and breeding in high time flow areas. If successful, food would no longer be a worry. 1 million acres of farmland could supply grains for tens of millions of people, sufficient to meet the kingdom's rapidly growing population. In addition to these, there were proposals about how to establish communication between different time flow rate zones, real-time transmission, or bringing in a batch of magic bats with a lifespan limit of 3 months to observe whether their lifespan would increase or decrease. Lynn reviewed all the proposals, dismissing some of the more outlandish experiments, and agreed to the rest. Harov and his team's considerations were quite comprehensive. Many experiments would not only be conducted internally, but the Council would also send people to establish corresponding experiment control groups on the Moon to ensure data accuracy. This was why Lynn had the Council organize a research group. Others could finish the mundane tasks, allowing him to devote more computing power to more critical areas. The most important thing, of course, was peace of mind. In the following month, after Lynn became familiar with the space-time characteristics of Element 7 on the desolate Moon, he personally used divine power to strip a total area of about 100,000 square kilometers. It was a very strange sensation, like sailing a small boat on a turbulent ocean, where losing shelter carried the risk of being swallowed by quantum tides at any moment. Like the first, second, and third dimensions, the fourth dimension also has 2 directions. The farther from the original coordinates, the more pronounced the spatial distortion and time-speed change became. After some research, Lynn divided this distance into corresponding time units, with each unit equating to a time flow rate 1 times faster than that of the Eternal Star. He could also reverse into a slower time rate area. Lynn suddenly thought of this terrifying question, and his brows furrowed. 25 times, but by the time everyone had retreated from the foreign realm, the difference had already dropped below 7 times. From the current situation, this meant they were continuously getting closer. If this time flow rate difference decreased to 0, one of the 2 worlds would be captured by the other, or they might merge into each other. The gods of the main world saw it and assimilated planes, mostly using this method. However, Lynn's furrowed brows soon relaxed because, according to his guess, besides the 4th dimension's coordinates, the other 3 dimensions' coordinates should also be different. It's like randomly throwing a small ball in any direction with any force. Hitting a fixed 3-dimensional coordinate is extremely unlikely. Realizing this, Lynn collected his thoughts, refocused his effort on research, and began to attempt the maximum time flow rate difference. Double, triple, quadruple. The experimental base that was stripped away moved further from the original coordinates, and Lynn felt a slight pressure. The consumption of magic power began to surge, used to counter the increasingly intense quantum tides. Chapter 753, 630. Use the continent as a ship, the quantum as the sea. Chapter 753. Chapter 630. Use the continent as a ship, the quantum as the sea. The endless sea of quanta, the place where everything begins and ends. At this moment, a landmass of about 100,000 square kilometers was like a lone boat in a storm, endlessly drifting in the sea of quanta. Lynn was like an experienced helmsman, constantly using the coordinates of the Eternal Star as a fixed point to navigate through this ocean of quanta. However, they were clearly not the only travelers in the sea of quanta. Just after Lynn increased the relative time flow, speed to more than tenfold. He vaguely sensed the presence of other dimensions. This wasn't direct sight, but a perception of their presence through the changes in spatial curvature. These entities, also adrift in the sea of quanta, were enormously large, and the gravitational effects they caused could cover 4 dimensions simultaneously. Like giant ships cleaving through the waves, ripple after ripple spread out in all directions. Since Lin could perceive them so clearly, this meant that they were probably very close to their position. Lin could even roughly reconstruct the shape of that plane in his mind, but dared not make contact rashly. The cosmos was far too dangerous. The technology of geometric civilizations was already quite advanced, even capable of creating cosmic phenomena like black holes. However, there were 3 such level 6 civilizations in this galaxy alone, and galaxies like this were as numerous as grains of sand in the universe. Soon, as the time flow speed increased further, the spatial ripples started to become chaotic. This meant that there were many travelers in the current region, some stationary or moving slowly like snails, others swift as lightning, constantly moving their positions. It was when Lin increased the 4-dimensional coordinates to a 15-fold time node that one of the targets in the spatial perception suddenly approached them. Lin immediately became tense, as the decision to approach them likely meant that the other party was highly confident, and it could be a very powerful civilization. Just as Lin contemplated whether to flee at high speed, the other suddenly disappeared without a trace. The disappearance was complete, and their gravitational disturbance could no longer be detected. Initially, Lin wondered if the other party had used some method to temporarily eliminate the effects of gravity, like a submarine lurking underwater to ambush ships by shutting off its radar to avoid detection. But Lin soon dismissed this thought, as the other party's forward speed in the dimensions was much faster than his own, and if they had decided to attack, they would probably have already struck. Now, after a long time, there was still no activity. Lin wildly speculated. Of course, this probability was very low, and it was more likely that something more important had come up, causing them to space jump to another location. The almost confrontation made Lin temporarily give up his plan to continue moving deeper into the sea of quanta. He also noticed that compared to the eternal star, or to the great cosmos, regions within a 10-fold flow speed seemed relatively safe. This was probably because lower-level civilizations lacked the ability to traverse the sea of quanta, and for advanced civilizations capable of controlling dimensions, a mere 10-fold flow speed was insignificant. Furthermore, the increased consumption of divine power was somewhat unbearable for Lin. Maintaining a high time flow speed for an extended period required a continuous expenditure of divine power to withstand the wash of quantum tides. The greater the speed differential, the deeper into the sea of quanta, the greater the consumption. In the end, Lin decided to adjust the time flow speed to around tenfold. After confirming that there were no other travelers nearby, he then diverted some of his attention to observe the activities of Herav and others. During the time Lin was concentrated on navigating dimensional coordinates, the wizards who entered with him had already started major reformations. Considering their past experiences in foreign lands, several legendary councilmen jointly created a large fusion furnace to serve as the sun, providing light. They simulated the change from day to night by opening and closing the fusion furnace. Then came the improvement of soil and production of oxygen, which was managed by the wizards from the Conservation Society. By planting a magical plant called Weave Mushroom, they could achieve both these goals and also create some light sources. The initial Reformation plan continued for several months, covering an area of about 10,000 kilometers, an approximate tenth of the separated continent. With magic, the most versatile tool, progress was extremely rapid. In less than half a year, the barren continent began to show enticing shades of green. Next was the placement of life and the construction of an ecological cycle. Raphael exclaimed as he looked at the vast grasslands, jungles, and rivers wandering through them. Sanchez, also quite pleased, nodded. The large forest area was his masterpiece, Hard to believe it was once an empty desert not long ago. But the next moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. We're still far from real creation. Naturally, the speaker was Lin, who had been observing everyone's experiments after ending various trials in the Sea of Quanta. While Santana and others seemed to have established a decent ecosystem by introducing a balanced amount of predators and prey forming a basic ecological cycle, there were also many things lacking, such as a community of microorganisms, which was virtually growing wildly. Lin was sure that once they left, all the internal life forms would die off within a decade or so. Secondly, the area was still too small. 100,000 square kilometers may seem large, equivalent to the size of a small country, but creating a complete ecological cycle without external aid was too difficult. A small ecological imbalance could likely trigger a chain reaction due to lack of self-regulating capabilities. Through Lin's detailed explanation, Raphael felt somewhat embarrassed, as he also recognized that the ecosystem they had established was not perfect. His previous remark was just spontaneous. Lin was not entirely critical, pointing out these flaws to prevent everyone from becoming too complacent. In fact, their experiments had achieved considerable results. At least it had proven viable to use high-time flow speed zones for agriculture and aquaculture, and it was just a matter of technological adequacy. Moreover, as they had anticipated, the sun's gravity still affected this continent, and even the changes in gravity they felt were very subtle, making everyone marvel at the fact that they couldn't see where the sun was located. Chapter 754, 631 Lin's Planetary Ascension Project. Chapter 754, Chapter 631 Lin's Planetary Ascension Project. Harov was perplexed, as they had obviously left their original position and could not receive any light emitted by the stars. He had even tried digging downward, only to find that there was nothing below the rock layer and it was not connected to anywhere at all. This is probably because our three-dimensional coordinates have not changed, Lin pondered out loud. Raphael found this a bit hard to grasp. You could say that, Lin smiled. For instance, imagine this continent as a point in a two-dimensional coordinate system, with both x and y-axis being one. Now we've shifted from a planar to a three-dimensional space, adding a z-axis whose coordinate has changed from 1 to 10. What about the x and y-axis? The wizard's presence suddenly fell into thought. Their mathematical proficiency was not lacking, and they naturally understood the higher-dimensional theory Lin was explaining with the coordinate axis. Gravity can penetrate 4 dimensions. Because the coordinates of the first 3 dimensions have not changed, the moon and the sun can still affect the continent below them in these 3 dimensions. It's like two people standing facing each other but unable to look up, and suddenly one of them flies up to a height of 10 meters. To the other person, the one has disappeared all of a sudden, leaving no trace in any direction the eye can see. However, they can still hear each other when they shout, because the propagation of sound involves 3 dimensions. Lin's previous return of that street to its original place by merely changing the 4th dimensional coordinate is one piece of evidence. You see, the universe is constantly changing. Eternal Star is orbiting the sun at 30 kilometers per second, and the galaxy therein is also rotating rapidly towards a massive gravity source at its center. Even the galaxy itself is moving. If not for the gravitational pull, by the time they returned, they would have flown billions of kilometers away. Seeing that Harov and the others had understood what he was trying to convey, Lin did not explain further, but turned to Vittorio to inquire about his experiments. Many of the classical physical laws have become chaotic here, while the microscopic laws still seem to be in effect, Vittorio responded. In this period, he had conducted over 1,000 experiments and found many interesting things. For example, the acceleration due to gravity within this continent is an uncertain value, with an error margin of about 15%, possibly related to the change in the 4th dimensional coordinate. Some chemical reactions have also become much more intense here. He had not yet figured out the specific reason. As for the universal constants like absolute zero, the speed of light in a vacuum, and the gravitational constant, there were no significant changes. Lin nodded. This confirmed his previous hypothesis. Herav asked with considerable curiosity. Lin replied, 10 times. The wizards present were somewhat surprised. Wasn't it saying the difference was even greater than the flow speed between Eternal Star and other realms? Vittorio asked again. Lin shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and then recounted what he had encountered in the Sea of Quanta. Hearing that there were quite a few civilizations in the Sea of Quanta that were located in high-time flow-speed regions, Herav and the others furrowed their brows. This was not good news. However, Lin saw it differently. The universe was vast. The emergence of civilizations that could manipulate higher dimensions was quite normal. In the universe, no matter how powerful you are, there's always a civilization stronger than yours. And no matter how weak you are, there's always a presence weaker. And they, too, had a unique advantage. They were in possession of the treasure that was magic power. Now they also had to add a seventh element. Herav quickly asked a very important question. Lin did some rough calculations. Overall, the faster the time flow speed, the greater the consumption will be in tandem. But he certainly could not afford to deplete all his divine power reserves, so the limit would be to maintain it for about 10 years. If they tapped into the magic power of other wizards from the magic network, they could sustain it a bit longer. However, because of the time-speed difference, it would only replenish at 1/10 the rate, a tenfold gap that simply couldn't keep up with the expenditure. Herav said regretfully, divine power was, to some extent, a scarce resource, let alone constructing a high time speed zone, which would also mean confining Lin, the only true god-level force in the council, within it. Raphael, Vittorio, and the others also frowned with disappointment. They had thought of many plans that would require the use of the high time speed zone, which now seemed likely to be postponed. Not necessarily, Lin said with a smile and a shake of his head. You mean, Herav's eyes suddenly lit up, immediately understanding what Lin meant. If those geometric star people really could produce thriving, rapidly evolving, powerful magical beasts, they could use the constant conversion of soul to divine power to offset the consumption of maintaining the high time speed zone, achieving a perfect positive cycle. Most importantly, the range is an entire planet. How many resources can that produce? The thought alone was thrilling. Vittorio was somewhat worried. The planet, given as compensation by the geometric civilization, was nearly 1,000 times larger than the continent under their feet. It should be possible. Lin felt 90% confident. He had tested the low-dimensional expansion limit of the seventh element. 500 tons should barely cover a planet. Theoretically, such low-dimensional expansion is nearly limitless, but if the thickness is too diluted, it would be difficult to withstand the washing of the quantum tides. It was precisely because of the risks that he hadn't directly used it on Eternal Star. If something went wrong, the loss would be enormous. After setting the plan for the planet to ascend in dimensions, Lin began to restore the separated continent to its original place. The purpose of this experiment had been mostly achieved, and it could be considered a success. Chapter 755, 632. This is definitely a more efficient energy source than Element 7. Chapter 755, Chapter 632. This is definitely a more efficient energy source than Element 7. New World, inside the Planetary Ecology Research Institute. Over the course of half a year, the experiments on the new biological community were preliminarily completed. Upon receiving the message, Lin and the others immediately set aside their ongoing tasks and reached the residence through the portal on the moon. The kind of special energy you spread on this planet before is simply amazing. Upon seeing Lin again, the administrator Moni was extremely excited. Although he had anticipated some of it, the deeper understanding of magic power still far exceeded his imagination and could even be said to have overturned his cognition. This thing could actually achieve quantum-level manipulation, truly accomplishing deep-level influences on materials from a microscopic perspective. All the incredible abilities that the other party had demonstrated more than half a year ago were now understood by Moni. However, the more he studied, the more fearful he became. A civilization capable of fully mastering this kind of energy would probably far exceed the expectations of the disk leaders. This is definitely a more efficient energy source than the seventh element. While casually responding to Administrator Moni's remarks, Lin took over the quantum storage device handed to him, which contained all the research data from the past half year, stored in a chip only 1 centimeter in diameter. Reading it was quite simple. The geometric aliens possessed a unique biological interface in their bodies, and just by inserting the chip, one could receive the information inside. For Lin as well, deciphering such information was not difficult, as a higher dimensional being could accomplish this. About 2 minutes later, all the information had already appeared in Lin's mind. Video data was complete, and all kinds of data were comprehensive, even including failed cases. All of these were very valuable experiences in biological modification. The achievements of Moni and others were the cultivation of 27 demonized creatures, covering herbivores, carnivores, scavengers, and omnivores, forming a complete ecosystem, and their lifespans from birth to death only needed about 2 to 5 months. Most importantly, these creatures possessed third and fourth levels of intelligence. This classification of intelligence came from the geometric civilization, roughly divided into 7 levels. The first level involves only biological instincts, such as small insects like bees and ants, which have very small brain capacities, and most behaviors stem from instincts. That is, genetic information encoded in DNA. The second level is considered to have early intelligence, encompassing most birds, reptiles, and fish, which can think simply and understand benefits and harms. Those larger creatures are mostly on the third level, capable of slightly more complex social behaviors, with intelligence comparable to that of a few-year-old child. The fourth level can be described as humanoid creatures, such as the dog-headed people within Eternal Star. They have their own settlements. Some leaders know a bit of rudimentary magic, understand how to make simple houses and shelters, and have their own language. However, due to various congenital limitations, they are hardly counted as true civilizations. Humans naturally belong to the fifth level, completely diverging from ordinary creatures, capable of very complex social interactions, and able to develop culture and technology, though some of their behaviors are still limited by genetics. The geometric aliens are at the sixth level, who can as they please transform their bodies and adjust their genes, no longer bound by so-called biological instincts, and their brains are comparable to supercomputers, able to handle multiple complex tasks simultaneously. As for the seventh level of intelligent beings, the geometric aliens had not encountered them before, so it was only added in recent years, namely, higher dimensional life forms. According to the imaginations of those geometric aliens, the other party has already transcended carbon-based beings, even three-dimensional life forms, entirely lacking the concepts of genes and physical bodies, naturally representing a more advanced form of intelligent life. In fact, with the technological level of the geometric civilization, genetically engineering fifth or sixth level intelligent beings was not difficult, but Lin specifically had their intelligence limited to the third and fourth levels. For one thing, breeding and enslaving high-intelligence creatures was not humane, and secondly, it could be problematic and costly to manage. If the humans on Earth knew there was an existence that limited their lifespan and would harvest their souls after death, turning them into divine power, they would think every day about how to kill a god and perhaps perversely stop reproducing. Therefore, the gods of the main world usually had to concoct a set of reasonable doctrines to brainwash and would grant some especially devout believers the privilege of forgiveness, letting their souls enter divine kingdom to enjoy eternal peace. After understanding the basic situation within this planet, Lin nodded in satisfaction. "You have done very well, Lord Moni. We have already felt the goodwill of the geometric civilization." Lin's words undoubtedly relieved Moni and the others. Their greatest fear was that after constructing the ecosystem, they would all be wiped out, as they had participated in researching the extraordinarily magical magic power. Now it seemed that the other party didn't care much about the leakage of magic power information. There had been only verbal warning previously, and during this past half year, Moni had communicated a few times with the Mother World, and they would not be warned as long as they didn't reveal specific details about the research on magic power. Towing the line was permitted. Perhaps this thing was not as important to the higher dimensional civilization as imagined. Realizing this, Moni felt somewhat melancholic. Their cherished divine object might just be something ordinary in the eyes of others. Just as Moni was contemplating, Lin turned his gaze to the surveillance screens inside the hall and spoke again. This process is still too slow. Perhaps we should accelerate it a bit. This is slow? The expressions of the geometric aliens present darkened a bit. This time they had used the most advanced techniques of their civilization, and the lifespan and iteration speed of the creatures was not necessarily better the shorter it was. If the lifespan was too short, after iterating 10 or more times, their intelligence would begin to degrade because they hardly used their brains normally and would struggle to accumulate enough knowledge to pass on to the next generation. Moni harbored no doubt that the other party possessed even more advanced biological technologies, but they hadn't brought them out directly until now, which felt almost like a deliberate insult. Lin noticed the thoughts of the collective geometric aliens. Although Moni and the others had concealed their emotions well, the electromagnetic waves they emitted still left nothing hidden. The moment his words fell, Lin had already disappeared from his original position, and when he reappeared, he was already at the highest peak of this world. Stretching out his hand, a glowing material immediately appeared in his palm, quickly expanding and enveloping everything around. Chapter 756, 756, 633. With the prior two attempts, this time the low-dimensional unfolding was conducted very smoothly. In order to disguise the fact that it was done using Element 7, Lin also added some artificial spark effects and blocked the detection capability of the surrounding sensors. The unfolding was rapid, covering the entire planet in just a few seconds. This was still far from the limit. Lin predicted that its speed could potentially reach the speed of light. Meanwhile, inside the planet's Ecological Research Institute, Moni and the other geometric aliens stared intently at the display screen, watching Lin's every move. Just as they were pondering what the other side wanted to do, the sky darkened. One moment, it had been the scorching noonday sun, and in the next, the entire planet had plunged into darkness. One of the geometric aliens exclaimed in astonishment, suspecting that Lin might have accelerated the planet's rotation, turning day into night. However, Moni sensed that it was not that simple and quickly assembled detectors from all over the planet while looking up at the sky. The star that radiated light and warmth had completely disappeared from all detector ranges. Clearly, it was not merely a case of the planet spinning half a rotation. Moni suspected that in an instant, the whole planet had been moved to another location in the universe. No, perhaps it wasn't merely a spatial shift, because even the entire sky of stars had also vanished without a trace. Moni immediately turned to Herav and the others who had accompanied Lin, eagerly awaiting an answer. Watch this. This is one of the Magic Empire's leading technologies, capable of manipulating the fourth dimension, creating a high-velocity zone, approximately 10 times the flow rate of the great cosmos, Raphael said with a smile. This intelligence had been allowed by Lin to be revealed, so Raphael didn't withhold any information. According to Lin's theory, even if they desire to hide it, once these geometric aliens re-established contact with their homeworld, they would quickly figure it out, so it was better to be generous and proactive in sharing. Watching light continuously flickering on the bodies of Moni and the others, Raphael felt quite proud. In previous contacts with the geometric civilization, they had deeply realized the strength of the other side, and the Council had only been able to rely on the deterrence of the gods of the main world to bluff. The flickering light around them lasted for a full minute before stopping, and Moni barely controlled his outward emotions, but his shock was not diminished at all. The technology to control dimensions and alter the speed of time flow was precisely what the geometric civilization was vigorously trying to overcome, known as one of the 3 key technologies that could elevate the level of a civilization. Yet the top scientists of the geometric civilization hadn't even completely mastered the curvature engine, let alone such dimensional technology. Among the powerful civilizations that Moni knew of, there were cosmic-level civilizations that had mastered similar technology, entities that they could not hope to reach. According to the predictions of the disk leaders, such civilizations existed in a continuous state of technological stagnation and leapfrogging technological development. Because once a breakthrough was made in basic technology, they could allow a group of top research scientists or even an entire planet to enter a time flow several times faster than that of the great cosmos, completing the development of technology in a very short time. This was a true technological explosion, and this technology could also be used in cosmic wars. It is easy to imagine that a civilization capable of producing fleets and various resources at 10 times or even dozens of times the speed would have a significant advantage in wars. Could it be that the Magic Empire had already become a universal civilization? This thought inevitably arose in Moni's mind. In fact, when a Magic Empire showcased technologies like the curvature engine, ultra-long-distance space jumps, and dimensional life modification techniques, similar ideas were already considered. But their understanding of universal civilizations was primarily based on hearsay and rumors from the edges of the galaxy. Moreover, that powerful civilization capable of mastering dimensions had almost played itself to death. Being able to achieve significant technological breakthroughs in a short time is undoubtedly an advantage, but it also harbors hidden dangers. After some technological leaps, it was said that the star system that entered the high-speed area rebelled because of the technology that surpassed its peers. This war lasted for thousands of years and destroyed countless star systems. After paying a huge price, the rebels achieved final victory and, with the remaining star systems of their civilization, vanished into the cosmos, likely entering some higher dimensional space. This was the only universal civilization they knew of. Besides, even the archenemy of the geometric civilizations, the silicon-based civilization that spanned an entire galaxy, had not broken through this level. Because their technological tree seemed to have been misaligned, the carbon-based civilization alliance they formed could barely hold off. Moni immediately made up his mind that the next time he communicated with the home world, he would definitely remind the disk leaders to reassess the strength of the Magic Empire. Meanwhile, high above, Lin was completely focused on steering an entire planet, traveling through the endless sea of quanta. This was considerably more difficult and more demanding than controlling the moon continent before. The accumulated divine power streamed out like floodwaters to maintain the low-dimensional unfolding of the seventh element. Fortunately, this time there were no dangerous incidents, just as he had previously guessed. Civilizations tenfold stronger wouldn't care, weaker civilizations couldn't reach them. But for their type of cunning civilization, it was just right. It took about 5 days for Lin to push this planet into the appropriate four-dimensional coordinates, after which he looked toward the dark-covered planet. It's time to create a sun, Lin murmured to himself, then flew to the shore, raised his hand, and a massive wave rose from the ocean. Trillions of tons of seawater defied logic as they jetted towards the sky, forming a massive water column over 5 kilometers in diameter. Lin expressionlessly clenched his fist, and a vast amount of water immediately burst apart, breaking down into its basic elements. Following that, it began to circle and select, and the heavier tritium and deuterium elements were separated out. Next was fusion. Lin used divine power to create a strong magnetic field as a cage, continuously pressurizing and raising the internal temperature to over 100 million degrees. The light of fusion soon appeared over the vast sea. Subsequently, a second, a third. Since the suns he created were not nearly as massive as true stars, and the energy released was not on the same scale, it was impossible to find throughout the entire world, so quantity had to prevail. Chapter 757, 634. The approaching of 3 days and the disappearance of the planet. Chapter 757, Chapter 634. The approaching of 3 days and the disappearance of the planet, the sun suddenly extinguished, and the world plunged into 5 whole days of darkness, causing the creatures of this new world to feel a wave of panic. The biological clocks were completely disrupted, with predators and prey scurrying about like headless flies, and the once orderly world instantly became immensely chaotic. However, on the 6th day, everything changed, as all the creatures by the sea sensed an intense heat that seemed capable of burning everything to ashes. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, a sun rose above the sea, followed by a second, then a third. They hung high in the firmament, spreading their light and heat outward, while the water beneath them rapidly steamed under the terrifying high temperature, forming a strange and dazzling mist of light. In the new world, all creatures that witnessed this were shocked by the spectacle of the 3 suns hanging in the sky. Gurgle, gurgle. There are actually 3 suns. A group of creatures about a meter tall with strange appearances gathered at the seashore, making a series of chaotic and noisy sounds. These creatures, named broad-eyed beasts by the geometric beings, had very special eyes, optimized and modified to easily see vast distances, and were one of the 3 cultivated 4th-level intelligent life forms. Although they had been born in this world for only about 4 months, having been transformed from the native creatures of the planet, they possessed basic common knowledge and had completed their first iteration. The geometric civilization had even inscribed a large amount of basic knowledge and biological instincts into their genes, allowing them to spontaneously learn hunting, cooperation, and even simple language. It was precisely because of their higher intelligence that they felt the most profound impact from the world suddenly plunging into darkness and the rise of 3 suns at the same time. It was fear of the unknown and disorder that penetrated deep into their marrow. Just a few months ago, these broad-eyed beasts had just elected a leader and summarized the regularity of the sun's rise and set at fixed times, but before the tribal elders could etch this regularity into the trees with images, a sudden change occurred. An elder of the broad-eyed beasts could not accept that the natural laws he had spent his life summarizing were wrong, and he looked up sharply at the 3 fierce suns appearing above the sea. They were the most dazzling things he had ever seen, even more intense than the lightning in a thunderstorm. Under his outstanding vision, enhanced by magic power and genetic modification, the elder of the broad-eyed beasts surprisingly discovered a vague shadow in the center of the suns, and it was moving. But it was just this glance that was almost too much for him, as the intense light from the 3 suns was exceedingly fierce, his eyes seemingly igniting. Yet the elder of the broad-eyed beasts ignored it all, instead widening his eyes further in an attempt to see what the shadow was. He faintly perceived that this might be the truth behind the entire world plunging into darkness and the 3 suns ascending the sky. The next moment, a painful and frantic roar resounded along the coast. The elder clutched his 2 eyes tightly, with dark green tissue fluid continuously flowing out of his shriveled pupils. His eyes had been scorched blind, and eyes were precisely the most prized and treasured attribute of the broad-eyed beasts. After paying a frightful price, the elder saw something others had not seen. Oblivious to his blinded eyes, he pointed at the sky and shouted loudly. The broad-eyed beasts hastily raised their heads towards the sky, but the vast majority couldn't endure the terrifying brightness of the 3 suns, catching only a glimpse of a silhouette before the blinding light forced them to shut their eyes. Less than 1% of the broad-eyed beasts, through sheer willpower, overcame their physical discomfort to see the truth, but like the elders, they were blinded by the intense light. Pain-filled howls echoed nonstop along the shore, but even with their sights scorched away, those broad-eyed beasts still held their heads high, crying out in agony while continuously shouting. More and more broad-eyed beasts began to chant as well. Lloyd was an entity the broad-eyed beast tribe conjured from their fear of typhoons, lightning, and giant waves, a ruler over all disasters, the sky, the ocean, and the earth, which translates to God. Lin, having just finished crafting the 3 suns, also took notice of the thousands of broad-eyed beasts gathered along the coast. They were incessantly shouting and leaping, some blind, with their heads tilted back as if swearing an oath to the sky, while the rest bowed their heads, seemingly out of fear of the sun's radiance. Interesting, Lin sent his divine power into some of the broad-eyed beasts' brains and quickly understood their thoughts and beliefs. The seed of faith had been planted, not something he had anticipated, but perhaps it was a worthwhile experiment. Lin pondered and decided not to interfere. As he considered revealing a divine miracle, his hands moved without stopping, guiding the 3 suns into the sky and positioning them in orbits around the planet, each flying off in different directions, like satellites orbiting this world incessantly. The orbital heights and speeds of the suns were meticulously calculated by Lin. For the majority of the year, the creatures on the planet would only see one sun, occasionally 2. As for all 3 suns hanging together in the sky, such an event might only converge once every few years. The ecology of this planet would likely undergo significant changes. Fortunately, they had sought external assistance this time and should be able to cope. Inside the research institute, Harav and others watched the scene, their tongues clucking in astonishment. But since there were visitors present, they could only quietly marvel to themselves. If Alara had possessed the same might back then, someone's heliocentric theory would have probably turned into a heretical fallacy. The geometricians seemed very composed this time. Creating a few mini-suns wasn't a big deal for their civilization. They just lacked the convenience that Lin had. What truly puzzled Moni was why the cosmic-level magic empire would exert so much effort to undertake this ecological transformation and even spread magic power, a highly prized resource, across this planet. Could it be they were preparing to conduct some kind of experiment, such as testing the effects of magic power on carbon-based intelligent life forms? Moni felt this was very likely and hurriedly ordered the reactivation of a batch of atomic-level bioengineering machines while secretly recording the valuable data. Elsewhere in the vast universe, within the disk conference room of the Geometrician civilization, various disk leaders also received an urgent report from Ravenstar. The planet they had been monitoring had suddenly disappeared. Chapter 758, 635, Grazing Planet. Chapter 758, Chapter 635, Grazing Planet. Inside the disk conference room, the leaders who received the intelligence couldn't help but doubt if they had heard wrong. If the report had said that the interstellar governor station on the planet had suddenly disappeared, they could understand. But for an entire planet to vanish was rather bizarre. Could this disappearance mean it was destroyed? Before the leaders of the disk could question further, the monitor transmitted the relevant images back through quantum communication. In the barren cosmic space, a massive planet was slowly rotating around the sun. At a certain moment, a layer of shiny film material suddenly emerged from inside the planet, enveloping the entire planet. Then, within 100 atomic seconds, everything before their eyes had vanished. The leaders in the disk conference room magnified the transmitted images thousands of times, but still could not fully understand how the whole planet had disappeared. The disk conference room suddenly fell into a strange silence. However, this silence didn't last long, as soon bursts of colorful lights quickly started flickering around the room. An entire planet had just vanished without a trace. This was simply beyond their comprehension. Though destroying a planet was easy for a geometric civilization, it was only destruction. In contrast, the opponent had completely erased the planet in an instant, and there were no noticeable energy remnants that they could detect, which was quite alarming. Guessed a circular-shaped leader. The Magic Empire had previously demonstrated ultra-long distance space-time transport, so he suspected the planet hadn't vanished, but had been relocated to another location in the universe. Similar space-time transport technology was also mastered by the geometric civilization, but it was only stable when they had coordinates to transport fleets and materials, or it involved unstable short-range space-time jumps when there were no coordinates. Using a wormhole to transport an entire planet to another place was completely impossible with their existing technology. But then someone promptly suggested a second conjecture. Could it be possible that the opponent had used some special device to hide the location of the planet? According to earlier reports, right before the planet vanished, the nearby cruising spaceship had detected strong electromagnetic wave reactions, so it was possible that some kind of electromagnetic wave shielding device was used to create the illusion of it vanishing in place. However, these two conjectures were quickly dismissed. After the sudden disappearance of planet number 1700, the cruising spaceship had entered the star system to investigate. To avoid any misunderstandings, they even specifically sent a notice before departure, stating that they were coming to hand over a portion of the compensation materials. This was a strategy set in advance for handling emergencies. But the reconnaissance data retrieved by this spaceship left the disk leaders feeling uncertain. The planet indeed had completely vanished within the star system. The ship even circled the planet's original orbit and found nothing. Right? I remember Moni and his crew were still on planet 1700. Their coordinates should be recorded, suddenly reminded the circular-shaped leader. The people present quickly came to their senses. Moni was a name that had recently come into their view. Normally, a captain responsible for planet transformation wouldn't catch their eye. But Moni unexpectedly gained the appreciation of the interstellar governor and had risked a great deal to transmit some crucial intelligence back, so he was instantly remembered by all the disk leaders. This was indeed a great merit. If he could return safely, he must be heavily rewarded. Of course, the most important thing now was to find out where the vanished planet number 1700 had gone. For a moment, everyone's gaze converged on the monitor, who, after urgently contacting the spaceship located in the 1700 star system, suddenly emitted a dazzling light and stutteringly communicated. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy conference room immediately went quiet, but this false calm was broken the next moment. A disk leader exclaimed, banging the table. Perhaps all their detection methods had been shielded, even affecting close-range observations. Amidst the continuous arguments and discussions, a voice suddenly echoed through the hall. I suspect this might involve higher-dimensional technology. The speaker was the chief time-space and dimensional engineer of the geometric civilization, who hadn't taken his eyes off the transmitted images and had made a bold conjecture. It was like lifting a cup high and then placing another cup in the original position. Of course, their two-dimensional coordinates would overlap. While the geometric civilization was astounded by the mysterious disappearance of the planet, inside the new world, under a time flow 10 times faster, a year had quietly passed. A year on a cosmic scale was rather brief. A single stellar journey might consume several years. But for the creatures of a new world, it was immensely long, with many species undergoing 4 or 5 generations. In the initial months, the influence of the 3 suns led to the mass extinction of many animals and plants. But fortunately, life always found a way, and rapid iteration provided excellent adaptability. Yet the most important were still the tiny organism-modifying machines of the geometric people, which could silently achieve genetic-level modifications for a species, providing great conveniences. And Lin, having arranged all this, could now peacefully collect the results of his breeding efforts. Over 20 species of magic power-modified creatures were spread across the globe, benefiting from their terrifying reproduction and growth rates. The number of intelligent beings had quickly exceeded 1 billion, and the count of ordinary creatures surpassed 100 billion, including insects, plankton, and various microorganisms. Nearly every second, countless creatures perished due to the brutal struggle for survival, and a massive number of souls, under the call of the undead divine position, were integrated into the divine powers and then transformed into magic power to resist the onslaught of the Sea of Quanta. Chapter 759, 636, Electromagnetic Priesthood and the Broad-Eyed Beast Prophet. Chapter 759, Chapter 636, Electromagnetic Priesthood and the Broad-Eyed Beast Prophet. Lin hovered in the void, looking down upon the entirety of the planet below him. This had already become his divine realm, so even without using the detectors spread across the various continents, Lin could still see everything happening on the planet at every moment. including large-scale tribal wars involving millions of intelligent beings, as well as survival of the fittest in the corners of the jungles. Even though this was the fourth divine realm Lin had created, it was particularly different. Within the Eternal Star, humans were the absolute protagonists. And because Lin was once human, he adopted more amiable methods, representing a steady and mutual benefit. As for other intelligent races and magical beasts, their numbers were relatively fewer, which always made research feel restricted. Other realms and the moon, one on the verge of extinction, the other a barren satellite, neither counted as a complete star of life. The planet beneath his feet was truly a testing ground where he could exercise his whims. Lin extended his hand, and countless drifting light points instantly emerged in his palm, dense and numerous beyond count. However, the vast majority of the light points appeared very dim, like some kind of plankton aimlessly drifting, with only a few being very active, constantly charging about. Each light point was a soul. 10 billion souls were thus bound within a palm-sized ringed sphere. In this year's time, the number of beings that had died on this planet was certainly more than this. After some experimentation, Lin found that only intelligent beings of the fourth level or higher could condense substantial souls, even in a high concentration of magic power. The consciousness of lower intelligence beings would disappear along with their bodies after natural death unless they mutated under the transformation of magic power. After some research, Lin thought, and a gray-white fog of death spread and surged forward, instantly engulfing the vast number of souls with death divine power and turning them into nourishment. The soul is a medium for the conversion between matter and magic power, a speculation that had been previously confirmed. With the undead divine position, this conversion became extremely convenient, scarcely requiring him to expend much effort. Yet transforming such a massive number of souls still took a day's time. The countless souls replenished Lin's divine power, which had been gradually depleting due to resisting the erosion of the Sea of Quanta, with about 40% left over. It was predictable that, as time passed and the number of intelligent beings further increased, this percentage would rise considerably. Lin also planned to seize this opportunity to accomplish one thing: concentrate a divine office. A divine office is an extremely important source of power for a deity. For example, before obtaining the undead divine position, if he had wanted to convert these billions of souls, it might have taken half a month, but now it only took about a day. It's somewhat like a higher-level spell position, with a deity that holds the divine office manifesting divine arts of the corresponding system as naturally as breathing. As for divine arts involving other divine offices, Lin had always believed it would not have much effect. However, after formally interacting with the gods of the main world, he changed this notion. For the gods he encountered typically wielded the power of their divine offices as a matter of course, leading Lin to speculate that he might be an exception, because there were no other divine offices in this world, and the divine office of arcane mysteries covered a very broad range, almost encompassing all aspects. Ella likely realized this too, or discovered something from the legacy of the previous moon god, giving herself the title of creator god at the outset of establishing faith and promoting doctrine, forcibly suppressing others, attempting to make. All believers believe she controlled everything in the world. Of course, Ella's plans were doomed to fail. Given the 20 million people on the Eternal Star and the million devout believers, it was impossible to concentrate such a lofty divine office. Lin had no intention of overreaching, nor did he plan to expend a vast amount of time to concentrate a scarcely useful divine office. After weighing his options, he set his sights on thunder. Thunder and lightning are intensely powerful natural forces. Their essence is the attraction of opposite electric charges that neutralize each other when they meet. After Anthony developed electrotherapy, even certified wizards could barely wield its power, trapped as it was within Faraday's enclosure. But the power of thunder is far from that simple. One ought to know that among the four fundamental forces, the strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and electromagnetic force are all related, with only gravity, which involves dimensions and space-time, remaining ununified. Electromagnetic force could be said to be a fundamental existence that constitutes the rules governing the universe, save dimensions, with an astonishingly high upper limit. This is also why Lin chose this divine office. Now was the time to seize this opportunity to concentrate the divine office of the electromagnetic system while achieving a breakthrough. Lin closed his eyes to sense around, and the dense clouds in the sky were also gradually gathering, with intense thunder flashing inside. Days passed, and after a brutishly expansive 3-year period, demonized creatures came to occupy every corner of this planet. As one of the 3 major intelligent level 4 creatures, the broad-eyed beast undoubtedly became a central figure on one of the continents. Those broad-eyed beasts that had gazed upon the sun, getting their eyes seared blind, suddenly became prophets of the tribes, claiming they had received divine revelation and had seen the truth of the world. After losing their sight, their hearing and perception became more sensitive than before, and under the influence of magic power, they could even manipulate fire and wind. This was undoubtedly regarded as a gift from the gods. If the rest of the tribesmen wanted to become prophets and learn to master the powers of fire and wind, they had to stare directly at the 3 suns with their eyes during the triennial aerial phenomenon, sacrificing their prized vision for divine grace and enlightenment. Some prophets of the broad-eyed beasts firmly believed the stars in the sky disappeared because the gods had gathered them to create 2 more suns. That sea area became a sacred site in the hearts of the broad-eyed beasts, and as time passed, the legends being passed down became increasingly outrageous. Numerous invented scriptures and stories about the gods were inscribed on rock walls for the believers to worship. In the fervor of their faith, some broad-eyed beasts even blinded themselves to show their devotion, hoping to receive divine enlightenment. Yet the gods simply didn't have the time to pay attention to them. Chapter 760, 637. The storm is the cry of the gods. The thunder is the fury of the gods. Chapter 760, Chapter 637. The storm is the cry of the gods. The thunder is the fury of the gods. On TriStar Day, on top of the festival to honor the gods, Makard, the great prophet of the broad-eyed beast tribe, gazed at the sky obscured by dark clouds, his mood sinking to the extreme. According to the records in the scriptures, every 4 years at this time, 3 suns would rise simultaneously on the other side of the sea, forming the spectacle known as the Triple Rise. But this time, the situation was particularly different. The sky was covered with nothing but dark clouds, and a powerful storm appeared to be gathering within them. This kind of bad weather had persisted for hundreds of days, to the extent that the recent generations of broad-eyed beasts had lived and died without ever seeing the sun, and the intermittent heavy rain posed a tremendous challenge to the survival and reproduction of the tribe. Thus, the great prophet Makard had been waiting, hoping for the miracle of the Triple Rise to disperse all the gloom. Unfortunately, looking at the current celestial phenomenon, Makard realized that his hopes were likely to be dashed. The noisy gurgling continuously echoed near the coastline, and the broad-eyed beasts who had gathered to attend the festival were also somewhat anxious, their eyes intently fixed on Makard and others on stage, expecting these divinely inspired prophets to provide an explanation, especially concerning when the spreading stormy weather would subside, as good weather was necessary for hunting, fishing, livestock, and agriculture. The great prophet Makard, with his hollow eyes, stared down at the restless broad-eyed beasts below, and after a moment of contemplation, his loud voice soon resonated. The storm is the god's outcry. The thunder is the god's wrath. The words of the great prophet sent a ripple of shock through the hundreds of thousands of gathered broad-eyed beasts, fear solidifying in every mind. Occasionally, someone nervously asked the great prophet what they had done wrong to offend the gods and thus bring about this wrath. The great prophet Makard raised his staff high, silencing the crowd, then raised his voice even a few notches higher, sorrowfully saying, "The reason for this divine punishment is because cracks have appeared in our faith. The more Macard spoke, the more agitated he became, and the broad-eyed beasts gathered at the seaside quickly became engrossed in his words, not doubting what the great prophet said at all, especially since the storm appeared and spread during the most intense period of tribal wars. However, just then, a harsh shouting voice very abruptly interrupted the great prophet's impassioned speech. The piercing and sharp voice instantly drew everyone's attention, with the great prophet Macard being no exception. He was utterly shocked that someone dared to contradict his words in public. Contrary to everyone's expectation, the one who spoke was the leader of a major tribe. Macard recognized him too, and although he was blind, the wind always told him the answers. Macard's rebuke could be described as harsh. Blasphemy in the broad-eyed beast tribe was an unforgivable sin, and even tribal leaders were subject to the most severe punishment. Yet Shago was not at all intimidated and shouted angrily, "There is no divine revelation, Macard. You have deceived us, deceived everyone." Macard's calm expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. In the mouths of the prophets, magic was a gift from the gods, bestowed only upon the most devout believers who had to offer their precious eyesight of the broad-eyed beasts as a tribute to qualify for studying and mastering it. And now, Shago had mastered magic without any guidance, without directly gazing upon the three suns to receive divine grace. Watching the flames erupting from Shago's palm, all the present broad-eyed beasts were horrified. Even some of the prophets wore an expression of disbelief, and a crack appeared in their once unshakable faith. They had given up their proud ability of farsightedness to gain the ability to control flames, and now Shago was telling them that none of these excruciating sacrifices were necessary. How could they possibly accept that? The other tribe's leaders also seized the opportunity to make their move, shouting loudly before leading their guards towards the stage. This was undoubtedly a power transition that had been planned in advance. Since the first prophets witnessed the miracles, the authority of the gods reigned supreme over secular power, and even the appointments and dismissals of the tribal leaders had to obey the gods' will. Fearful of the divine might, many tribal leaders had no choice but to bite their tongue. Now, they finally saw their chance. The series of adverse weather conditions made life unbearable for the broad-eyed beasts living on this continent, and the dozens of prayers and sacrifices by the prophets had no effect whatsoever, stirring more and more doubts. Thus, this grand ceremony became the perfect opportunity. High Prophet Macard, shaken and furious, waved his staff, emitting a powerful stream of fire, killing several approaching broad-eyed beast dead warriors. However, other prophets, accustomed to a life of luxury, were completely caught off guard. Due to the bad rainy weather, the air became extremely moist, greatly weakening the power of the flames. Many prophets didn't even have time to cast their magic before they were toppled by sharp-boned spears. Blood and screams continuously echoed along the shore, and tens of thousands of corpses dyed the nearby seawater crimson. In fact, this scene was not only occurring at the coast. Well-prepared tribal leaders had also arranged people inside the tribe to confiscate and kill the prophet's followers. Even though they seized the initiative at the grand ceremony, it was not enough to dissolve the profound influence of these God-named prophets on the tribes. A monumental war soon broke out on this continent, and within just a few days, the vast alliance of broad-eyed beast tribes instantly crumbled, plunging into a prolonged civil war. The endless killings also gave rise to a vast number of souls, a power so immense that it filled every corner of this continent. Meanwhile, Lin's action to consolidate her sacred office was also nearing its end. Chapter 761, 638, Electromagnetic Clergy and Mastery of the Strong Interaction Force. Chapter 761, Chapter 638, Electromagnetic Clergy and Mastery of the Strong Interaction Force. Crackle and pop. Loud and piercing thunder roared ceaselessly above the ocean, and in the midst of the vast sea, where the clouds were thickest, large amounts of positive and negative charges continued to converge. In an instant, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, illuminating it as though it were daylight, followed closely by lightning thick as a grown man's waist continually striking down from the sky, churning up waves upon the turbulent sea surface. Huge volumes of seawater vaporized, dissociating into a pervasive mist under the terrifyingly high temperatures of the electric current, and within the entire sea area, millions of fish were killed on the spot, their bodies floating up from beneath, creating a bizarre spectacle of a sea of cadavers. At the same time, it attracted more carnivorous fish to gather here, who then continued the cycle under the mighty force of the thunder. Clearly, the fish of the New World, in their brief evolutionary process, had not yet developed the instinct to actively avoid thunderstorms. If it were a normal thunderstorm, it simply could not cause such terrifying destruction. But the lightning that fell was not naturally formed. It was a tiny fraction of energy that dissipated while condensing the divine position. This was also why Lin chose to condense the divine position here. At first, he was able to control it, conducting experiments on small areas of the sea surface, trying not to affect the reproduction and survival of creatures on the planet. But as time went on, the divine position gradually took shape, and 1% of the energy it released formed this continent-wide thunderstorm. All that Lin could do was to hasten his actions and complete this final step. Lin thought, and the dense lightning surrounding him transformed into a multitude of complex and intricate equations. These symbols and formulas continued to extend, soon covering the surrounding area, and in the next moment, the multitude of equations began to simplify, gradually converging into 4 equations composed of letters and symbols, the very Maxwell's equations. Next came Ohm's law, the Biot-Savart law, the electric field energy formula. All formulas related to electricity and magnetism were separated out by Lin from the Olympic mathematics divine position to create the thunder divine position, or more appropriately described as the electromagnetic divine position. Several days later, the new divine position had formed, after taking more than a decade and having gone down several wrong paths. Don't look now, but even though he already had 3 divine positions, the undead divine position was forcefully snatched, the Olympic mathematics divine position was incidental upon his promotion, and he had almost no related experience, only able to try out bit by bit. Lin also realized that even though he had separated the electromagnetic equations from the Olympic mathematics divine position, the connection between the two still existed and had not been completely severed. The electromagnetic force was like a secondary divine position extended from the Olympic mathematics divine position, with both maintaining a very subtle connection. This made Lin think of the memories from the moon goddess Diana, where a chief god could construct an entire pantheon. Could this be one such method of construction? Should he consider dividing into a physics and a chemistry division, perhaps? Lin pondered this while his hands did not stop moving, experimenting with interest on the workings of the electromagnetic divine position. First and foremost, his control over the electromagnetic force was greatly enhanced. Manipulating the planetary magnetic field became as simple as eating and drinking, and he could even directly control the magnetic fields of living beings themselves, extinguishing all life on the world. However, Lin valued most the effects at the microscopic level, such as the weak nuclear force and the strong nuclear force. The so-called strong nuclear force, also known as the strong interaction, is the force that acts on quarks. It is precisely this force that overcomes the repulsion between microscopic particles, forcibly binding protons and neutrons together to form atomic nuclei. On the other hand, the weak nuclear force has the opposite effect. It allows quarks to repel each other, facilitating the fission and decay of atoms. Before obtaining the divine position of the electromagnetic force, Lin could only just barely sense these two forces at the microscopic level, and when creating neutron clusters, he relied on a comparatively primitive high-velocity collision method. Now, however, things were different. He could clearly perceive the interactions between the two fundamental forces within an atom. Dozens of plans flashed through Lin's mind, after which he extended his hand, and the free elements in the surrounding air were immediately broken down into fundamental particles, with countless protons and neutrons converging in the palm of his hand. Following that, Lin did not attempt to shorten the distance between neutrons through brute force, as before, but instead prepared to increase the range of the strong interaction force. This was undoubtedly a crazy and unbelievable idea. What would happen if the influence range of the strong interaction force suddenly became greater than the range of the repulsive force between microscopic particles? Then, all matter within that region would attract each other, tightly binding together, and it might even collapse from the aggregated mass, becoming exaggeratedly large, forming a black hole. However, achieving this was not easy. After some simple experiments, Lin quickly realized that although the divine position of the electromagnetic force could indeed influence the strong nuclear force, the energy consumption increased proportionally with every doubling of its range. Lin had no choice but to focus his efforts on eliminating the repulsive electromagnetic force, preparing a two-pronged approach. After some struggles, the tipping point was finally broken through, and the fundamental particles converging in the palm of his hand no longer aimlessly scattered about. They were like attracting magnets and swooshed together in a swift collision, clinging tightly to one another. A tiny neutron cluster was quickly formed. Of course, Lin was not satisfied with this. The material contained in the air was simply too scarce. With a thought, a massive amount of seawater rose from the sea level, pouring continuously into his palm. The area near his palm had undergone a specialized treatment, making the repulsive force between the particles very weak, while the range of the strong interaction force had increased hundreds of times. That meant Lin didn't need to do anything extra. All material entering this area could no longer maintain a stable atomic structure and would spontaneously gather together. The ability to accomplish such an exaggerated feat was not solely due to the help of the divine position of the electromagnetic force, but even more crucial was Lin's breakthrough, ascending from a moderate divine power to a great divine power. This was partly due to previous accumulations and the empowerment of the electromagnetic divine position, and on the other hand, due to the deaths of trillions of intelligent beings on the continent below over the past decade, whose souls had transformed into a formidable energy. It must be said that the biological engineering technology of geometric civilizations was incredibly powerful. Having created an almost perfect pasture, a mere decade was equivalent to the evolution of a natural planet for several thousand years. If there were 10 such stars of life, Lin even had the confidence that he could ascend within a few years, becoming a deity with great divine power. Chapter 762, 639. Return to the Great Universe and the Idea of Artificial Black Holes. Chapter 762, Chapter 639. Return to the Great Universe and the Idea of Artificial Black Holes. Enormous amounts of seawater soared upwards like a tornado, being ceaselessly sucked into an area approximately 70 centimeters wide at the center of his palm, much like a bottomless vortex devouring everything in its path. Over the span of about 10 days, billions of tons of seawater were drawn in. The vast sea level dropped roughly 3 meters. The material was compressed into a sphere with a diameter of approximately 1 cubic centimeter, its terrifying density comparable to the material found inside a neutron star, even causing a very apparent distortion in the surrounding space. Even light seemed to slow down in this area, its powerful gravity causing a deviation in the path of light. Lin soon stopped drawing in the seawater, as he realized that the strong interaction force's capability to compress material had reached its limit. Creating a miniature neutron star wasn't his goal. What Lin truly wanted to create was an ultra-miniature black hole. The opponents he needed to face at his level were incredibly powerful. All the trump cards he possessed were meaningless in front of the main god. So it was confirmed that the black hole, which could harm a main god-level existence, would be his next killing move. With this card, he could truly possess the power to communicate on equal footing with the geometric civilizations and the main world. Initially, Lin planned to create an ultra-high-density conglomerate of material, letting it naturally collapse into a black hole. This method was somewhat feasible, as many black holes existed in the universe, and some of the larger black holes were also formed by the collapse of neutron stars. Unfortunately, with the current situation, the strong interaction force's capability to compress material wasn't as powerful as he anticipated. To rely on this method to continuously increase the material until its gravity was strong enough to completely break the neutron intervals and even crush microparticles and transform them into the extent of a black hole required a massive amount of mass. Perhaps stuffing all the material of the planet below into it might still not be enough. Perhaps he would have to resort to a dimensional approach. Lin pondered continuously and soon had some new ideas. However, experimenting here obviously wasn't quite appropriate. Lin looked around. Although he had stopped drawing the seawater, the impact caused wasn't so easily mitigated. A huge vortex had formed at the center of the ocean, which might continue for years before it completely settled. In addition, the energy that dissipated during the condensation of the divine power created a thundercloud covering the entire continent, worsening the living conditions for the fauna and flora on this land. About this, Lin felt somewhat helpless. His current power was too strong for the creatures within the planet. A slight movement could cause apocalyptic disasters. Next time it would be better to find a desolate and deserted planet to experiment on. While Lin thought this, he activated the electromagnetic divine power, dispersing the gathered thunderclouds, then caused the rain of nourishment to fall, reviving the vitality of the land. As for the main characters of this continent, the broad-eyed beast tribes rise and fall. Lin had seen it all. He was just too busy earlier with the breakthrough and condensation of divine power to spare much attention, and now he did not intend to interfere either. Lin appreciated the first generation of broad-eyed beast prophets, who, in order to discern the truth of the world, did not hesitate to sacrifice their eyes, possessed a will to die for their quest. However, under the iteration and corruption of power, the subsequent prophets obviously lacked this spirit, increasingly using divine authority to satisfy their own private desires, like monopolizing the power of magic. The study of magic had nothing to do with whether one worshipped a god, nor did it require the sacrifice of one's eyes. Lin had never decreed any oracle, but based on the protection of their own authority, the prophets of the broad-eyed beast maintained this bad practice, bestowing it with a sacred name. In fact, even without the spectacle of a 3-day ascension, the broad-eyed beast tribe would have eventually harbored thoughts of believing in deities, a path every intelligent being must traverse in the process of understanding the world. So, whether it was the spread of faith or the various broad-eyed beast leaders' resistance against theocratic power, Lin had no intention to interfere, letting nature take its course. His promotion wasn't dependent on becoming a god through faith. The faith of intelligent beings was rather redundant to him, and thus, Lin wouldn't give preferential treatment just because they were his believers. All the creatures on this planet, from the moment of their transformation, had been conditioned, which was also the reason Lin named this place the Planet Ranch. This might be somewhat cruel, but the Council was far from being able to afford widespread benevolence in extragalactic systems. The endless benevolence only brings endless troubles and even greater destruction. The intellectual capacity of the broad-eyed beasts was ultimately a step lower than humans. They could think, communicate, and even form large tribes, but that was about it. Without miracles, even forming a nation would be extremely difficult, not to mention developing technology. They were not much different from the cave knoll. If they considered broad-eyed beasts as a group worthy of equal communication, then what about other magical creatures that also possessed partial intelligence? This concept was almost infinitely extendable. What about primates, various highly intelligent large creatures, magical beasts, and further extending downwards to insects, microorganisms, and even plants? Never mind their current level of technology and magic that could completely transform a planet, making no difference to creatures for the planetary life forms. But in the cosmos, no, even in this star galaxy, they still amounted to nothing, facing significant threats still. Maybe one day, when their magical scholarship was capable of ignoring all threats, they could consider creating a cosmic community. But at least for now, more aggressive methods were necessary. Lin looked up at the sky above, the boundless sea of quanta. Unknowingly, they had already spent over a decade here. Just relying on the resources of a single planet was hard to accumulate power from great divine power to divine arts. Various experiments with divine powers also weren't feasible to continue here, so it was time to return to the vast universe. Under Lin's control, the four-dimensional coordinates of the 1,700 planets returned to their original positions, and 3 small suns were also retracted. It could be foreseen. The reappearance of stars filling the night sky and the disappearance of the suns might cause a huge uproar in the broad-eyed beast tribe, perhaps even inspiring a plethora of new mythological tales. But these had already become irrelevant to Lin. With a step forward, he had already entered the Planetary Ecological Research Institute. Chapter 763, 640. The Special Gift and the Astonishment of Geometric Civilization. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Inside the Planetary Ecology Research Institute, the sudden change outside quickly caught the attention of the geometric aliens. As the manager, Moni had already noticed this too. In fact, when Lin had dispersed the thunderstorm clouds and withdrawn the 3 suns, he immediately had a suspicion. It looked like the experiment the Magic Empire had been conducting on this planet must have been completed. Moni glanced over the research reports organized on his desk. After more than a decade of study and probing, he had vaguely guessed the reason behind such a grand display. It was to conduct derivative experiments with magic power, this peculiar energy. According to the energy collection and detection devices, the concentration of magic power on this planet had increased several-fold compared to more than 10 years ago. From the growth curve, it was evident that the growth rate during large-scale wars was the most rapid. Combining this with Lin's previous requirements of rapid iteration, short lifespan, and high intelligence for biological modification, Moni could almost determine that the derivative of this energy form, magic power, was related to the death of living beings. Besides, the ability of magic power to influence space-time and dimensions also made Manager Moni raise his evaluation of this special energy once again. Upon realizing they had returned to the vast cosmos, only one thought remained in Manager Moni's mind: how to send some of the magic power he had secretly stored back to the Mother World. However, this thought was quickly suppressed by Moni, as with a flash of light and shadow, Lin's figure appeared before everyone. "How is your research going?" Lin casually inquired. "The data on the physical mutations of the planet's organisms due to the influence of magic power is mostly here," Moni said, passing over a chip the size of a fingernail that also contained a portion of the research data related to magic power. "In a decade or more, they have been working hard to mitigate the effects of the heavenly disaster caused by someone, balancing the ecosystem while also managing to conduct some experiments on magic power. Most of them couldn't possibly be concealed from the surveillance of people like Harif. Of course, some more critical experiments and conjectures hadn't been recorded in any data form, but were stored in his mind. Lin, of course, was well aware of Manager Moni's little schemes. Although his attention had been on condensing the electromagnetic clergy and making breakthroughs, this was his divine realm, after all. As long as he wished, nothing happening internally could escape his perception. In fact, letting these geometric aliens study magic power was the very result Lin had deliberately allowed. So, after reading through the data once, he skipped the topic and instead asked when the next batch of element number 7 could be delivered. Merely a planetary pasture was clearly not enough to satisfy Lin's appetite. The last reparation from the geometric civilization amounted to about 200 tons of element number 7, which, when unfolded in low dimensions, was just enough to envelop a planet with a diameter of 30 to 40,000 kilometers. There were an additional 300 tons of reparations that they had been delaying. But even if all of it were to be delivered, it would likely be far from enough. With that in mind, Lin mentioned that researchers from the Magic Empire were very interested in element number 7 and might consider buying it through other forms of trade in the future. Hearing this made Manager Moni's heart pound with terror. Having witnessed Lin's manipulation of dimensional forces, He had elevated the Magic Empire's technological standing to the universal level. The geometric civilization might find it hard to compete, and having resources the other party desired was unquestionably a dangerous signal. Oh, and take this back with you. Consider it a gift to the geometric civilization, Lin said, extending his hand, pinching a sphere about 1 centimeter in diameter between his fingertips. This object was a neutron ball that Lin had spent several days bounding with strong interaction forces. While he was a bit disappointed at not being able to turn it into a black hole, he felt that the effort put in over the past few days shouldn't go to waste, so he decided to give it away as a gift. Moni took the marble-like sphere, and the moment it was in his hand, it felt light as a feather, or rather, it seemed to have no weight at all. The surface was smooth and flawless, like a perfect mirror reflecting everything around it. Some kind of weapon made with neutrons? Moni immediately realized this point, as the fleets of the geometric civilization used weapons that included neutron beams, and he quickly recognized them. Yet compared to the nanoscale diameter of a neutron beam, this sphere was much larger and felt exceptionally light in his hand, likely utilizing some kind of anti-gravity technology. Relying on his solid technical reserves, Moni analyzed it thoroughly within a few seconds. But he was aware that since the neutron ball was a gift from the interstellar governor of the Magic Empire, it probably wasn't as simple as he had imagined. With Lin's permission, Moni used quantum communication for the first time in over a decade to send out a signaling message. On the other side, the disk leaders of the Mother World had just received news that the missing planet 1700 had reappeared and were analyzing it when they received Moni's signal and hastily established communication, without any intention of concealment. Once the communication was successfully established, Manager Moni relayed everything that had happened over these years and transmitted some data back in the form of quantum information. As they reviewed the data sent back, a collective shock enveloped the disk leaders. Although they had guessed that the issue with Planet 1700 had to do with dimensions, they never expected the Magic Empire actually to have moved an entire planet to a high-dimensional area. A tenfold increase in time, flow speed, capable of acting directly upon an entire planet, and they couldn't even be certain that this was the limit of what the other party could achieve. Many leaders harbored the same thought as Manager Moni, that the Magic Empire might very well be a universal-level civilization. Lin's expressed interest in element number 7 also filled them with concern. Some leaders thought that giving away element number 7 had been an outright mistake. However, some disk leaders saw this as not entirely bad. Since the other side had proposed a trade, they might as well ask for some technologies that the geometric civilization urgently needed, such as the method for making curvature engines, to accelerate their scientific progress. As the disk leaders argued whether or not to engage in this trade, and what they should demand in exchange, a sudden exclamation interrupted their discussion, echoing through the room. Chapter 764, 641. Destroying geometric civilization is as easy as swatting a bug. Chapter 764, Chapter 641. Destroying geometric civilization is as easy as swatting a bug. A sudden exclamation interrupted the discussion. The speaker was a leading scientific researcher from a geometric civilization. Previously, after establishing communication with their home world, the Administrator Moni had sent the neutron ball through wormhole technology with Lin's permission. Regarding this gift from the Magic Empire, the disk leaders naturally placed great importance on it, so they had it examined immediately. The result revealed that the material of this object was nothing special, just a larger cluster of neutrons, something that geometric civilization's current technology could also achieve after some effort. The only thing worth mentioning was the anti-gravity technology on the outer layer, which allowed ordinary carbon-based life forms to handle a neutron ball as massive as a giant peak without being crushed. This led to the immediate assembly of top scientific researchers from the geometric civilization to study it. The Supreme Leader highly valued this matter. He didn't believe it was merely a simple gift. Since it had been sent by the interstellar governor, it certainly held a deeper meaning. Upon hearing this, The geometric beings present were utterly astonished. Although some of the disk leaders were not from scientific backgrounds, thanks to genetic engineering, they could receive information through photon brains directly, so concepts like the range of strong nuclear force, which was common knowledge, were clearly understood by them, typically ranging between 1 atomic distance and 1/10,000th of an atomic distance. This atomic distance was derived based on the diameter of the hydrogen atom, the smallest in the atomic series. Similarly, the time unit used by the geometric civilization, atomic second, was also determined by the natural energy level transition frequency of the hydrogen element. This standardized their interactions with different civilizations, avoiding complications due to varying time units. Even for weaker planetary civilizations, the atomic second was easily measurable. The Supreme Leader's tone was extremely grave, with his emitted electromagnetic waves being intermittent. The geometric civilization could also manufacture neutron balls, but frankly, it was only an application of cosmic rules by forcibly reducing the distance between protons or neutrons so that they combined tightly together. Naturally formed atomic nuclei were created in this manner. They were merely replicating the process, leveraging the power of the rules themselves. However, the other party's approach involved altering the rules themselves. Even if it was just the basic extension of the range of strong interaction, it proved that the Magic Empire had the capacity to directly manipulate the strong nuclear force. This meant that their pride and reliance on artificial black holes, perhaps, wasn't as intimidating as previously thought. A civilization proficient in dimensional research and capable of controlling the strong nuclear force was very likely also capable of creating and defending against black hole attacks. As for why they hadn't used it in previous wars, there were many possibilities, with the most despairing being the beast fight theory. The battle with the fleet of the geometric civilization might have seemed to the Magic Empire merely a test to evaluate the combat capabilities of high-dimensional biological weapons, much like a fight in an arena. As long as they eventually emerged victorious, the Masters wouldn't personally intervene. Gift! The Supreme Leader gazed at the neutron ball held by a researcher in the center of the conference hall, suddenly realizing why. After proposing to purchase the element number 7, they specifically handed this object to Moni to bring back. This was clearly to put them at ease. Element number 7 was a treasure of geometric civilization. When the other party initially proposed it as compensation, some leaders strongly opposed, considering it a foolish decision to give away such a trump card. As the top researchers said, the potential of element number 7 was far from fully realized. Holding on to it might provide a chance for a scientific breakthrough that could surpass others thousands of years later. But once handed over, the Magic Empire, knowing the secrets of element number 7, would become even harder to deal with and might even annihilate them to acquire more of it. Now, however, those leaders no longer harbored such thoughts because the technology displayed by the other side was too terrifying. A tenfold difference in time flow meant there was no possibility for the geometric civilization to ever defeat them without a miracle. The meaning of the gift sent by the other side was all too clear. With the current technological level of the Magic Empire, destroying the geometric civilization would be as easy as swatting a bug. If they wisely engaged in trade and satisfied the Magic Empire's interest in element number 7, they could maintain peace. If not, they would face utter annihilation. In a sense, it truly was the best gift. Supreme Leader, I have another matter to report, Moni said, noticing the prolonged silence in the conference hall and cautiously bringing up the fact that he had secretly stored some magic power. He had initially thought of using the opportunity when the wormhole opened to send it back, but this was highly risky. If discovered, it would amount to the theft of critical strategic information, resulting in the execution of the remaining geometric beings on planet 1700 and potentially even sparking a war between the two civilizations. Without confirmation from their home world, he naturally didn't dare take the risk. Hearing that Moni had successfully obtained some magic power, the disk leaders in attendance were somewhat envious. The uniqueness of magic power had been evident from the data transmitted earlier and was undoubtedly a more advanced energy source than element number 7, likely related even to the Magic Empire's dimensional technology. The oval-shaped disk leader said regretfully, "Opening a wormhole within a planet couldn't possibly be kept hidden from the Magic Empire, so this gift-giving might have been the only chance." However, it was ultimately lost due to Moni's hesitation, which was somewhat unfortunate. Still, since the opportunity had already been missed, and considering it involved the survival of a civilization, it was a significant decision that not just anyone could make, so it was unfair to blame Moni. After further discussion, soon someone proposed a second plan, to transport the magic power out during the next exchange of compensation. Chapter 765, 642, The Second Star God of the Parliament. Chapter 765, Chapter 642, The Second Star God of the Parliament? Wouldn't this be too dangerous? A disk leader hesitantly spoke, realizing that the time of compensatory exchange indeed provided an opportunity to secretly transport magic power, but the risk involved was also great. If the other party had any magic detection devices and it was discovered, that would be troublesome. According to the intelligence gathered, the geometric civilization simply did not have the capability to contend with the opponent, and once relations soured, the fears of the aftermath were unimaginable. The Supreme Leader was also considering this issue critical to the survival of their civilization. They were now maintaining a relatively friendly relationship with the Magic Empire, and rashly touching on such an important energy as magic power could likely disrupt the situation that they had painstakingly managed to create. But magic power was too important. It concerned the geometric civilization's potential to ascend to a cosmic-level civilization. What was key was that Moni had already discovered a method to derive this substance. If they managed to bring this portion of magic power back, they could continuously acquire this energy. Didn't the interstellar governor mention he wanted to obtain more of element number 7 through trade? Maybe we can directly propose an exchange. Yida, a researcher in dimension and temporal studies, excitedly proposed, but was met with ridicule. The leaders thought the idea was absurd, as strategic resources such as this would not be easily relinquished by any civilization. This was not just futile, but could also expose their desire for magic power. Once the Magic Empire was on alert, the difficulty of smuggling out magic power would skyrocket. Ida, however, did not think so. If magic power was truly that important, then the parties wouldn't have allowed Moni to participate in the experiment. Believing that magic power as an energy was of a confidential level and not something to barter with was nothing more than their low-dimensional civilization, cherishing a delusion. After considering for a long time, the Supreme Leader finally decided to first have Moni indirectly propose trading element number 7 for magic power. If a strict refusal left no room for negotiation, they would then consider other means. Even though they knew that the probability of the interstellar governor agreeing was very slim, this could also serve as a chance to gauge the Magic Empire's attitude toward magic power, thereby preparing for any potential consequences of their smuggling operation being discovered. While Moni and the leaders of their home world were secretly discussing how to acquire magic power in a new world on a continent intentionally left empty, Lin was inspecting the outcomes developed over the past decade. Since the 500,000 atomic-level detectors placed by the geometric civilization on this planet had been reverse-controlled by him, and their entry into the Sea of Quana also made it impossible for extranetary detectors to capture any movements here, Vittorio and the others could safely conduct various researches here. What the geometric aliens could see depended entirely on his control. In these tensome years, their efforts were not in vain. They had disassembled every technological artifact left by the geometric aliens on this planet, and were focusing on improving and researching battleships and reorganizing the knowledge systems they had known before. It must be said, ever since Lin arrived in Wizardland, magic studies had leapfrogged in an extremely short period, thanks to the wizards' capable brains and strong learning abilities that allowed them to embrace this transformation. Now, there's finally time to thoroughly consolidate and organize it. While engaged in research, several legendary councilmen did not neglect the most important matter: enhancement of their strength. Anthony, Raphael, and others had already advanced from 7th ring wizards to 8th ring, and previously. Advanced Vittorio and Aurora were on the verge of another breakthrough. Herav had even become the first to advance to a 9th ring legendary wizard. Though he had just broken through recently, and his accumulations were very limited, it also meant he had the potential to further his powers. This gave Vittorio somewhat of a regret. He had been the first to achieve a legendary breakthrough. Yet now Herav had overtaken him. Unlike Ilera monopolizing one unique method and persecuting other competitors, Lin was genuinely happy about Herav's advancement. There's an abundance of resources in the universe, and the dangers it presents are too vast for a single star god to handle. Even if one breaks through, they're still on the same battlefront, unlikely to oppose each other over faith as the gods in the main world do, fighting desperately to the death. And about that god status, although it sounds grand, it's essentially akin to stellar-level combat power. According to the geometric civilization, high-dimensional life forms like these are quite rare in the universe. If it hadn't been the main god facing the geometric civilization fleet at that time, but him instead, he might now have been captured for research. However, Lin isn't too concerned about this godly identity. For Herav, who had been so excited he hadn't rested for months, he kept discussing advancement plans with the councilman. With Lin's successful case paving the way, Herav was naturally confident. In addition to this life planet he was on, the geometric civilization compensated 2 other planets, sufficient to be chips for advancement. Lin shook his head, throwing cold water on the excited Herav. The brows of the gathered councilmen immediately furrowed. Ilera had obtained Diana's divinity, but they remembered Lin didn't have such a thing when he made his breakthrough. Lin sensed their confusion and shrugged, explaining, "My divinity is based on the unique artificial intelligence of the secret magic society, with a magic net system tracing back to it." Both he and Ilera managed to complete the godhood ceremony in a very short time, because they got hold of this key component first. Ilera thereby inherited Diana's divine position, becoming the moon goddess, and as for himself, maybe it was due to the massive data stored in the artificial intelligence based on calculations and formulas, he directly obtained the Olympic mathematics divine position. Before Herav could grow anxious, Lin spoke again, indicating that he already had some ideas on crafting divinity. He was considering using element number 7 as the core in combination with quantum computer technology to craft one. Chapter 766, 643, Bringing the Entire Geometric Civilization Under Our Control. Chapter 766, Chapter 643, Bringing the Entire Geometric Civilization Under Our Control. Herav's eyes lit up when he heard that Lin had a way to forge a divine power, and he hurriedly asked, "About 70%. Lin replied, not daring to speak too definitively. Although he had a concrete idea in mind, it still required a trial to know for sure. People like Anthony, Vittorio, and Aurora were also very concerned about this. After over a decade of accumulation, they were not far from breaking through to become 9-ring legendary wizards. If Herav could successfully complete the ascension ceremony, then the next one might well be themselves. Just as the council members were preparing to ask for more details, they were interrupted by an incoming electromagnetic transmission. It was an urgent communication from Sanchez, who was responsible for monitoring the geometric aliens. The content was simple. Moni, the manager who had just finished communicating with her mother world, requested a meeting with Lin, the interstellar governor of the Magic Empire, claiming to have a very important matter to discuss. Vittorio asked, arching an eyebrow. Despite over 10 years during which these geometric aliens had behaved quite compliantly, Vittorio hadn't let down his guard. Lin smiled and answered, "The geometric civilization is intending to trade for a portion of magic power substances using element number 7. Moni would certainly not be foolish enough to be so straightforward with Raphael, but the entire planet was Lin's divine domain. In other words, this negotiation was taking place within his own body, allowing Lin to see the communications between Moni and the geometric civilization directly. As for the geometric civilization's advanced information protection technology that only protected against technology, not magic. Or, to put it more specifically, in their understanding, magic power was just a form of energy. To them, the Magic Empire had the technology to utilize this special energy source, much like producing and using electricity, never considering that he was, in fact, the electricity itself. They sure have big plans, Harov chuckled disdainfully. Anthony and others were somewhat worried. They had previously disagreed with Lin's decision to involve these geometric aliens in the planetary pasture plan because it would inevitably leak information about magic power. Even if they needed the geometric civilization's technology, they could have used other methods to forcefully demand or requisition some technological devices, without having to risk exposing the magic power. However, since it had already happened, they didn't think it was appropriate to blame Lin for being too lax in vigilance and pondered how to refuse in such a way that would dissuade the other party from their impractical idea. Raphael even proposed confining Moni and the other geometric aliens to prevent them from covertly coveting the magic power. However, Lin's response was unexpected by everyone. Of course, we should give it to them. Since the geometric civilization desires a trade, why shouldn't we agree? Lin said it quite nonchalantly. Despite the geometric civilization's offer of 500 tons of element number 7, which was not only for the construction of planetary pastures, but also for the crafting of divine power, it simply wasn't enough. That's why he had specifically proposed the trade. Besides magic power, the council probably didn't have anything else the other side wanted. Harov's eyes bulged as he couldn't help but reproachfully speak out. Aurora, Anthony, Sanchez, and others were also shocked. They simply couldn't understand Lin's thought process, willingly giving away the council's trump card and reliance. This was simply madness. Vittorio was relatively calm, realizing that trading magic power wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision by Lin, but a long-term strategy. But Vittorio couldn't understand why Lin would want to do such a thing, at least not immediately. Vittorio paused, and Harov and others furrowed their brows in thought for a bit before Anthony took the lead to explain. Magic power is a special energy source from another universe that can be influenced by spiritual power, manipulating various fundamental particles in the universe, and even affecting space-time. Anthony concisely recounted all of the council's research findings about the characteristics of magic power. Answering Lin's question wasn't easy. From the perspective of magic studies, explaining what something is requires summarizing all of its origins, components, production methods, and other fundamental features. For example, water. You could vaguely describe it as the source of life, a colorless, tasteless, transparent liquid, or you could say it's an inorganic substance composed of hydrogen and oxygen. But these are the most superficial aspects. To delve deeper, you'd have to explain what basic particles constitute hydrogen and oxygen, why the chemical equation is H2O rather than some other ratio, and why these two elements form water. For more profound matters, one must resort to cosmic laws, and magic power, according to their suppositions, might also be one of the fundamental particles at the most microscopic level, involving higher dimensions, and that's why it can exist in various forms. The geometric civilization's research and use of magic power equated to researching and utilizing his own strength. Lin could even control the outcomes of their research to a certain extent. You mean to leverage the geometric civilization's research and utilization of magic power to, in turn, influence and control them? Harov instantly understood Lin's intent, but still felt it was unreliable. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous plan, with a risk of losing control if not careful. If the geometric civilization's technological level exceeded expectations and completely unraveled the secrets of magic power, that would spell disaster. Lin was quite aware of Harov and the others' concerns. In fact, they echoed his own, which is why he had previously allowed Moni and others to stay, tacitly permitting them to research magic power and repeatedly communicate with the mother world. Aiming to confirm whether the geometric civilization had the capability. Compared to the risks they had to take, the benefits were even greater. If handled well, they might be able to bring the entire geometric civilization under control in one fell swoop. Chapter 767, 644. The Method to Break Through the Black Hole Blockade. Chapter 767, Chapter 644. The Method to Break Through the Black Hole Blockade under Lin's explanation. All the counselors present began to ponder the pros and cons, and they were also shocked by Lin's wildly imaginative suggestion. The geometric beings wanted to achieve energy ascension and free themselves from physical constraints. This was something they were clearly aware of, and it had been mentioned in multiple communications with Moni and the homeworld. If the other party were to base this on magic power, it would be tantamount to handing Lin control over life and death. Moreover, if the Council could replicate the technology the others used for energy transformation and harness it, transforming tens of millions of citizens of the Eternal Star. At this thought, Herav shivered involuntarily. He simply couldn't imagine how terrifying a civilization composed entirely of legends would be. Aurora, Anthony, and others clearly thought of this as well. And as Lin had said, it was indeed a decision with both risks and benefits involved. On the other hand, Vittorio still had some reservations. He felt there was no need to take such risks. If they maintained the status quo, in 30 to 50 years they would certainly surpass the geometric civilization, or at least achieve the capability to confront them head-on. It wouldn't be too late to embark on this plan then. After developing dimension magic that could manipulate the flow of time, time was on their side. The longer the delay, the more advantageous it was for the Council. However, Lin shook his head, dispelling Vittorio's illusion with his words. Though the invasion from the main world had been repelled with the help of the geometric civilization's power, and the open space-time gate was blocked by the black hole, Lin was very clear that all of this was temporary. With just a little more time, Lin was certain he could replicate the geometric civilization's artificial black hole technology. If even he could do such a thing, then the more powerful god of creation was unlikely to be fooled and would surely find a solution. Moreover, it's not like the geometric civilization won the last war outright. Instead, they seized a rare opportunity to ambush the other god while he was stuck between worlds, rendering him unable to escape, and thus they temporarily drove him back. Should the other gods of the main world invade again, whether they could cope was one thing. More importantly, the previous lies could likely be exposed, and they might have to face a pincer attack from both sides. Getting beaten passively was not Lin's style. He preferred to take the offensive and eliminate threats in advance. If that's the case, then we'll have to do as you suggest. Vittorio no longer opposed, realizing he had indeed overlooked the threat from another universe. One could only say that things have been too quiet from that side recently. But ultimately, it was because they had completely lost their means of receiving news from the main world after abandoning their divine domain. The quieter it was, the more likely a greater threat was brewing. After reaching a consensus on action with everyone, Lin prepared to meet with Moni. Although he had decided to agree to the trade, he couldn't be so casual in negotiations. He had to give the other party a hard time before even considering agreement, so as not to arouse the geometric civilization's suspicions. Thanks to eavesdropping on Moni's negotiations with the disc leaders, Lin knew their bottom line was a 1,000-to-1 exchange ratio, and it seemed this bottom line might still go lower. In the endless void within the Temple of All Gods, over 100 deities had been waiting here for several months. The three supreme gods had even joined forces, vainly attempting to blast open the black hole blocking the previously created space-time gate. Watching the space-time vortex in the void settle once more into tranquility, the god of life and creation silently shook his head, marking, "This is the fourth failed attempt this month." While the gods waiting in the Temple of All Gods did not say much, they also each harbored their own careful thoughts. It was the first time they had seen the supreme gods unable to resolve an issue. The complexion of the supreme god Morags was particularly unsightly. With their power, dealing with a small black hole wouldn't be difficult if they could act in full force, but unfortunately, they simply could not descend in their true forms into the great universe. With only a fraction of their power extended, it was very difficult to counter the horrifying gravitational pull of the black hole. Even the open space-time wormhole itself was inevitably affected, shrinking to 2/3 of its size compared to before, and was expected to disappear completely in half a year. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. This was why Morags was eager to break through the blockade, making multiple attempts within a month. Another supreme god suggested thoughtfully. Their original plan was to join forces and dispose of the black hole on the other side, then expand the space-time gate further. After all, it was a space-time passage they had finally established. Losing the coordinates of Azeroth, they would find it difficult to enter the other world from a different location in the short term. Unfortunately, the attempts over the past few months had clearly failed. Fortuitously, their efforts during this time were not entirely in vain. At the very least, they had obtained crucial intelligence about the strength and scope of the immense gravity source. If directly destroying the massive gravity source was hard to achieve, then they should consider a way to escape its grasp. Such an execution would be much less difficult, and the combined efforts of the three of them should be enough to allow one god to safely pass through the coverage of the gravity source, thereby opening a space-time gate in a safer location. The only problem was that the fleet of wizards might still be guarding the other side of the space-time gate. Even with a successful breach of the gravity source's grasp, it would still be very dangerous. Remember, they were fully prepared the last time, sending 6 deities simultaneously, and yet they suffered a complete defeat, with the mighty god Harrow unable to escape. No one wanted to be the cannon fodder. Supreme God Morags, surveying the hesitant, fearful deities assembled in the Temple of All Gods, felt somewhat disappointed. He was about to directly appoint someone when the god of life and creation suddenly stepped forward, and amidst the astonished eyes of the gods, he spoke up. "Let me do it." Supreme God Morags looked at the god of life and creation with approval, for it was much better to have someone volunteer than for them to force someone. Considering the god of life and creation was not a deity known for combat, Morags handed over a supreme god artifact to him. It was just a pity that the space god had already fallen. Otherwise, he would be the most secure choice for the task. Chapter 768, 645. Even if this pie is poisoned, we must force ourselves to eat it. Chapter 768, Chapter 645. Even if this pie is poisoned, we must force ourselves to eat it. The negotiation with Moni and the others lasted a whole half a month before it finally concluded. With the full cooperation of the speakers, they precisely grasped the desperation of the geometrical civilization to obtain magic power and reached an agreement to exchange 1,000 tons of Element 7 for 10 kilograms of magic power in the initial phase. That's right, just 10 kilograms of magic power. Although magic power is a type of energy, it also has mass, albeit incredibly light mass, that is only observable during a state transformation. Because energy is basically just a quantity of matter, a more microscopic form of matter, which is why mass and energy can be converted into each other. They essentially are no different. For instance, 1 kilogram of electricity, using the mass-energy equation, can be easily calculated to be about 25 billion degrees, which can allow an interstellar spaceship to travel for about an hour. After the negotiation was firmly settled, Moni even doubted whether he was dreaming, as the interstellar governor actually agreed to the request to exchange Element 7 for magic power. Despite the negotiation process being extremely tough, the final result exceeded the bottom line by 100-fold, but Moni was still immensely satisfied. This meant that he didn't need to risk being eliminated while smuggling magic power, not to mention that it could even trigger a war between the two civilizations. Having obtained Lin's permission, Moni couldn't wait to send the good news back to his homeworld. The leaders of the Disk were utterly hopeless about the success of the trade, and were currently discussing how to smuggle out the magic power during the next repayment delivery, only to suddenly find out that the other party had actually agreed to exchange Element 7 for magic power, which left them so shocked they were at a loss for words. Moni hastily took credit, claiming it was his exceedingly skillful negotiation tactics that convinced the interstellar governor to agree. However, this also represents a sad reality. The Magic Empire placed great importance on magic power, this special source of energy, but not as much as they had thought, keeping it as generally confidential, not top-secret, strategic material. Otherwise, a decision of this magnitude could not have possibly been made by an interstellar governor alone. Moreover, the Magic Empire was very interested in Element 7. Considering the other party's control over the ability to manipulate the flow of time, Moni even suspected that their research into Element 7 had reached very deep levels, possibly even surpassing the geometrical civilization. Such a huge gap made the leaders of the disk feel desperate. At the same time, some of the geometric aliens questioned the decision, stating that even if magic power wasn't classified as top-secret energy for the Magic Empire, it was still odd to trade it so readily. Because once they could master and utilize such energy, the geometrical civilization would inevitably experience a technological explosion within just a few decades. From their encounters and understanding, even though the Magic Empire claimed to be a high moral civilization, they didn't seem to be the type of truly selfless civilization willing to help more primitive civilizations or even share some basic technologies. One of the leaders, shaped like an ellipse, speculated, "Don't you find it odd? Why would the Magic Empire suddenly appear in that star domain, so close to the geometrical civilization? According to the intelligence we've gathered, the planets in that star domain haven't been developed at all." So he suspected that the Magic Empire had only recently arrived at that star system, and it was highly likely that their detectors had reached there and discovered an exploratory fleet that had crashed in the star system. Inside, they found remnants of the seventh element, and after some research, they became very interested in this new element. Therefore, they sent out a signal to lure them into receiving it, intending to obtain it through war. However, in that minor war, they defeated the opponent's high-dimensional war weapons with their cutting-edge technology based on the seventh element, artificial black holes, which made the Magic Empire cautious. Moreover, their nearly humble attitude completely deprived the other party of any excuse to wage war, leading to the agreement to the transaction request. This leader's wildly imaginative speculation quickly gained affirmation from many of his peers, but there were not a few opposing geometers, as the speculation was riddled with holes. If the Magic Empire didn't care much about the incredible energy source known as magic power, then why would they be so interested in the seventh element? Could it be that the potential of the seventh element is more terrifying than that of magic power? And if they wanted to obtain the seventh element, they could have simply offered other technologies in exchange. This had been their initial assumption about the Magic Empire's strategy in the transaction. There were simply too many unexplainable aspects. We can't measure the thought processes of an energy life form with the thinking of geometric civilization. The oval-shaped leader insisted that a speculation had to be correct. Their opponent's thought process might just work like that. Colorful electromagnetic waves flashed continuously in the council chamber, but the supreme leader wasn't swayed by these disputes and maintained the original decision to complete the transaction. The supreme leader declared decisively, since the transaction was set, there was no possibility of backing out. Otherwise, they would most likely anger the other party. Moreover, magic power likely concerned the advancement of a cosmic-level civilization. Even if it was a poison pie, they would have to force themselves to eat it. Elsewhere, in the temporary residence, Herav and others were anxiously awaiting a reply from the geometric civilization. Although they had agreed on a deal with Moni, the final decision was still in the hands of the decision-makers of the geometric civilization. What's the situation now? Vittorio looked toward Lynn, feeling that by now the discussion should be nearly over. Ever since his first meeting with the geometric civilization, Lynn had been creating the false impression that the Magic Empire was extremely powerful, and he had reinforced this perception numerous times. By now, the other side should have no doubts about it. After all, they had used genuine bait and displayed real technology, which was enough to keep the other side fooled. If this goes smoothly, There's no need to continue expanding the Star Ranch for the time being. The geometric civilization should be able to help us accomplish this. As for what comes next in the manufacturing of godhood, Lin was speaking when his smile suddenly paused, and his expression became much more grave. He had received a message from Eternal Star. There was a problem with the black hole they had been monitoring. Chapter 769, 646, Battle of the Gods on the Periphery of the Black Hole. Chapter 769, Chapter 646, Battle of the Gods on the Periphery of the Black Hole. Not only Lin received the quantum communication, but Herav, Vittorio, and others were also aware of this critical intelligence at the same moment. They had not expected Lin's concerns to materialize so swiftly. Aurora suggested, although the power of the Council had strengthened considerably compared to before, and Lin had once again achieved a breakthrough, trying to contend against the gods of the main world alone was still a pipe dream. The only chance of victory was to pull the geometric civilization into the fray. However, a suitable reason was needed, such as a rebellion within the Empire, to seek their help. No, it would be best not to involve the geometric civilization in this matter. Lin shook his head, rejecting Aurora's suggestion. They had just proposed an agreement to exchange magic power for element number 7, which had already aroused suspicion. Now to say that there was trouble within the magic empire, and even needing the help of a lower civilization to overcome the crisis, could easily stir up ill intentions from the other side. Things might not be as bad yet. The report suggests that the black hole hasn't disappeared. This may just be a trial or a probing assault, Lin reassured. The wizard who had been monitoring the black hole reported several anomalies related to the space-time gate. Under the influence of the black hole, the gate's size kept shrinking, yet there were instances where it suddenly expanded, and strange matter was seen bursting forth from it. Lin speculated it might be the gods from the main world experimenting on how to destroy or break through the black hole's gravitational pull, and this time they had received a communication that was more urgent, clearly not a typical situation, and it was very necessary to go and see for themselves. After some discussion, Raphael stayed behind to liaise with the geometric civilization and handle the ensuing material exchanges, while the rest passed through the wormhole immediately to provide support. The distance between the places was vast, about 50 light years, and even at twice the speed of light, it would take a whole 25 years. Fortunately, they had placed a detector in the battlefield earlier, which allowed them to use it as coordinates to open the wormhole. The transfer took less than 10 minutes in total. In contrast, traveling from the detector's location to just outside the Schwarzschild radius of the black hole took a full day and night. Dozens of the Council's warships had already been waiting there, forming a semicircle around it. However, to say it was surrounded seemed somewhat laughable, for under the immense, encompassing area of the black hole, the warships appeared as tiny as drifting dust particles. Lin stepped into the temporary command center, cutting straight to the chase without any nonsense. It had been nearly 30 hours since they had received the report, and it was quite beyond Lin's expectations that the fleet station for defense hadn't been completely destroyed yet. It's hard to say. The High Wizard, hesitant at first, hurriedly recounted the developments. After continuously swallowing 6 gods and dozens of Galaxy-class warships fueled by antimatter, the event horizon of the black hole had expanded several times compared to the start, the edge even reaching and enveloping the space-time gate. Due to the intense gravitational pull of the black hole, not even light could escape, so it was impossible to see what was going on inside. However, that didn't mean they had no way to obtain information. Based on Lin's dimensional theories, they could directly deduce the occurrences inside by observing changes in the black hole's gravitational waves. The black hole was like a gigantic sphere placed on elastic fabric, causing a deep indentation of the surrounding space-time. Meanwhile, the space-time gate at the periphery was like placing a smaller sphere on the already indented edge of the elastic fabric, making the space-time indentation in that area even more pronounced. Additionally, the two gravity sources also influenced each other. For instance, They observed that the energy maintaining the space-time gate was continuously being pulled into the black hole, and its size was slowly shrinking. Previous reports were due to sudden detections of increased gravitational strength at the space-time gate, suspecting the gods on the other side were up to something. However, now the situation was even stranger. Inside the black hole's event horizon, a third gravity source had appeared and was slowly moving out of the black hole's event horizon. This object isn't moving fast, and when we detected it, several hours had already passed since the event. According to the speed calculation, it should leave the black hole's event horizon in about a day, the High Wizard reported. Lin pondered for a while and immediately guessed that it must be a god crossing the boundaries. A god exerting full force could generate extremely strong space-time forces, enough to cause very noticeable ripples at the edges. It was just unknown which gods had come. Most crucially, the battle couldn't last too long. It was best not to escalate the situation too much, lest it attract the attention of the geometric civilization. On the other hand, the god of life and creation, burdened with a significant task, was drifting at the edge of the black hole's event horizon. This place was pitch black, even deeper than the boundless void, where time and space seemed to lose their meanings, with no concepts of up, down, left, or right. However, moving in the direction opposite to the gravitational vortex's pull was always the right choice. When he first entered this realm, underestimating the strength of the black hole's gravity almost resulted in his direct absorption into it. Fortunately, the dominant artifact given to him by Morags played a crucial role at the critical moment, creating a reverse gravity field around him, greatly reducing the black hole's gravitational vortex's impact, thus avoiding a premature demise. He didn't know how long he had been flying. It could have been a day, a week, or half a month, but finally, light appeared ahead. It was light captured from the outside world by the black hole. That also meant he was about to leave this damned place. However, the god of life and creation didn't feel relieved because he knew now was the most dangerous time. About several hours later, the god of life and creation completely exited the encompassing range of the black hole's event horizon, and what met his eyes was a resplendent sea of light, formed by matter absorbed and heated by the black hole, vast and conspicuous. In the midst of that ring of light stood a figure, very blurred under the bright halo, but emanating a strong, oppressive aura. Lin was somewhat surprised that the only deity to have stepped into the grand cosmos was one who had previously been defeated by him. He was also aware that since the foe dared to enter this universe, they must be relying on something formidable and probably wouldn't be easy to handle. He immediately raised the clustered element number 7 in his hand and said coldly, Chapter 770, 647. My name is Og, the Shepherd of Life, the God of Creation. Chapter 770, Chapter 647. My name is Og, the Shepherd of Life, the God of Creation. The moment Lin's words fell, the seventh element gathered in the palm expanded hundreds of millions of times in an instant, engulfing everything around. The previous uses of low-dimensional expansion all took place inside planets, utilizing the planet's own gravity and magnetic field to form a protective shield, but this time was slightly different. It was in the vast expanse of space, relying solely on a thin layer of the seventh element as a shield, with the vast sea of quanta beyond. Choosing the battlefield here was naturally to avoid the surveillance of the geometric civilization. The god of life and creation stared at Lin in front of him, feeling somewhat surprised. During the last battle, he could sense that the opponent's power was similar to his own, both being of middle divine power. But now, the oppressive feeling was much stronger than most of the gods he had seen, almost on par with the great god Harry. However, he too came prepared. At the same moment, Lin unfolded the seventh element. The god of life and creation also brought out the main divine artifact given by the chief god Morags. It was an eye. It was the size of a human head, with a dark golden hue and blood-red vessels sprawling around the pupil, looking very fierce and terrifying. Rather than calling it a divine artifact, It's more like a part of the body of the chief god Morags. Yet, separated by a universe, their connection had become very weak. In a vacuum of space where sound cannot travel, Og's words seemed to penetrate the barrier of distance and resonated directly in Lin's mind. Under the power of life and creation, the human-sized eye began to expand rapidly, quickly exceeding 100 meters. Wisps of pure white feathers drifted down from the void, finally coalescing into a pair of colossal wings. And hidden beneath the white wings was a mass formed by countless eyes packed together. Og was indeed using the creation divine position to stimulate the power of this divine artifact. As Lin shifted the battlefield to the sea of quanta, the white wings suddenly spread open, and tens of thousands of terrifying rays of destruction bombarded down, covering almost the entire space engulfed by the seventh element, leaving no possibility for evasion. Even Lin couldn't help feeling his skin crawl. If he were hit by these rays of destruction, he too might face the danger of perishing. In a moment of thought, a large amount of basic particles imperceptible to the naked eye aligned in front of Lin under the influence of a certain force, forming a protective layer about a millimeter in diameter. In front was the neutron shield. Neutrons, being among the hardest substances in the universe with a strength 1 billion times that of steel, were firmly locked together under the influence of the strong nuclear force, forming a wall as steadfast as a fortress. Most crucially, their nearly perfectly smooth surface could reflect light rays back effectively. But the light of collapse was not merely electromagnetic waves. Even the sturdiest of walls would crumble layer by layer in the presence of tens of thousands of such beams. The neutrons hit by the light could not withstand the tremendous energy, shattering into even smaller quarks. Not just that, the beams of collapse that struck elsewhere pierced through the shielding made of the seventh element, instantly creating a gaping hole, and the raging quantum tides surged forthright. This was one of the most fundamental forces in the universe. Even uncontrolled, it could erase a legend from the world in a flash. Even gods found it difficult to stand their ground here for long. Fortunately, out of those hundreds of thousands of beams of collapse, not all were aimed at Lin. After passing through the neutron shield, their energy had faded to less than 1%, no longer posing any significant threat. Such a terrifying force, Lin muttered to himself, his expression becoming extremely grave. He was referring both to the quantum tides and the just-witnessed beams of collapse, surely beyond the reach of a lesser divine power, most likely originating from a chief god's might. As one wave of destruction concluded, the polymer, without the slightest delay and braving the wash of the quantum tides, raced towards Lin. Its size expanded even further, and its wingspan grew to exceed 1 kilometer in diameter, its speed approaching that of light. The speed of light, the limit in a three-dimensional universe, was not so impressive in higher dimensions. In the moment before the polymer reached him, Lin's body flickered, vanishing just as the speeding wings passed through his last position and reappearing tens of thousands of kilometers away. This was the dimensional leap, copied from the primary vessel of the geometric aliens. This technology could instantaneously transport a battleship the size of a city, albeit with downsides such as excessive energy loss, distance limitations, and lack of precision in positioning. Lin's mastery and understanding of dimensions exceeded that of the geometric civilization, thus granting him the freedom to precisely control his teleportation. However, even so, it cannot be used frequently. That's because a safe coordinate must first be confirmed, taking 1 second before a dimensional leap. And in a battle between gods fought at light speed and measured in milliseconds, even a single second's vulnerability could prove fatal. However, his initial use certainly caught the god of life and creation off guard. Though he detected the spatial temporal ripple, Lin had already reappeared behind him, within a mere 1,000 kilometers, before any intervention. After the first exchange, Lin had realized that the peculiar polymer was likely linked to a chief god and not something he could handle easily. Thus, he preferred to deal with its controller first. Clearly sensing Lin's intent to kill, Og knew well there was no chance of victory alone. Without any hesitation or thought of resistance, his body split open, dividing into hundreds of parts, scattering in all directions. At that moment, Lin had drawn upon the subatomic particles from a sea of quanta, and a light more blinding than solar flares ignited in the void of higher-dimensional space, obliterating nearly 99% of the split entities in a single stroke. However, the few remaining split bodies divided once more, fleeing deeper into the sea of quanta. The god of life and creation might have had no forte in battle, but his will to survive was formidable. Among the gods, he was one of the most difficult to kill until his divine power was utterly exhausted. 1 seconds, the polymer, composed of countless eyes, had already charged back into the fray. Chapter 771, 648, The Fickle God of Life and Creation. Pure white feathers cascaded continuously from the sky, dazzling and beautiful, yet they exuded a thick murderous intent. Lin dared not let these seemingly holy feathers get close to his body, much less show any negligence. Clasping his hand lightly, massive divine power was transformed into neutrons and positrons. Then, a brilliant beam of light shot out from the palm of his hand, instantly piercing through the colossal body of the polymer. This was the antimatter sword. Ever since this powerful divine art was developed, it had become Lin's first choice in siege warfare. Although his power had increased greatly, and he no longer considered it a last resort, it could still serve as a formidable offensive divine art. The moment the sword, with neutrons as its core and positrons as its blade, penetrated the godly body of the polymer, its might was revealed. The exterior magnetic field, constraining the energy, disappeared in an instant, and the energy resulting from the annihilation of matter and antimatter began to explode from within. The massive body of the polymer expanded once more, but this time it was forced. Each blood eye, forcibly glued together by divine power, burst open under the impact of the energy unleashed by the matter and antimatter annihilation. After one slash, nearly a third of the vast polymer's body was devastated. However, such severe damage did not cause much impact. It only slightly hindered the opponent's pace, and the destroyed part of the body was rapidly regenerating. It seemed necessary to destroy the core that served as the foundation of its power. Lin thought to himself, the god of life and creation had just shown him that thing. It was an eyeball the size of a human head. He just didn't know where it was hidden in the body. Even if he knew, ensuring a hit on a human head-sized object, still in rapid motion on a cosmic scale, with the greatest force, was by no means an easy task. He would have to rely on a super wide-range attack to destroy it in one go. Lin immediately made a decision. It seemed he could only try that. Complex thoughts flashed through his mind. Still in the midst of battle, Lin didn't dare to be too distracted and used a neutron shield to block the incoming destruction light once again. Then, 8 magic incarnations appeared at Lin's side, 4 of which took action immediately, attempting to bind the movements of the polymer with an electromagnetic field. In the high-dimensional space of the great universe where the sea of quanta was located, there was an abundant number of electrons. Under the control of electromagnetic divinity, it didn't take long to form an electromagnetic cage around the polymer. The other 4 incarnations acted at the same time, firing over 100 neutron cannons, each about a millimeter in diameter, at the polymer at sublight speed. At this moment, the polymer, constructed of countless eyes, was trapped within the electromagnetic cage, and the invisible magnetic field, like threads, bound it tightly. But as the damaged body healed completely, such a restraint weakened. The polymer suddenly spread its wings, and the surrounding space rippled like waves. The magnetic field's restraint was broken in an instant, and those speeding neutron cannons were deflected. The polymer did not pause for a moment. It had already sensed an intense crisis. Lin's true body was also gathering a neutron cluster, even larger than the combined volume of those 100 neutron cannons by over 1,000 times. Its power was imaginable. The polymer naturally wouldn't just stand by and let Lin slowly perform his divine arts. Its wings spread out once more, and the surrounding space showed obvious distortion. 2 seconds. The 8 magic power incarnations blocked its path at the same time, but these incarnations with only a layer of the body's power could not play a significant role, and they were instantly destroyed by the flashing destruction light. However, by the time a round of destruction light eliminated these magic power incarnations, Lin had already disappeared from the original spot, leaving only a small ball about 10 centimeters in diameter in the endless void. In the polymer's numerous, hideous blood pupils, hundreds of thousands of lines of destruction light lit up once again, intending to obliterate it directly. The massive amount of destruction light beams all hit their target without exception, yet the threat was not eliminated but even more strong than before. Because the destruction light was actually not that precise, many were even fired in other directions to block the entire space, but at this moment, they hit the target accurately, or rather, they were sucked in. The small ball about 10 centimeters in diameter had collapsed before the attack arrived, turning into a singularity and began frantically absorbing all matter and energy from its surroundings. Clearly, this was a micro black hole. Because it isn't easy to capture a sufficient amount of matter in the sea of quanta, the mass forming the black hole core was directly converted from magic power, consuming nearly half of Lin's divine power in the process. As for the neutron cannons fired earlier, they were just a diversion, intended to make the opponent think his attack method was long-range projection. But in fact, it was to lure the opponent into advancing on their own. This tactic was undoubtedly successful. Although the polymer quickly realized something was wrong, it was already within the Schwarzschild radius of the micro black hole, even less than a kilometer from the core. That grand and sacred wing was torn to shreds by the strong gravity, and the piled, blood-colored eyes on the periphery were being forcefully peeled off. Even the surrounding quantum tides couldn't avoid being drawn into the black hole, pouring into the singularity like a vortex. 1 millisecond after the collapse began, Lin's true body appeared 30,000 kilometers away. Just now, he had used dimensional jump to escape that area before the black hole was fully formed. As he watched the polymer being torn apart and swept into the black hole, Lin did not relax his vigilance. He quickly noticed that a peculiar material was defying the current and racing out of the quantum tide, flowing into the black hole, which would have been difficult to detect if not for the very obvious ripples it caused in space-time. Such a pity. Lin sighed with some regret, though he was not particularly surprised. After all, this micro-black hole was just an experimental product with very limited mass. Moreover, the opponent had already demonstrated the ability to overcome the attraction of a black hole. Lucky for him, abandoning such a huge energy body naturally also meant significant loss. The blood pupil that escaped the black hole's capture range had become extremely dim, since he hadn't managed to resolve it with a single strike. Then it was time for another follow-up. Lin stretched out his hand, and strong electromagnetic force began to concentrate in his palm. "Please stop, great deity from another world. I think we should have a serious talk," said a voice that abruptly rang in Lin's mind. The god of life and creation, Og, had reached out to the main divine utensil first. Chapter 772, 649. Chapter 772, 649. Og, who had taken the lead in seizing the main artifact, did not cause Lin to halt his actions. Electrons wandering within the sea of quanta were all summoned into action. The brief exchange of blows a moment ago had allowed him to probe the limits of the polymer's strength. It was powerful, for sure, but not unbeatable. The powerful electromagnetic field that permeated the entire area left the god of life and creation no longer calm and composed, and he hastily spoke up again. As the sound of his voice faded, the god of life and creation opened his right hand to reveal the pupil-shaped artifact, now shattered into fragments. And without waiting for Lin to ask, Og took the initiative to explain. This artifact belongs to the god Morags, containing his divine will. Og spoke with a mixture of truth and falsehood. Naturally, The god Morags would not outright say he was watching his own, but indeed Og suspected that the other party had tampered with this main artifact. That's why he didn't reveal his true intentions upon first meeting. Otherwise, he might have been killed by the artifact that was supposed to protect him. Yet Lin was relentless, seemingly deaf to the words of the god of life and creation. In just a few seconds, a more robust electromagnetic cage manifested, trapping the latter within. Og's complexion turned ugly as he clenched his teeth and continued, "I possess a great deal of intelligence about the main world." Og rushed through his speech as the electromagnetic cage tightened, shrinking to a diameter of just 10 meters. Seeing that Lin completely ignored him, Og felt a mix of shock and anger. He hesitated for a moment about whether to resist, but eventually he held back, knowing well that he stood no chance. Lin did not intend to kill him. Only when the god of life and creation made no move to resist throughout the process did Lin believe that the so-called main artifact must have been destroyed. However, Lin still did not intend to communicate with Og, deciding to leave him hanging for a while before considering his words more slowly. He now had more troubling matters to deal with. Turning his head to survey his surroundings, Lin saw that the protective shield forged by the seventh element on the exterior had suffered severe damage. The gap created by the blinding light of destruction had been made significantly larger due to the impact of the quantum tides, and the aftershock of the battle had unavoidably affected it as well. By the time Lin returned to the macrocosm and retracted all of the seventh element, he discovered its mass had decreased by a third compared to before, a substantial loss. Seeing Lin return, Herav and the others who had been anxiously waiting outside all breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lin had moved the battlefield into the Sea of Quanta, they had been unable to intervene and had no idea how the battle was faring. It looks like the battle went smoothly. Vittorio saw that Lin did not seem to be injured, and his tone lightened a bit. Lin nodded, thought for a moment, and then recounted his battle and conversation with Og. The brows of Herav and the others immediately furrowed. This seemed somewhat strange in their view, especially since this god was carrying an artifact given by the main god, presumably with some mission in mind. Anthony hypothesized, the believers of these gods and their domains were all in the main world. A sudden declaration of betrayal seemed highly unbelievable. Thus, it was very possible that this was a trap laid out by the opponent, gaining their trust by destroying a so-called main artifact. Aurora warned, with so many gods in the main world, there are always contradictions over faith, divine power, and territory. Thus, they are unlikely to be united as one. Furthermore, they had shown their power to contend with the main world in the previous battle, so it was normal for opportunists to arise. Let's leave him be for a while, and we'll know more after asking him some questions later. Lin didn't intend to dwell on this issue for too long. He then asked Herav and the others about any actions taken by the geometric civilization in the meantime. Dozens of fleets had been amassed on the periphery of the black hole for days, and with the technology of the geometric civilization, they couldn't possibly be unaware. 1 light years from the galactic center, Herav asked, as they had just decided to use the excuse of a black hole experiment and, regardless of further inquiries, would respond that it was a secret experiment not to be disclosed. That works, Lin nodded, agreeing. The less said, the better. Let the rest be left to their imagination. To avoid another incursion of gods through a space-time wormhole into this universe, the dozens of fleets did not withdraw after the threat was relieved, but instead patrolled the vicinity. Moreover, Lin had stationed a magic-powered avatar there permanently to prevent any unforeseen incidents. On the side of the geometric civilization, they did just as expected. Upon learning that the Magic Empire was conducting experiments near a black hole, they ceased their overt inquiries and intensified their secret surveillance. The compensation of 1,300 tons of the seventh element was also delivered within a week, showing that the geometric civilization's previous claims of limited production were but an empty excuse. Lin, in turn, delivered as promised a 10-kilogram block of magic to Moni, allowing him to briefly open a wormhole on the planet to send the item directly to his homeworld. Meanwhile, researchers of the geometric civilization had already prepared for their preliminary experiments, cutting the block, less than a centimeter in diameter, into thousands of pieces and started the initial research eagerly. They had seen the data Moni sent back, and if the material hadn't been right in front of them, they wouldn't have believed that such a miraculous and almost illogical energy source could really exist. Chapter 773, 650, Magic Power Derivative Experiment and Quantum Data Consciousness. Chapter 773, Chapter 650, Magic Power Derivative Experiment and Quantum Data Consciousness in a Mother World. Within the Biological Transformation and Genetic Engineering Research Lab, a large number of scientific researchers with extremely high accomplishments in biology and energy science were gathered, their gazes fixed on the hundreds of carbon-based life forms contained within the energy barrier. 5 kilograms in mass. Even if converted into pure energy, this was far from sufficient, and it was expected that it would be a long time before they could receive a second batch of magic power support. The leaders of the geometric civilization had paid a heavy price to obtain this substance, surrendering a full 1,000 tons of Element 7, equivalent to 200 years' worth of mining and conversion. Had they not discovered a new mineral source within a conquered galaxy more than a dozen years prior, the leaders would probably not have been willing to be so generous in their spending. It was fortunate that Moni had secretly sent back a large number of research reports obtained from Planet 1700 batches, saving them from many basic experiments. They only needed to continue the research along these lines. What was happening now was naturally the most important magic power derivation experiment, and only by first deciphering the method of magic power creation would they be able to carry out subsequent research. Subjects 09 and 012 are showing limb mutation reactions. Half of their body cells have been eroded by magic power. Subject 027 and 031, with 3 times the magic power infusion, are experiencing severe stress reactions and require emergency treatment. Subject 041 and 052 exhibit abnormally active brainwaves, with basic elements within the protective shield moving in ways that defy the laws of mechanics, suggesting the need for more in-depth testing. Hundreds of experiments were being conducted almost simultaneously, and these carbon-based life forms injected with magic power were quickly experiencing various degrees of change. For example, Subject 047's physical strength had multiplied several-fold from before, even exceeding the limitations of carbon-based life forms. 2 fortunate carbon-based beings that had survived despite being injected with 10 times the magic power even displayed partial energy transformation in their bodies, greatly exciting the geometric aliens. However, the backlash from such direct magic power infusion was also extremely severe, with 90% of the over 100 subjects experiencing damage on the cellular level. Their bodies simply couldn't withstand such massive energy infusion. More than 10 subjects that had received more than 5 times the magic power injection were in life-threatening conditions within just a few atomic fractions. Fortunately, the geometric civilization's biological transformation technology was immensely advanced. What were considered incurable diseases to planetary-level civilizations were easily treatable by the atomic-level biological modification instruments, with all subjects ultimately surviving and undergoing initial biological transformation. Preliminary conclusions can already be drawn, said a spire-shaped researcher, summarizing the data. The information provided by Moni in his report is highly accurate. Magic power can indeed transform carbon-based life forms into energy beings. Additionally, after killing some of the transformed beings, we detected that rather than increasing, the total magic power actually decreased by 1/4. Dimensional and temporal engineer Yida reviewed every experiment report carefully, with atomic-level detection instruments aiding in documenting all internal biological changes. The conclusions reached were quite surprising to him. Yida was utterly perplexed because, according to the information given by Moni, the derivation of magic power should be related to the death of living beings. Could the information be incorrect? Yida did not jump to conclusions. Easily, immediately ordering the use of quantum-level observation instruments to conduct a more detailed examination of the corpses. After some efforts, it turned out, just as he had anticipated, magic power hadn't vanished into thin air, but had instead been converted. The sudden physical mutations and cellular-level transformations exhibited by the subjects all required energy consumption. Of course, if that was all, it wouldn't have escaped their detection. What was more important was that while infiltrating the body cells and providing them with the energy for division, magic power directly mimicked and replaced some of the mutated limb cells, even escaping their cursory examination. The intelligence passed on by Moni indicated that this unique form of energy, magic power, could influence any element. But now they had discovered another, even more astonishing fact, that magic power could also be conveniently converted into other forms of matter. Quick, report this finding upward, Yida said excitedly. Having preliminary research results meant that they could get their hands on more magic power samples. However, before Yida could report, a message came through first. Another laboratory engaged in magic power research had produced a strange creature existing in a soul state and detected a significant amount of magic power reaction from it. Yida quickly glanced over the report and thoughtfully said, "This is somewhat similar to quantumized data consciousness." The so-called quantumized data consciousness was a technological achievement of the geometric civilization, able to upload one's memories to a photonic brain. Developed with the intention of being used in conjunction with energy transformation technology, it could achieve a form of immortality. However, this technology, due to its high complexity and significant internal controversy, had been shelved. Looking at it now, the increase and decrease of magic power might well be connected to the consciousness of intelligent beings. Yida quickly realized this point and urgently requested additional experimental subjects to confirm his hypothesis. After over a month of intensive research on magic power, with unreserved technical support, Yida made another significant breakthrough. He found a method to convert the soul into magic power. What dissatisfied Yida was that the entire conversion process inevitably led to some losses, with an attrition rate of about 25%. According to some energy scientists' speculation, the lost magic power disappeared into the higher dimensions in a quantum state during the conversion into microscopic particles, thus slipping out of their control. This phenomenon had been encountered before when capturing other microscopic particles, but currently, the geometric civilization's research on dimensions was still in the early stages, without the means to intercept it. "It seems we must resort to some of the more primitive methods," Yida said with some resignation. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even the Magic Empire, which was far superior to them in dimensional technology, needed to rely on methods like planet ranching to achieve magic power derivation. So they shouldn't be reaching too high. After all, under the rule of the geometric civilization, there were many star systems to choose from. Allocating 100 or 80 planets as ranches would be a breeze. Chapter 774, 651. Chapter 774, 651. Within the Eternal Star, Lin was observing the research work of the geometric civilization from a distance of hundreds of light years away through magic surveillance. In fact, the sensation was rather peculiar, as if he was watching a part of his own body being manipulated and researched, especially when a group of geometric aliens stood fervently by, pointing and making suggestions. However, the rapid pace of their research had indeed exceeded Lin's expectations. Within a few days, they had figured out the basic properties of magic power, and within a mere month, they had confirmed that the soul was indeed the key factor in deriving magic power, and had found a method for transformation. As for now, the geometric civilization had already started constructing star-planet ranches, with plans to transform 30 planets into pastures for cultivating magic power. Should everything go smoothly, an additional 70 planets were to be modified next. This was also the reason why Lin had not utilized the seventh element to adjust the passage of time and slowly amass strength on a single planet. It was simply too slow. At present, the The geometric civilization was, in essence, working for him, expanding his strength. Of course, while those geometric aliens were conducting experiments, Lin was not idle either, attempting to imprint two concepts onto the minds of these researchers. One, that magic power can be manipulated through a strong magnetic field. Two, that a not insignificant loss will occur when transforming magic power, some of which would enter the sea of quanta. Both concepts were fabrications craftily constructed by Lin, introduced into the geometric aliens' experiments, as he tried to make the other party confirm them as innate properties of magic power. Creating two false properties out of thin air is by no means an easy feat, though scientific research fundamentally combines rigorous logical reasoning and empirical observation, summarizing patterns through a multitude of experiments. Lin, possessing near absolute control over this segment of magic power, could artificially present the magic power in the form he desired during experiments. But the technology of the geometric civilization was no joke, multiple levels ahead of him, capable of precise quantum-level observations. In such vital resource research, they would inevitably verify their results repeatedly. Should any observation contradict previous conclusions, the geometric civilization would become alert. The difficulty of maintaining consistency throughout thousands of experiments and subsequent development of magic power applications without a single discrepancy is apparent. Fortunately, Lin naturally had his methods, which were spell slots. This was the fundamental mechanism for wizards to cast spells conveniently. On some level, it was a rule that, once conditions were met, could unleash extremely complex spells in an instant. Lin had set up a trap during the reduction and transformation of magic power, redirecting a portion into the sea of quanta, ensuring that no matter how many times the geometric civilization conducted their experiments, the results would remain unchanged. The so-called 25% loss was actually the tax he collected. After all, Lin couldn't openly reclaim magic power under the watchful eyes of the geometric civilization and could only take back a portion through this method. Since it was transmitted via super long distance through the sea of quanta, the geometric civilization had no concrete evidence to link these events to him. The reason for only taking 25%, and not more, was naturally because there must be a limit to these actions. If the proportion were too high, the geometric civilization would definitely be driven to research how to prevent magic power from entering the sea of quanta, increasing the chance of being exposed. It's time to meet him. Lin stood up. Now that things with the geometric civilization were on track, it was time to address another matter. With a single step, Lin arrived on the moon tens of thousands of kilometers away, found an open space, and released the god of life and creation, Og, from captivity. Bound by an electromagnetic barrier, and after a confinement lasting 1.5 months, Og's expression was still as composed as ever, showing no hint of eagerness. To a god, a month was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Since Lin hadn't directly acted against himself, Og understood that there was room for discussion. However, the strong attitude of a certain individual also made the god of life and creation feel quite discomfited, and he earnestly spoke up without putting on airs as before. "Great God from another realm, it seems you have thought it through. We share common interests, and cooperation is indeed the best solution." Lin didn't agree or disagree, but directly cut in. "Tell me, how many gods are there in a main world? Controlling how many worlds? What is the composition of the personnel? How many are great gods like Harry?" Og hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided to disclose this as a sign of allegiance. He was also somewhat worried that Lin would shut him away again if he disagreed. The number used to be even higher, but the recent failure of their operation and the fall of the god of the dead, Dainates, and the moon goddess Diana caused the main world to lose 8 gods in succession. Lin nodded. This information was fairly consistent with what he had seen in the residual memories of the moon goddess Diana. It seemed that no new gods had been born in this millennium. Lin asked curiously, "Over 100 gods, that was an immensely powerful force." "It's naturally for my own benefit," Og answered straightforwardly without any pretense. Just as Lin and others had speculated, The main world was not a monolith, but divided into various godly factions. Even after several god wars, it was a mess with little cohesion. The current unity was solely due to the power of the supreme gods and their desire to conquer new worlds. However, after the great god Harry led 5 gods into the vast universe only to be annihilated, and the supreme gods personally took action but returned seriously injured, many gods began to have their own thoughts. In the past few months, the joint efforts of the supreme gods were unable to destroy the black hole blocking the space-time gate, further exacerbating the situation. Some gods have become distinctly aware that their opponents this time aren't those powerless natives, but a dangerous and powerful enemy. Og did not want to be used as cannon fodder. Well aware of his lack of support, otherwise, he wouldn't have been forcibly sent to the moon god domain as an advance party. In this war, the benefits might not reach him, but he could easily become a casualty of the conflict. However, Og didn't intend to reveal his awkward situation and instead indicated that the 3 supreme gods had now joined forces. He was just sent to gather information, and in not too long, the main world might launch a large-scale invasion. Chapter 775, 652. Stars like this, there are 300 billion of them in this galaxy. Chapter 775, Chapter 652. Stars like this, there are 300 billion of them in this galaxy. Og's words did not frighten Lin. He was also aware that relying solely on a black hole would not keep the gods of the main world at bay forever, so they were also actively preparing for war during this time. Following that, Lin posed a very important question. Og's expression hardened. He understood that the crucial moment had arrived. Status was always determined by value. I can serve as a bridge between you wizards and the gods of the main world, Og said, pondering. He was well aware of what the Wizard Council wanted. From initially withdrawing from foreign territories to later using a black hole to block the space-time pathways, it was clear that these wizards were definitely not as capable in direct combat as those from the main world. Otherwise, they would have started a war long ago and wouldn't be so wary. Thus, forming alliances became their top priority. Of course, all this was predicated on the Magic Empire demonstrating sufficient strength in subsequent confrontations. Otherwise, all the rhetoric would be futile. Lin nodded. From the beginning, when facing threats from the main world, they had considered this strategy to play one faction against another. Initially, Ella had sent a raven pretending to be an angel envoy of the god of life and creation, luring the Lord of the Undead into a decisive battle, and successfully extracting chestnuts from the fire, tricking both sides at the same time. Adding to this, they did not have a chance to meet with other neutral or potentially allied gods, so they had to temporarily shelf this idea. The real god of life and creation's appearance was undoubtedly a new opportunity. Sensing that Lin's hostility had lessened, Og also slightly relaxed inside, and then he began to discuss another very important issue: compensation. To win over the gods of the main world, benefits were certainly necessary. Lin suggested with a smile. Og asked eagerly, which was also a major reason for his defection. According to the god Morags, it was a region even more vast than the main world, capable of giving birth to several new major gods. Lin did not answer directly, but pointed to a distant object, a huge fireball standing in the cosmic void. The god of life and creation asked, turning to look, not particularly surprised. The stars of the main world are much larger. Lin nodded, then continued. 300 billion stars. I've almost doubted whether he had misheard. Maybe it was 3,000? But as a god, a high-dimensional life form, he couldn't possibly make such a basic mistake as mishearing. In this void, every point of light you see is a star, and the number of planets is several times that, Lin said nonchalantly. Og was indescribably shocked. Although he had anticipated it, the vastness of the great universe still exceeded his imagination. In his astonishment, Og did not let this shocking news confuse him, but quickly asked. Lin shook his head, but before Og could get excited, he spoke again. Og was skeptical. The might of gods was beyond doubt. He couldn't help but suspect that the other party might be deceiving him. Lin pointed towards an experimental warship flying over the moon. Og immediately put aside his disdain. He had witnessed it before in the moon god domain. A single warship fighting a god might be an exaggeration, but when the numbers add up, they are indeed hard to deal with. So, in this vast star field, how much belongs to the wizards? Og suddenly asked. Lin obviously understood that the other party was assessing the strength of the Wizard Council to decide whether to collaborate or search for another partner, and snapped his fingers. The moment Lin's voice fell, countless dense points of light appeared in the void. A galaxy shrunk by countless times, yet it still appeared vast, with a palm-sized area emitting blue light. This was the star field under the rule of the Magic Empire, but it also encompassed the territories of the geometric civilization. It doesn't seem very large, Og said, his eyebrows raised, as the cluster of stars emitting blue light appeared minuscule within the vast galaxy. Lin added, explaining the concepts of light speed and light years to Og. In this area, there are tens of millions of stars at the very least. Even if only 1% or even 1,000th of the environment-suitable planets could be transformed and evolve life, that would still be an astonishing number. Lin was reminding the other party that the power held by the wizards far surpassed expectations. If he offended the council and tried to sneak away, it would take him thousands of years to escape this starfield. Is it really this big? Og's complexion changed as he looked again at the vast starry sky. An expanse so vast that no matter how he expanded his senses, he could not detect where its end lay. Lin questioned again. Apart from obtaining information about the wizards, nothing else, Og said, his gaze flickering. A smile appeared on Lin's face. Og's expression turned grave. In his view, after disclosing so much information about the main world, he should already be considered to have shown his loyalty. In my view, the creation divine position should be well suited for terraforming planets, Lin confidently said. Og hesitated, nodding, somewhat uncertain of the other's intentions. Within the starfield we rule, there are countless properly sized planets that the Council currently lacks the manpower to transform, wasting resources. Lin began slowly. If you're interested, why not take on this job? Chapter 776, 653. Cooperation and the Concept of Becoming the Chief God. Chapter 776, Chapter 653. Cooperation and the Concept of Becoming the Chief God. Lin's suggestion had left Og somewhat incredulous, this being the first time he heard that due to an excess of planes, manpower was hard to extract for the transformation of the divine realm. If an empty, suitable plane was discovered in the main world, there wasn't a doubt that people would fight tooth and nail over it, possibly even igniting a godly war. But wasn't 15 to 1 a bit too little? A hint of hesitation flashed across Og's face. Transforming an empty and barren plane into a paradise of life was no small feat. Most importantly, Og was worried that after hundreds of years of hard effort, someone might suddenly turn hostile and all his toil would have been in vain. You only need to take care of the transformation of the celestial bodies. We can provide the complete technology for biological transformation. Lin spoke with conviction, clearly aware of what the other party was worried about. Og hesitated for a while. He did not believe these wizards in altering life were stronger than him, the god of life and creation. He deeply doubted Lin's claim of transforming a plane in a matter of months. In the end, however, he said nothing, as this was an opportunity to test the other's abilities. If everything went as Lin said, he only needed to work for a few years to gain a divine realm. The entire process had not the slightest risk. There was no more profitable deal than this. Leaving the main world had significantly reduced his power, and if the chief god were to detect his betrayal, the divine realm might be taken away, and his believers might perish. Now, being able to establish a new divine realm in the vast universe undoubtedly added a layer of protection. What's more, the unexplored planes in the vast universe were so numerous that there was no need to compete, but rather a shortage of people to develop them. He had not only a step closer, but also a possibility to become the chief god himself. Lin suddenly spoke up, breaking into Ogg's deep thoughts. Ogg paused. Lynn stated bluntly, "The last time someone wanted to collaborate with us, Era made an extremely foolish decision, trying to open the space-time gate between two realms, and you saw the consequences. That Era, the new moon god, wasn't he one of your own?" Ogg suddenly felt bewildered. According to the main world god speculation, Era's submission in the last war could very likely have been a deception. After all, the great god Harry, leading 5 deities into the cosmic universe, had encountered an ambush. These wizards clearly had premeditated. However, Ogg did not dare to refute Lynn's argument and could only offer an explanation. "I said, I do not trust you. Unless this possibility is completely eliminated, our cooperation might not be able to continue." Lynn spoke firmly. Ogg's face instantly turned very unpleasant. For divinity was the most important aspect of deity, and adding protection essentially meant placing a restriction. Usually, only when utterly defeated and humiliated in a godly war would one undergo such a measure, also signifying that henceforth one would be controlled by others, and at their mere thought could be killed. Lynn didn't even wait for Ogg to think of a strategy. Seeing that the other did not immediately respond, he raised his hand, and the expanding electromagnetic barrier began to close, with the space around also noticeably distorting. "Please wait a moment. Perhaps we could discuss further, such as swearing an unbreakable oath together." Lynn's capricious temper and swift changes made Ogg very uncomfortable. He could not understand why one second they were discussing amicably and the next it came to a life-or-death division. Lynn's right hand lightly grasped, and a vast number of antimatter elements emerged from the void, neatly arranged around under the constraint of the magnetic field. Feeling the threats from all sides and the increasingly constricting electromagnetic cage, Ogg's face changed repeatedly, having no doubt that if he uttered a refusal, the other would immediately act to eliminate him. But Ogg was still somewhat unwilling to concede. After all, one of his aims in taking the risk of leaving the main world was to escape the control of the chief gods. But now regret was evidently too late. His life was in the hands of another. The 10 seconds passed in a flash, and just in the last second when Lynn was determined to act, Ogg finally spoke. The moment his voice fell, the antimatter elements that had been gathering around disappeared. Lynn lowered his hand, lightly nodding his head. Lynn's instant agreement made Ogg wonder if he had asked for too little, but now that the words were out, there was no going back. He, grudgingly, handed over his divinity. Lynn took the divinity, examining it carefully. It was a fist-sized, glowing, odd material, continuously transforming between flames and streams, both sources of life, within which one could vaguely see the shadows of various creatures, perhaps the creations of this god of life and creation from the past. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen a divinity, Lynn was still very interested in it. The method of advancement for the gods of the main world was different from theirs, so Lynn had always been curious about what was used to condense the other's divinity. Unfortunately, many deities had died by his hand before, but only the divinity of the god of lies had truly been obtained by him. Given the situation at the time, he had no leisure to study it and had to destroy it. Ogg watched nervously as someone toyed with his divinity, his resentful gaze almost piercing the skies. Lynn did not feel right to go too far, and for now, gave up the idea of further study, adding a visible restriction on the surface, and secretly manipulated some details using the priesthood of the god of lies as insurance, before finally returning the divinity back. Ogg immediately hid his divinity and then adjusted his mentality, saying straightforwardly, "According to your statement, this star field has a multiple time flow difference from the main world. I don't think the 3 chief gods would come over in the short term, so we can start the work of transforming the planes now." Chapter 777, 654. We want mass production of gods. Chapter 777, Chapter 654. We want mass production of gods in the vast universe. Within Star System 1732, Lynn brought Ogg to one of the planets in the system after they had a friendly conversation. Ogg looked down at the desolate land beneath his feet, where nothing but barren soil filled his view, devoid of any signs of life. One could vaguely make out the dried-up riverbeds on the undulating terrain, which probably belonged to a great river thousands of years ago. By its size, it was likely a medium-sized plane. Lin nodded. Planet 1732 was the most barren life star among the 3 planetary systems compensated by the geometrical civilization. It could hardly be associated with life at all since not even microbes existed here. Fortunately, the location of this planet was good, neither too close nor too far from a star. Based on Lin's estimate, this place should have had an atmosphere, oceans, and even vegetation at one time. Perhaps it encountered some disaster by chance, leading to a complete ecological imbalance, and eventually it turned into a dead star. The difficulty of transforming this location was evidently much more challenging than that of Planet 1700, but Lin didn't plan to rely on the help of the geometrical civilization again, as that would most likely arouse their suspicion. Ogg's arrival conveniently solved this problem for him. Lin asked. Although it was somewhat troublesome, that was all there was to it. Ogg did not reply, but took a step forward, his body exuding a strong life and creation divine power. In the next moment, a dazzling light burst forth on this dark, silent planet. The loose, friable soil on the surface was completely disintegrated under the radiance of the light, vanishing without a trace. And when the light swept over, the sunken basins were transformed into vast oceans. Mountains rose from the earth, and the boundless deserts turned into vast oases. Wide rivers flowed between mountains and oases wherever the light went. Everything became a joyous land. Such a marvelous power. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Lin was still amazed by the wonder of magic power, and the creation divine position was even more useful than he had anticipated. With his strength having significantly improved, Lin could easily discern that the mountains, seas, and oases beneath his feet were not mere divine power illusions, but actual material substances. Which is to say, in the blink of an eye, Ogg transformed soil into water, turned basins into mountains, and deserts into oases. Worthy indeed of the name of life and creation. Of course, there was nothing unscientific about this. At their core, all things are no different. The conversion between elements is merely a matter of protons and neutrons. For a deity that could delve deep into the microcosm and even control strong and weak nuclear forces, material conversion was by no means a formidable deed. However, to accomplish such extensive transformation in a short time, the consumption of divine power was definitely not a small amount. Ogg had only transformed about 1/10 of the territory when he embarrassingly stopped, rested for a while, and then moved to another area to start over. Clearly, he had overestimated his own powers. After leaving the realm of the gods, transforming a desolate planet without external assistance was undoubtedly a grueling task for Ogg. But Ogg was very aware that now was the time to demonstrate his value, so he put forth his utmost effort. In just a little over 3 months, he completed the preliminary transformation of the planet, and, as a cost, his divine power was almost completely depleted. Without the support of a divine realm and believers, it would take a long time to recover. Next is the evolution of life. Ogg turned and looked towards Lin. Transforming a plane is merely the most basic part of constructing a divine realm. The subsequent task of building an ecosystem is also very demanding, and most importantly, it is time-consuming. A slightly simpler method is migration, introducing fully developed species from other planes into the new world and waiting for them to slowly reproduce and increase the population. Gods who are not adept at transforming divine realms often choose this method, but it takes thousands of years. Ogg naturally has his own ways to drastically shorten this period, but he was even more curious about how Lin boldly claimed to accomplish it within months. Lin nodded and turned to look up at the sky. A crack suddenly appeared out of nowhere, then rapidly expanded. Within the deep space-time gate, 35 cosmic ships, each kilometers in diameter, slowly sailed out and flew toward various parts of the planet. While Ogg was busy transforming the planet, the Council had not been idle. Thanks to the ecological technology data from the geometry civilization, they had already researched the plan for planet transformation. Bio Group evolved from planet 1700, which had an extremely strong natural adaptability. Just drop them in a roughly suitable environment, and they could quickly proliferate. At the same time, Lin also brought out their secret weapon. After getting those 3,000 plus tons of Element 7 from the geometry civilization trade, its use became much more casual. The lower dimensional expansion began quickly, and the entire planet was enveloped in an invisible membrane substance that slowly sank into the sea of quanta. Og keenly noticed the changes in the outside world. The light from the stars had completely disappeared from the planet. Was it some kind of manipulation of space-time? Og thought to himself. In the last war, gods of thunder, fire, space, and others had fallen here one after another, and it was very likely that the enemy had obtained their divine essence and divine positions, so acquiring the corresponding creation of divine position was not surprising. While Og speculated, he shifted his attention to the bio groups that the warships had transported across the world, and soon he noticed the peculiarity of these creatures. They possessed not inconsiderable intelligence, but their reproduction and mutation rates were very fast. Often, only 3 to 4 months were needed from birth to death. In just under 2 years, they expanded from small groups occupying the fringes of the planet to encompassing all the hills and plains regions, with the population multiplying by several hundred times. Og raised his eyebrows. This was not a good thing. Bio groups that expanded rapidly could deplete all the resources in an area in a very short amount of time and then quickly decline. Fast iteration also meant that it was easy to experience ecological imbalance, such as when there are too many or too few predators, initiating a chain reaction that disrupts an originally stable ecosystem. But contrary to Og's expectations, the Council had introduced dozens of modified species, maintaining an almost extreme ecological balance. Just as Og was astonished, Lin suddenly spoke up. "What begins?" At first, Og was a bit confused, but then it was as if he sensed something, and his expression became exceedingly solemn. What was about to start was the ceremony of becoming a deity. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 778, 655, God of Physics, Vittorio. Chapter 778, Chapter 655, God of Physics, Vittorio. On planet number 1732, a vast plain, separated individually, 35 huge and peculiar interstellar warships were docked within a temporarily modified residence. This was the Ecological Research Institute established by the Council on this planet, whose internal facilities and layout basically copied the biological and genetic laboratories of the geometric civilization on planet number 1700. During the decade-plus spent there, Herav and others did not just improve their strength. More importantly, they learned and deciphered the ecological technology of the geometric civilization. For instance, their atomic-level detectors and microorganism modification machines. After acquiring the samples, hundreds of alchemy masters tinkered for several years and successfully created replicas, which became their biggest reliance on independently completing this planetary transformation. Seeing that the entire world's ecosystem was tending toward balance, Vittorio understood that the time had come. Vittorio, who was concerned about his ascension, dared not be careless. Herav said cautiously, yet with a hint of expectation. In the last half a year, they had utilized the interstellar warships to deploy biomes across various regions of the entire planet, while also establishing 360 magic power stations, evenly distributed across every part of the planet. Vittorio nodded and immediately stood at the center of the alchemy array, using the magic network to communicate with the magic power stations scattered everywhere, and then he unfolded his own domain. Massive magic power, with each magic power station as a center, surged rapidly outwards, aiming to encompass the entire world. The power of the Council had long since changed from what it used to be. With the experience provided by the precedent of Lin, Vittorio did not need to encroach step by step and could entirely bring the whole planet under control in one fell swoop, attempting to directly assault the medium divine power. The process was long, however. To transform a planet weighing over 40 trillion tons into a divine domain would take several years. It looks like it won't be long before one of you becomes a god, Og said enviously. To be able to enjoy a medium plane's divine domain immediately upon ascension was not treatment anyone could enjoy. Lin corrected, then asked with interest how the gods of the main world ascended. Og hesitated for a moment, but still spoke the truth. As one of the later risen gods, Og had limited knowledge about the development process of the main world and knew only that it was once just an ordinary plane in the endless void. Then, a batch of seekers and controllers of fate began learning and controlling magic power, becoming the first gods, followed by battles among the gods. However, since the divine roles had already been distributed, no new gods had emerged for nearly 1,000 years. Lin nodded. It seemed the development of the main world was somewhat similar to the eternal star, involving mastering magic power, studying it, monopolizing beliefs, and battling among gods. If it weren't for the interference of extraterrestrials and the coveting of the main world, the eternal star might eventually have evolved to govern a constellation of gods and even expand outwards in glory. What kind of god is he preparing to become? Og asked curiously. Thunder and space were probably unlikely. For a newly born god to control such powerful rules could easily lead to backlash. Lin briefly said. He had stuffed a lot of physical knowledge into that divine character he was creating. Whether or not it could condense into this divine role was an unknown. Og, however, was frowning, puzzling over what exactly this physics was. Lin explained. That sounded a bit like a knowledge deity. Og remarked, raising an eyebrow, also finding it strange that such an important divine role was given away and the other party could be so assured about it. Was he not worried that this new god would become powerful and compete with him for believers? Lin saw Og's confusion and stated bluntly. Og's mind became somewhat muddled, speaking incredulously in questioning. Lin said with a smile. Og was well aware of the considerable differences between different worlds, but it still took him 10 minutes to absorb this information. Because the information contained herein was too vast, the Wizard Council ruled over an immensely vast starry domain and possessed an alternative method of becoming gods. If given enough time, he could hardly imagine how many gods could emerge from among these wizards. However, time was the most crucial factor. If the main world managed to break through the black hole blockade first, then even the strongest potential would be useless. Og asked solemnly. Lin casually replied, since he had brought Og into confidence. This intelligence couldn't possibly be kept secret. The tenfold difference in flow rate somewhat astonished Og. If he considered the sevenfold difference in flow rate between the great universe and the main world, that would be 70 times. Og suddenly understood why every piece of information they received about these wizards never matched up with the facts. Such a difference in the rate of time flow could lead to anything happening. Meanwhile, Lin was sensing how Vittorio's ascension was progressing. Seeing that the other did not need his help, he continued constructing divine arts in his mind by himself. A few years, though lengthy for mortals, was merely a blink for gods. Lin, momentarily having nothing else to do, occupied his time with this, needing only to keep an eye on the god of life and creation and make sure he didn't wander off or disturb Hera and others in their research. Og, seeing that Lin had no intention of moving, didn't dare to act on his own, and couldn't help but look up to the sky. Vittorio's divine domain had already expanded to this place. Og, being a high-dimensional being himself, naturally could see the fragmented Vittorio gradually being pieced together. This process would take about 8 years approximately. How enviable! Og mused inwardly. If it weren't a main world, whether it was the ascension of gods or the condensation of divine roles, it would require full protection. Otherwise, a more powerful god could steal the divine role and obliterate the divine soul. Chapter 779, 656. the second star god of the Parliament. Chapter 779, Chapter 656, the second star god of the Parliament. P.S. I wrote the wrong name before. It should have been Herav who ascended. I've corrected it. In the endless sea of quanta, there was no accurate concept of time. It might have been 3 years, 5 years, or maybe even 10 years that Lin, who had been meditating and pondering the improvement of divine arts, opened his eyes once more. What appeared before them was a lush, verdant forest, towering trees extending into the clouds covering the sky, while serpentine streams meandered below. Surrounding them were myriad small creatures, freely floating in the air with pointy ears, somewhat akin to fairies. Some tens of meters away, a great hunt was underway. A dozen agile beasts sprinted through the forest, intent on exterminating a group of creatures, while in the turbulent stream, nimble fish twisted their bodies to leap above the water's surface, avoiding their predators' assaults. In just 8 or 9 years, Planet 1732, once devoid of life and silent, now teemed with vibrant, burgeoning life as far as the eye could see. Lin and Og floated above the dense forest, remarkably conspicuous yet oddly ignored by all creatures, as if they were but illusory shadows. Occasionally, some fairy-like beings would fly by, even chasing each other right through their bodies. Although he anticipated it, Og was still amazed to see the rapid transformation of the entire planet after their awakening. Over these years, Og hadn't been idle either. Under Lin's watch, although unable to do much, he took the opportunity to restore his severely depleted divine power. They awoke together now, because the god ascension ritual was nearly complete at the crucial moment of solidifying the divine position. In the sky, Herav's fragmented, twisted body finally merged into one. This indicated he had successfully navigated the toughest challenge and hadn't been overwhelmed by the myriad details of the quanta and higher dimensional realms. The next moment, every creature on the planet felt a shiver rise from the depths of their being, compelling them to look towards the sky. There, amidst the azure expanse, strong elemental forces swirled like a vortex, and the unfolding radiance faintly revealed an array of bizarre spectacles. Spheres of various sizes fell from the sky simultaneously. A lever stood erect on a balance, its ends swinging ceaselessly up and down. Lin recognized at once that they represented free fall, the principle of the lever, resistance, and friction. Eventually, even the motion of galaxies could be perceived. These were undoubtedly classical laws of physics. In that moment, Lin sharply sensed some agitation within the array of Og. He felt as though he had lost something, but had also gained a new strength. Within the array itself, the laws relating to mechanics glowed faintly, becoming highly active. Lin was musing over this when the anomalies in the sky gradually subsided, and the oppressive presence enveloping the planet slowly calmed. Lin sensed Hera's arrival, though not at that location. Og, intrigued, nodded and took a step, following Lin to the place where the god ascension ritual had begun. Herav's figure materialized from the ethereal to the physical at the center of the alchemy array, his expression extremely excited. Legend and star god, two entirely different realms. Now he could see the true nature of the world with his own eyes. Onlookers such as Anthony gazed at Herav with immense envy, knowing stepping into such a rank was the difference between heaven and earth, wondering whether their own future would be as smooth. Lin also stepped forward to congratulate Herav, and then began asking about the details of his advancement, especially regarding the issue of his divine position, and whether it had gone as they had previously anticipated with him obtaining a physical godhood. "No, I am now just a mechanics god." Herav shook his head and spoke with a hint of regret. "Just a branch of physics?" Lin raised an eyebrow, realizing that obtaining a divine position was not as simple as he had thought. Og, on the other hand, wasn't surprised because based on Lin's explanation of this so-called physical godhood, its scope was simply too vast, almost enough to support a main god position. How could a newly ascended deity possibly manage such a powerful divine position? Lin consoled, noting that mechanics was also a broad field, an extremely important discipline within physics, encompassing everything from the motion of elements to the revolution of celestial bodies. Relying solely on this divine position, advancing to the great divine power should pose no problem in the future. Harov quickly adjusted his mindset too, very aware of his limitations. When he was condensing his mechanics divinity, he had nearly lost control. And during those 8 years, although he had relied on the magic network, magic power stations spread across different locations, and the death of intelligent beings within the planet to break through to the god realm, he was still a lesser deity for the time being, needing to wait until he was completely familiar with his divine position, gained control of the entire planet, and extended his divine domain deep into the planet's core before he could advance again. Meanwhile, of the council members who also stayed within Planet 1732, 2 had completed their small realm breakthroughs, becoming 9-ring legendary wizards, Aurora and Vittorio. Now, among the 3-star systems nominally owned by the council, only 1 life-bearing star remained. Aurora said eagerly, having advanced before Vittorio, and by the rules they had set earlier, the last life-bearing star should rightly be hers. Vittorio opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only sigh, even though he had been the first to advance to the 8-ring legendary wizard status. Surprisingly, both Harov and Aurora had surpassed him in advancing to the 9 rings. Since the rules had already been set, Vittorio couldn't well go back on his word, and had to console himself that there were still many planets within the 3-star systems, even if their orbital positions were somewhat poor and couldn't naturally give birth to life. It didn't mean they couldn't serve as divine domains, the only difference being that maintaining them might be a bit more troublesome later on. Lin took out a ball of 7-number element and handed it to Harov, not planning to spend all his time here. Unfolding the 7-number element into low dimensions was something any deity could do, and since mechanics involved dimensions and space-time too, maintaining its movement in the sea of quanta shouldn't be a problem. Lin turned his head and spoke with a smile. Og's expression became peculiar. Then he realized that the previous 8 years of downtime had been deliberately given to him as a period of rest. Chapter 780, 657, Methods to Enter the Main World and Material Conversion. Chapter 780, Chapter 657, Methods to Enter the Main World and Material Conversion. Having just recovered and needing to continue working, Og didn't have any complaints. Instead, the council's displayed strength this time greatly exceeded his expectations. Whether it was the dimension magic that controlled the flow of time or the astonishing biotransformation technology, both demonstrated to a certain extent that the council truly possessed the power to counter the main world. Moreover, he had already received a promise. For every 10 divine domains he constructed, he would receive 1 as a reward. Lin suddenly asked. Og hesitated. He wasn't clear on the details himself. The 3 supreme gods had spent several months and still hadn't completely destroyed the massive gravity source blocking the space-time gate. However, the plan to send him to break through the gravity source seal had succeeded. Og couldn't be sure whether the supreme god Morags had tampered with the artifact within the main artifact or if he could sense the status of this device. If not, then for a long while, the vast universe would be safe. But if he could, realizing that this device had been destroyed, Supreme God Morags would likely become enraged and might continue to deploy other deities into the territory or use other magics to break the restrictions of the gravity source. Og was very aware that the Supreme God Morags was not an easy opponent and tended to lean towards the latter possibility. Said Og, hesitating. Og's words surprised Lin greatly. The black hole covering the space-time gate, although the best defense, had also deprived them of a safe passage to the main world. Not to mention, on the other end of the space-time gate, it was probably guarded by a bunch of gods, and breaking through there was akin to seeking death. Og nodded. Since he had dared to volunteer for this, he was naturally prepared. After being summoned, he had placed an artifact in the main world, which housed a part of his soul, serving as coordinates connecting the 2 worlds. This was the second chip in his hand, and also a way out. If the situation turned extremely unfavorable, As long as he wasn't killed on the spot, he could wait patiently for an opportunity. Once freed from control, he could return to the main world without external help. He had been holding back, partly due to not trusting these wizards, and also observing whether the council's power was worth his substantial bet. Lin said with a smile, his words carrying a touch of warmth, and even promising that after Og helped Aurora and Vittorio complete their divination rituals, he would allocate a planet as his divine domain, which would not count under the previous agreement. As for entering the main world, Lin wasn't in a hurry. For one, they might fall into a trap, and secondly, they needed to prepare well. With Lin's promise, Og was naturally overjoyed. A deity without the support of a divine domain was like a dog without a home, easily falling in battle. Thus, rebuilding a divine domain was naturally the sooner the better, and no god would find them too many. After some discussion, the transformation of Aurora's planet was set for 2 years later, as the newly elevated Herav still needed some time to familiarize himself with his powers. Of course, these 2 years meant 2 years here, which would be 2.5 months in the time of the vast universe. Others, like Anthony, who were still at the level of the 8-ring legendary wizards, were also energized, hoping to ascend as quickly as possible to become the 5th and the 6th star gods of the council. Even some of the great wizards felt immense pressure. With Herav's breakthrough, it was possible that in the future, only star gods could hold the position of council chair, and the lower limit for council members might also be raised to the level of legendary wizards. If they did not want to see their status diminished, they had to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. 2 years was not a long time, and in the blink of an eye, planet 1732, having entered the Sea of Quanta, had rejoined the star system. Herav and the others hardly stopped for a moment before using wormhole transport to another star system to assist Aurora in completing the godhood ceremony. Following this newly established system, with the rest accelerating their training, it wouldn't take long for the council to possess a dozen star gods. However, Lin was aware that the resources at their disposal were not as plentiful as imagined. Approximately 1,000 tons of Element 7 were required to create a deity, which in other words, was only enough for 3 people to complete their ascension. This was also why Lin had promised Og a planet for his divine domain in advance. For this reason, Lin did not accompany Herav to transform the next planet, but continued to focus on the geometric civilization. They stayed another 10 years in the Sea of Quanta, which equated to 10 months in the time of the vast universe. If calculated from the day of the transaction, more than a year had already passed. Given the speed of scientific research in the geometric civilization, their study on magic power had probably made considerable progress. Moreover, during their activities on planet 1732, they hadn't tried to hide their actions, which were bound to cause some turmoil within the geometric civilization. Just as Lin had anticipated, although the geometric civilization had handed over control of 3 star systems, their surveillance of this area hadn't relaxed in the slightest. Thus, when Lin and Og arrived, they quickly noticed the situation here. The observer reported immediately. They had discovered the second higher-dimensional being of the Magic Empire. Without a doubt, this caught the high attention of the Disc leaders. Since the last war, only Lin, as a higher-dimensional being, had been visible on the surface of the Magic Empire. Many of the geometric people speculated that this was likely related to the previous anomaly with the black hole. In just a few months, Og had turned a barren planet into an earthly paradise, stunning the Disc leaders watching the footage. Researcher Yida stared intently at the footage, not wanting to miss any details. The higher-dimensional being, the light radiating from him, swept across, and the barren land turned into rivers, the basins into oceans, the deserts into oases. The technology of the homeworld could of course achieve this, but the process was very complex, and such a large-scale transformation would inevitably take decades or even centuries. Magic power. The supreme leader, thrilled, shone with light, realizing that all this was mostly due to the wonders of magic power. He immediately started inquiring about the recent progress in the study of magic power from Yida and others. Yida did not disappoint the leaders. With the entire civilization's resources tilted towards their research, they had successfully found a method to transform carbon-based life forms into energy life forms. Chapter 781, 658, The Geometric Civilization of Technological Explosion. Chapter 781. Chapter 658. The Geometric Civilization of Technological Explosion. Researcher Yida was quite proud as he showcased his research result to the gathered geometric aliens, a gigantic owl beast contained within an energy shield. This was a native amphibious creature from their home planet, cherished for its delectable meat, cultivated on many planets, and abundant in number. Naturally, the leaders present had all seen them before. However, this owl beast was different. Its entire body shimmered with an azure hue, constantly flowing like ripples of water. Yida extended an appendage from his body and tapped lightly in the void, prompting a light screen to emerge, displaying various data about the energy-transformed owl beast, which could only be described as excessively high. We found that after the owl beast underwent energy transformation, it demonstrated extraordinary physical functions, and its intelligence was greatly enhanced. It could retain its memories and cognitive abilities completely, and even master the ability to communicate using electromagnetic waves through training. As he spoke, Yida issued several simple commands, directing the owl beast inside the energy shield to demonstrate its capabilities to the assembled disk leaders. In fact, the experiment had already succeeded before, but in order to secure more funding, Yida did not rush to report immediately, but instead spent 50 atomic hours conducting basic training on it. From any perspective, the life tier of an energy creature far surpasses that of carbon-based life forms. Yida said with fervor. The disk leaders present were extremely excited. If Yida had not concealed any data, then this transformation of the energy creature could be deemed perfect, capable of freely transitioning between energy and material states. This type of energy source, known as magic power, was simply like the elementary particles of the universe. A ring-shaped leader eagerly asked. Yida stated with absolute certainty. 10,000 years. Yida's response left the gathering of geometric aliens in astonishment. Lifespan was a challenging hurdle for every species. Although their lifespans had significantly increased after physical modifications in the space era, extending from 500 to 1,000 years, depending on technological levels, no one would complain about having too long a lifespan, especially those leaders wielding power. Have you conducted group experiments? What is the success rate? Another eager disk leader asked, his lifespan nearing its end. Thus, he was exceptionally enthusiastic about the energy transformation and wished to commence immediately. Yida immediately responded, stating the current success rate was only about 70%, but assured that with continuous improvements, he was confident in reaching 100%. Upon hearing this, the geometric aliens in the hall were thrown into an almost frenetic state. Centuries ago, the geometric civilization had experimented with similar energy transformation technologies. However, they encountered numerous problems during the experiments, with a pitifully low success rate, which led to its eventual shelving. Yida's rapid major breakthrough was also thanks to these research materials that had been recently declassified. And the good news was not just this one. Researchers working on ecosystems and weaponry also reported breakthroughs in their studies on magic power. The most prioritized project of the geometric civilization, the magic power derivation plan, which had the most resources allocated, was first. They had established ranches on over 30 experimental life planets, and everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Due to the lack of dimensional manipulation technology similar to that of the Magic Empire, it would take a few years to see results. Fortunately, as an alternative, the simultaneously implemented plan to cultivate magic power creatures in breeding pods had also made breakthroughs. It was now practiced industrially, breeding, rearing, and slaughtering, followed by the extraction of magic power, significantly speeding up the acquisition of this unique energy source. And finally, about weapons development. Since magic power could influence dimensions, it naturally lent itself to the development and refinement of artificial black hole technologies, greatly reducing the difficulty in creating a collapsing core, normalizing the production of this cutting-edge weapon, which originally required 10 years to construct, and even using it to develop more potent dimension weapons. The multitude of revolutionary technologies based on magic power, although mostly still in their initial stages, already demonstrated a potential that was profoundly shocking. In the midst of calls to increase research resources and start human trials as soon as possible, some leaders sensed something amiss. The Magic Empire had too readily handed over magic power and did not in any way attempt to stop or interfere with the experiments, which was indeed strange. However, the few voices of dissent were simply insignificant, juxtaposed against the speculative conjectures and tangible technological advancements. Everyone knew which option to choose. If one were to hesitate due to certain concerns, there would be no need for science to progress at all. Thousands of light years away, Lin was observing the discussions in the hall through the perspective of the energy-transformed owl beast. It was undeniable that the situation here was even better than he had anticipated. In just over a year, the geometric civilization had cracked the most crucial magic power derivation in carbon-based life form energy transformation technologies, with methods much more ruthless than theirs. The Assembly's plan for planetary ranches focused on survival of the fittest, relying on reproduction and natural selection to decide life and death, which for the planetary creatures also constituted a full life. Moreover, the consciousness fragments formed after the death of fourth-tier intelligent beings were too insubstantial to form thinking spirits. If left unattended, they would quickly return to nature, and it was this energy that they were transforming. Bullen also had to admit that the efficiency of this industrial-scale cultivation was extremely high, akin to livestock in cages in past-world industrial ranches, living a cycle of eating and sleeping until they were fattened and slaughtered. Lin was also highly interested in the geometric civilization's ongoing artificial black hole technology. If this device could indeed be mass-produced, dealing with the gods of the main world in the future would be much easier. Open a portal, and hundreds of artificial black holes could be sent through, shredding most gods and their realms in the process. Chapter 782, 659, Snake Swallows Elephant, Controlling Several Galaxy Systems. Chapter 782, Chapter 659, Snake Swallows Elephant, Controlling Several Galaxy Systems in the Vast Cosmos within a cutting-edge scientific laboratory in the 0600 star system. Hundreds of geometrian beings were bound within a gigantic device. As terrifying surges of energy struck from all directions, their bodies were directly disintegrated into discrete fundamental particles. Suddenly, thousands of mechanical limbs extended from every direction. Under the influence of an inexplicable force, these scattered particles reassembled, ultimately transforming into long creatures of a dazzling hue. However, some parts of the device were empty, a clear indication of failure in the final recombination phase. Researcher Yida was just about to have the experiment's data recorded when the laboratory's doors were violently flung open. The one who had barged in was the disc leader, Gerda. The success rate has increased to around 85%. Researcher Yida declared with firm conviction. However, the disc leader, Gerda, had no intention of giving him that time. Gerda could no longer wait. His lifespan had already reached its limit. To prolong his existence, he had undergone more than 70 bodily modifications, unnaturally extending his life by 2,700 years. With all functions now weakened to the extreme, resulting in coordination issues and moments of confusion, the optical brain had calculated he had at most 20 atomic hours left. Because of this, after attending a meeting, he had urgently sought out Yida, initiated human experimentation, and supplied all the necessary resources to the best of his ability. Of course, these test subjects were not captured by force. There was no need for coercion or intimidation. Within the vast star domains under his control, there were over 200 billion geometrians. Among them were adventurers and geometrians whose lifespans had ended but wished to prolong them. It was easy to pull together a large number of subjects for experimentation. The only reason for limiting the scale of the experiments was the limited reserve of magic power. In just a few short months, they had experimented with countless methods, this being the one with the highest success rate so far. Goethe was well aware that it was unlikely for energy transformation technology to make significant advances in a short period, and he couldn't wait any longer. An 85% chance was worth the gamble, Goethe said with resolute certainty. Surrounding them, the guards protecting the laboratory pointed their weapons at the researchers, the implication very clear. At this life-or-death juncture, Goethe could no longer concern himself with anything else and resorted to such methods to stimulate the potential of the researchers. Ida felt an immense pressure and began to regret rashly accepting the support of the disc leader, but it was too late to back down now. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and direct the other researchers to adjust the data and see if they could further optimize the scheme. 10 hours later, as scheduled, the disc leader, Goethe, underwent the magic power transformation and stepped into the device. Ida and the others were on edge, and their hearts were in their throats the moment they clicked to confirm. Horrifying beams of energy blasted down from the top of the device. In almost an instant, Leader Goethe's body was engulfed in the energy onslaught, his physical form layer by layer disintegrating until it vanished from its original spot. It was an indescribable agony, but for Goethe, it was nothing because this was the hope of life. Ida and the other researchers stared intently at the data displayed on the light screen, not daring to relax. They all understood that if the experiment failed, they would likely be buried alongside it. Meanwhile, Goethe was immersed in the endless sea of consciousness, a very peculiar experience, somewhat akin to the sensation of connecting thoughts and memories with an optical brain. In this sea of consciousness, a chaotic darkness prevailed, with countless specks of light flickering continuously. These were all of Goethe's memory fragments. Among them, one light shone the brightest, and as soon as it appeared, it captured Goethe's attention. But he soon realized something was wrong. This radiance faintly projected a human silhouette. Exclaimed a terrified Goethe, recognizing at a glance that it was the interstellar governor of the magic empire, Lin. "No, it should be said that you have entered my domain," Lin replied with a smile, countering the statement. This place was part of the magic network, simply linking to the other's sea of consciousness and manifesting it. Goethe's ethereal form shook violently. The moment he saw Lin, he realized it was a trap. The ease with which the other party had provided them with magic power and agreed to the transaction was probably for this moment. In panic, Goethe tried to transmit an electromagnetic wave message. But this was the magic network, a world of consciousness, making all his actions meaningless. Lin did not delay. He snapped his fingers, and chains surged from all directions. Outside, in the scientific laboratory, Ida and the other researchers intently watched the massive device. But Leader Goethe's body did not seem to be reassembling, causing immense anxiety. Could it be? A researcher couldn't help but say. Ida's heart also sank to the bottom. With a 15% chance, it shouldn't be their bad luck. Just when about 100 guards were closing in, a new change finally occurred inside the device. A ring-shaped figure of a dazzling hue emerged, taking on the form of Goethe. Ida said, overwhelmed with excitement, and immediately operated the device to open the protective shield. The other researchers also heaved a sigh of relief, letting down their high-held hearts. "Lord Goethe, how do you feel?" A nearby assistant immediately stepped forward, caringly asking. The Goethe, who emerged from the device, his face beaming with joy, outright rejected the assistant's suggestion and continued to speak. Immediately informed the Disc Council of this good news and continued to increase investment in our research. Chapter 783, 660 Revolution of the God of Optics and the Eternal Star. Chapter 783. Chapter 660 Revolution of the God of Optics and the Eternal Star in the Vast Cosmos, within the eternal star, Lin withdrew his gaze cast hundreds of light years away, a smile also forming at the corner of his mouth. After planning for several years, a succession of deceptions, and even the risky venture of handing over his magic power, he finally reaped the rewards. In fact, in Lin's view, the threat of the geometric civilization was not any less than that of the main world, perhaps even much greater, because the extent of the opposing force was simply too vast, ruling over tens of millions of star systems. To directly crush such a colossal entity was absolutely not something they could achieve. Thus, Lin was very aware that once the Council's wizard lies were exposed, they would have to face an even more arduous and unavoidable war. The immense resources, powerful technology, and terrifying production capabilities of the geometric civilization were more than enough to crush them. Even Lin believed that if the geometric civilization were to wage a full-scale war with the main world, they could also gain a significant advantage. In smaller-scale battles, the gods of the main world might be able to hold an absolute advantage, but with the geometric civilization's vast territories, they could completely exchange space for time. As long as the researchers of the geometric people succeeded in unlocking the properties of magic power, they could turn the tide of the war around, which was the greatest advantage of a technological civilization. Of course, its drawbacks were equally obvious. The individual strength was pathetically weak. Even with deep genetic modifications, they couldn't resist the power of the magic network on a soul level. That was why Lin targeted those who controlled the geometric civilization, the disc leaders. He started directly from the top level, like a snake swallowing an elephant. This was undoubtedly a crazy yet feasible plan, for although the geometric civilization was a powerful civilization that had reached the 6th level, superficially it still had a council system. But in fact, the rulers were not elected. According to the intelligence collected from the brains of the geometric people he had killed, each geometric person had their role, whether soldier, ship captain, researcher, or leader, determined the moment they were produced, and only by achieving enough merits could they ascend to higher ranks. This, combined with the already long lifespans of the geometric people, further solidified this class system, and the disc leaders as leaders possessed nearly absolute rights within each star domain. Controlling them was tantamount to controlling the entire geometric civilization. Therefore, when Lin learned that the geometric civilization wanted to conduct an energy ascension to advance to a higher dimensional civilization, he went with the flow and made his arrangements. The ease with which the researcher named Yida improved the method of energy ascension also owed much to Lin's help, achieving such a high success rate. Of course, all the geometric people who ascended using this method were pseudo-legends, and without systematic magic training, any random council speaker could easily defeat dozens of them. The next step was to have the controlled Gelta promote the benefits of becoming an energy life form extensively and continue to optimize the experiment, encouraging more lifespan-nearing disc leaders to let go of their reservations. This would obviously take some time to wait. During the period, Lin was strategizing how to transform the huge threat of the geometric civilization into assistance. The development of the Eternal Star had also stepped up to a new level. Firstly, a real spaceport had been established in the planet's orbit. Ship repairs no longer needed to dock within the planet, and a massive energy extractor that encompassed the entire star was built, continually collecting the overflowing energy from the star to power the ships, gradually taking on the appearance of an interstellar-level civilization. These technologies were undoubtedly copied from the geometric civilization. Now having control over a disc leader, Lin could even have Geltasend over all of their basic technologies. Besides that, leveraging the impact caused by the fall of Ela last time, the Council had completely swept away the remnants of the Church and the Empire, thoroughly removing the moon god's believers from the kingdom. The foundational education that had been implemented until then had already been yielding tangible results, with over 1 million apprentices graduating every year, joining the kingdom's construction fervor. Magic power stations were also being established every place, and the next step was to implement universal wizard conversion. With the resources now at the council's disposal. Accomplishing this feat was entirely possible, and some council members even proposed conducting energy ascension like the geometric civilization, so that everyone could become legends. However, Lin was clear that the kingdom's citizens were far from mentally prepared for this. In fact, the sudden changes over the past 2 decades had already caused a huge impact on their spirits, and it was not easy for them to accept such transformations in a short time. Lin had long anticipated this, and the only solution was to use time to compensate. Once Gelta transferred the technology, and he acquired more of element number 7, Lin planned to venture deeper into the Sea of Quana, increasing the speed of time to over 30 times more than normal, and then use 50 years to complete a thorough transformation. Just as Lin was planning, a visitor stepped into the highest floor of the tower. It was Herav. It seems Speaker Aurora has already completed her ascension. Lin immediately revealed a slight smile on his face. He had felt something yesterday, because divinity had shown some fluctuations, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Lin asked curiously, "It's light," Herav answered. Lin nodded his head. That was indeed a fine divinity, with all its manifestations released in the form of light, belonging to the realm of physics like mechanical divinity, and possessing potentially high capabilities. After all, photons are gauge bosons, basic particles in the Standard Model, and most energy releases also manifest in the form of light. Now Aurora has taken the god of life and creation to help Speaker Vittorio ascend, so I've indeed become somewhat free. Herav raised an eyebrow, then took out a microscopically shimmering triangular box and spoke again. Lin carefully took the triangular box, sensed it for a moment, and immediately understood its function as Herav had said. There was only a single opportunity with limited energy, and only one god could pass through with a part of their power. Chapter 784, 661. We can use black holes as bows, neutron stars as arrows. Chapter 784, Chapter 661. We can use black holes as bows, neutron stars as arrows, Herav asked with a trace of concern. Heading to the main world for reconnaissance was definitely dangerous. If caught, death might be a luxury. Moreover, according to Og, opening the space-time gate could very likely attract the attention of the 3 main gods. Let's use an avatar, and I will go myself, Lin said cautiously. Hera frowned. Using an avatar wasn't without risks either. Originally, the moon goddess Diana left some of her soul shards in the main world, which the gods there used to pinpoint the coordinates for opening the space-time gate through their soul connection. Lin exclaimed with a smile, and then shared how he had taken control of a leader from a geometric civilization over the past few months. Upon hearing how Lin had quietly infiltrated the top tier of the geometric civilization, Herav was astounded. Although he had guessed that Lin provided magic power to trap the other party, he never imagined Lin intended to take direct control of their upper echelons to govern the entire geometric civilization. Lin explained with a smile. It had always been his strategy to counter the geometric civilization with magic and the gods of the main world with technology. With the memories of Gelta, Lin was very aware that the geometric civilization had been researching how to weaponize magic power, especially optimizing artificial black hole technology. It was estimated that progress would not be far off. This was undoubtedly good news. If only an avatar entered the main world, the power that could be exerted was limited, and it was impossible to deploy something as powerful as a dimensional black hole. But with technology, it was feasible. The actions of Gelta weren't slow. With the cover of a leader's identity, most actions did not require others' permission. So in just half a month, a module loaded with basic technological crystals of the geometric civilization was sent over through a wormhole. As for the artificial black hole technology, it had been planned for nearly half a year before Gelta found an appropriate reason to apply for an experimental miniature black hole core, and also obtained some research data and related instruments on wormholes from the geometric civilization. Everything was ready, and Lin had no intention of delaying further. He decided to start the action immediately, but before that, it was necessary to put some pressure on the gods of the main world. Lin immediately convened Herav and came to the outer border of the black hole's event horizon. After a period of absence, both keenly noticed that its coverage had significantly expanded since their last observation. Lin immediately thought that the gods of the main world must have injected a lot of energy into this black hole, but rather than shattering it, it had become nourishment for the black hole. Herav asked, staring at the black hole that could only be described as a cosmic disaster. With this thing in the way, not only was it blocking the gods of the main world from invading, but it also blocked their entry. Herav did not doubt that Lin had a way to temporarily break through the black hole's gravitational bind. But ordinary attacks, weakened by the black hole's gravity, were hardly threatening and could possibly reveal that they were merely creating a diversion. Lin casually explained. Herav visibly paused, still unclear as Lin began taking action. He brought in several massive meteorites over 300 kilometers in diameter from the cosmos and spent a month turning these super meteorites into miniature neutron stars. Their mass ranged between 30 billion and 60 billion tons, about 1,000th of the mass of an eternal star, the limit that he could manage by manipulating the strong nuclear force with his electromagnetic priesthood. Creating these neutron stars naturally was to ensure safe passage around the outskirts of the black hole without being torn apart by gravity and thus losing their threat. While making them, Lin also explained his method to Herav. The gravitational pull of black holes and planets is essentially the same, differing only in strength. They can think of a black hole as a huge vortex in the sea, its terrifying suction capable of pulling everything around it inside. And the space-time gate was located within the coverage of the black hole. Its position remains unchanged. I've already confirmed the gravitational data of the black hole. We can use a method similar to a gravitational slingshot, accelerating these miniature neutron stars so that they enter the black hole at a specific angle. In this way, they wouldn't drop straight into it, but would continuously rotate around the black hole, accelerating all the while. Lin stated emphatically, normally, accelerating a material weighing tens of billions of tons to near the speed of light is impossible, requiring more energy than they could produce, and even the geometric civilization would struggle. But with the power of the black hole, it was possible. The impact would be equivalent to the energy of billions of hydrogen bombs concentrated at one point, releasing all its power. Herav exclaimed, clapping his hands in appreciation. He had heard how Lin had previously used the power of a huge vortex to break through a perilous situation while heading to Wizardland. The same principle applied here. Thus, the black hole before them no longer posed an obstacle, but a booster. So now we just need to give it a gentle push like this, Lin said, raising his hand and flicking his middle finger. A prepared miniature neutron star flew toward the black hole. Though it was described as gentle, this strike used its full strength, so almost instantly, it entered the event horizon of the black hole. There was nothing but darkness beyond, and nothing could be seen, but Lin could observe the trajectory of the object through his perception of changes in dimensional space. After calculating the path in his mind and confirming it was correct, Lin sent the remaining few miniature neutron stars in one after the other. Finally, estimating the time, as the flow of time inside the black hole and the vast universe were different, fortunately, according to the formula, it wasn't difficult to calculate the optimal timing for opening the space-time gate, probably in about 3 days. Chapter 785, 612, Blasting the Temple of All Gods. Chapter 785, Chapter 612, Blasting the Temple of All Gods. Next to the Temple of All Gods, a surging space-time gate stood within the endless void. The storm god and the evil god guarded both ends of the space-time gate, maintaining its operation. This was undoubtedly a grueling task that also consumed a considerable amount of divine power, but someone had to do it. Otherwise, the only passage from the main world to another universe would completely disappear. The evil god asked with a touch of sentimentality as he gazed at the surging space-time gate. The storm god shook his head beside him. He was not optimistic about Og's actions. Charging into another world alone was akin to suicide, especially since, according to the supreme god Morags, the divine artifact entrusted to Og had also been destroyed. However, it was odd that the Life and Creation Temple was not destroyed and the divine realm was still operational, which suggested that Og might not have died. For this reason, Lord Morags had already dispatched personnel to investigate in the Life and Creation divine realm. Do you think Og could have been captured? Is it possible that those so-called wizards are planning a counterattack? The Storm God said with a hint of worry, the consecutive defeats in the main world giving him a growing sense of unease. They would be guarding this place for nearly 2 months, and should the other side launch a large-scale counterattack, they would be the first to bear the brunt. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of the evil god's mouth. It was indeed possible that Og had been captured, but the idea that those wizards were planning a counterattack was completely fanciful. From the hurried escape from the moon god domain to now cowering in their own world, desperately blocking their entry, it was evident that they feared their power. Had it not been for the barrier that significantly weakened the god's powers, they would not have been so helpless against the other side. Just as the evil god was about to speak, an intense sense of crisis rose in his heart, followed by numerous cracks unexpectedly appearing in the seemingly empty void before them. The attack had already arrived, but the momentarily distracted deities had not noticed when exactly the attack had occurred. Fortunately, there was the protection personally set up by the supreme god. Just as the storm god was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the barrier standing before them, already riddled with holes, suddenly exploded. This attack was just as sudden, and the storm god barely caught a glimpse of a beam of light shooting out from a black hole. Sound could not travel through the void, but the impact of electromagnetic radiation was even more terrifying. The collision of 2 powerful forces even stirred up huge space-time ripples. It was like a gigantic stone heavily thrown into a lake, causing a significant distortion in the surrounding space at that moment. Both deities were horrified to find that the protection personally set up by the supreme god had exploded open. However, they had no time to use divine arts to call for help, because a third attack was coming immediately. This time, with no protective barrier in the way, the storm god could clearly see the attacking object. It was a small sphere, only the size of a baby's palm, seeming inconsequential, but its mass and speed were incredibly shocking, reaching the limits of what space could bear. The regions it crossed cracked open, and a terrifying quantum tidal wave surged forward. And its target was none other than the grand temple of all gods standing in the void behind them. The thought of intervening flashed through his mind, but under the intense instinct of crisis, the storm god decided to abandon that thought. He could never have blocked it. However, the successive attacks had also caught the attention of several gods guarding the temple of all gods. In fact, the moment the protection shattered, the god of judgment had already made the first move. Judgment chains sealed off the surrounding airspace, including the space-time, but this alone was clearly not enough to stop the impact of the miniature neutron star. The chains had only just formed when their surfaces cracked. The mere spatial distortions caused by the supermassive object moving at the speed of light were enough to break them apart. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding darkness had been tainted by divine power. 1 second, the rushing miniature neutron star disappeared from the god's sight. The one who made the move this time was the Dark Night god. In the endless void, darkness occupied everything. This was his home ground. But the crisis was clearly not over. Not being able to see it did not mean it didn't exist. Immediately following, another deity took action. The god of destruction threw his scepter, striking the miniature neutron star within the dark divine domain precisely before any other. They exploded as soon as they made contact. At the moment of the explosion, countless shattered pieces of the neutron star dispersed in all directions like locusts. Even the minute fragments were billions of tons heavy. In terms of the main world, they were like pieces of small worlds, carrying enough energy to kill a deity. The several gods present did not dare to be negligent. They sealed off the surrounding airspace immediately, but the face of the Dark Night god changed once again. Because something had penetrated the darkness, it was not merely fragments, and there were more than one of them. The attack came too fast, even though he discovered it right away. The Dark Knight god simply could not intercept such an amount of miniature neutron stars colliding. The previously constructed Dark Divine Domain had even trapped other gods. Evil had just sensed the incoming threats when a speeding miniature neutron star pierced through his body. No, to describe it as piercing wouldn't be accurate. The volume of the miniature neutron star was very small, but with massive mass and speed, the area of destruction was vast, directly shattering the body of the evil god that was hundreds of meters tall, drawing the fragments into the torn space-time vortex. After destroying a god, the miniature neutron star did not stop at all. 1/100th of a second later, it tore open the blockade zone constructed by several gods. Then the second and third miniature neutron stars broke through the defenses under the cover of exploding fragments, heading straight for the temple of all gods behind them. This majestic temple, towering in the void, was a manifestation of divine power from the chief god. Even divine arts would hardly damage a single brick or tile. But now this sturdy protection was as weak as paper. The outer walls were directly pierced, followed by the glittering frescoes, the robust columns, and statues filled with divine radiance. The breach continued to expand relentlessly, the pierced walls cracking layer by layer. In a matter of seconds, this majestic and splendid land of gods, accumulating in the void for millions of years, burst into pieces under the watch of the gods. Chapter 786, 663 Make the enemy dull first, then defeat them with wisdom. Chapter 786. Chapter 663 Make the enemy dull first, then defeat them with wisdom. The temple of all gods was destroyed. This scene shocked all the gods present, yet the attack from the other end of the space-time gate did not cease. 2 more micro-neutron stars burst from the space-time gate, as if intending to obliterate even the remnants of the temple of all gods. Fortunately, at that moment, the master god Morags had arrived. With a mere gesture, an inexplicable force began to spread through 4-dimensional space-time. The 2 rapidly approaching micro-neutron stars, showing no signs of deceleration, suddenly veered slightly off course. Then, the deviation grew larger, forming an arc that whisked past both sides of the temple of all gods before eerily colliding with each other. Hundreds of billions of tons of mass collided at the speed of light, unleashing a terrifying force. An intensely dazzling light burst forth before everyone, and the entire expanse seemed to tremble for a moment. The horrifying energy impact carried countless splintering fragments, spreading huge rifts throughout the void. The deities present all felt a tremor in their hearts. Such power could only be compared to the collision of 2 worlds. However, these shockwaves were all repelled by the master god Morags. A massive hand stretched forth, capturing the surging energy and the splintering fragments in its palm before grinding them into dust. Immediately after, the collapsing temple of all gods began to tremble violently as if time had reversed. Fallen columns re-erected themselves, broken walls rapidly repaired, even becoming more majestic and grandiose than before. But divine arts could mend a damaged palace. They could not erase the disgrace of having the land of gods destroyed before their eyes. Everything happened all too suddenly. From the onset of the attack to the striking of the temple of all gods, it all took place in just a few dozen seconds. Morags had rushed over immediately upon sensing the attack on the defenses he had set up, but alas, he was still one step too late. Fury ignited space-time, and ripples spread outwards like waves. The 5 deities who remained in the temple of all gods breathed sighs of relief. Now that the master god had arrived, it meant they were safe. As for the fallen evil god, even Morags had no power to reverse the death of a deity. The only consolation was that since the demise occurred in the primary world, it did not mean the end. As long as the divine realm remained, resurrection would happen after a millennium. Of course, this presumes that during this period, his divine realm and divine position are not usurped. Even in the best scenario, His divine power would decline following resurrection. "What should we do now, Lord Morags?" the storm god asked cautiously. The 8 consecutive terrifying neutron blasts had left a considerable shadow in his heart. Such an attack was comparable to high-level divine arts. It would take several deities combined to stop one, far beyond what any of them could handle alone. As the storm god saw it, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that several beings of great divine power had attacked together, and the second was that there was a master god-level presence in the opposing world. It was highly likely that the god of life and creation, Og, had taken the primary divine artifact and caused havoc in the other world, leading to vast destruction. So they had launched their full force in retaliation. Morags did not explain or respond, as if sensing something once again. A slit of light suddenly burst from his brow's vertical pupil, and a narrow space-time channel was opened. He then pointed a finger through it. A few dozen seconds earlier, just as the 8 microneutron stars had consecutively passed through the space-time gate. In the primary world, within the life and creation divine realm, Lin, who had just slipped in, was abruptly cornered. His luck was undoubtedly somewhat terrible. According to the original plan, the superneutron cannon accelerated by a black hole was supposed to cause a commotion, diverting the attention of the gods. Then he would quietly sneak in. However, while the idea was good, the execution was not, as the impact of the space-time gate between the 2 realms was simply too significant to camouflage. Most crucially, Lin had not anticipated that Morags, sensing the destruction of the main divine artifact, had just dispatched 2 deities to investigate the situation in the divine realm. This coincidence led to the current awkward predicament. With powerful divine radiance flaring behind him, Lin had no intention of fighting. Almost the moment he was discovered, he began to flee, endeavoring to distance himself from this divine realm. If a divine battle were to take place here, the outcome would undoubtedly be devastating. The god of knowledge and alchemy, Herd, naturally would not let Lin escape before his eyes, and he immediately realized that the opponent in front of him was merely an incarnation. This was an excellent opportunity to capture the credit. As Lin rushed out of the life and creation divine realm and stepped into the vast cosmic void, a peculiar domain formed, enveloping the nearby space. Nothingness and darkness stayed the same. Only now there were numerous specks of light. Those were runes. Alchemy runes. Was it some kind of alchemy array? It seemed to be integrated with the divine realm as well. Lin immediately realized this, and then noticed that a phantasmal scale had appeared under his feet, with the god of knowledge and alchemy, Herd, standing on the other end. This was an artifact he created using alchemy, wisdom balance. Knowledge does have weight, and the wisdom balance could materialize it, in turn imposing it upon the opponent. Almost the moment the phantom image of the scale appeared, Lin felt himself bound by some kind of heavy pressure. The scale then began to tilt, but it was leaning toward Lin's side. The god of knowledge and alchemy had clearly miscalculated slightly. While the accumulation of knowledge over millions of years was certainly formidable, Lin's mind also contained the data archives of the Federation and the basic technological reserves of an ancient civilization. The latter was especially lethal, signifying the scientific research reserves of a star civilization. This realized knowledge was heavier than an entire world, and the unprepared god of knowledge and alchemy nearly burst under the pressure. The god of knowledge and alchemy cried out in fear. Just as Lin had figured out what was happening, he immediately felt his brain becoming groggy. Even the elements making up his body began to grow silent, and his memory inexplicably began to fade. The tilt of the scale came to an abrupt halt, and even slowly started to shift to the other side. The one acting was the god of dullness and the god of folly. Though their domains were opposed, their combined power, when cooperating, was extremely formidable. To put in more common terms, it meant to first dull the opponent, then defeat them with one's own wisdom. Chapter 787, 664, God of Dullness and Foolishness. Chapter 787, Chapter 664, god of dullness and foolishness, dull, foolish. Under the influence of an inexplicable force, Lin's thoughts became confused, and his memory gradually faded. If it had been his original body here, he naturally would not have been affected by these forces, but he was now just an avatar, his power equivalent to a newly elevated lower deity, currently bound by the power of the wisdom balance, struggling to resist the threats emerging in his mind. Additionally, as the balance tipped, a massive pressure surfaced around him, coming from various directions and even penetrating dimensions, as if to completely crush him. This direct and peculiar attack on the spirit was clearly beyond Lin's expectations, making him realize that a second deity had joined the effort to block him. In fact, the power of the god of knowledge and alchemy alone had already exceeded his expectations. If it weren't for the opponent's foolish act of using knowledge as a force in their realm, and instead joining forces with the yet-to-appear deity to launch a direct attack, he probably would have perished by now. Simultaneously suffering physical and mental blows, Lin lost his ability to resist in that instant. His chaotic brain couldn't organize an effective counterattack, and the only thing he could do was try to retain some important memories before completely giving up resistance. As the balance continued to tilt, the body composed of divine power gradually started to disintegrate, shrinking to about 70% of its original size, his body even beginning to seem ethereal. Just as Lin's body was about to collapse completely, the tilt of the balance suddenly stopped, followed by the rapid retreat of the chaotic sensations in his brain. This was not because he had freed himself, but because the god of knowledge and alchemy had stopped their lethal blow. After all, killing the intruder was not their primary task. More important was to understand how the other had reached the main world, and whether it involved the god of life and creation. However, his recent experience on the wisdom balance made the god of knowledge and alchemy particularly cautious, immediately assigning this task to their colleague. The next moment, the true form of the god of dullness and folly appeared before Lin. The deity's appearance was indescribable, like a heap mixed with limbs and filthy mud combined together, radiating an aura that made one feel irritable and mad. After the god of knowledge and alchemy touched the restraint of the balance, a strange tendril extended from the filthy mud, flying straight towards Lin's body. All matter that came into contact with the filth would be tainted by this force, even capable of assimilating weaker deities, transforming them into part of itself. But Lin's actions were clearly faster, and the moment the restraint disappeared, he opened his eyes. A strong beam of light burst forth from his palm, severing the extending tendril, along with the god of dullness and folly behind it. The filthy black mud cracked, and blood, or perhaps muddy liquid, spurted from the fissure. This separated flesh and blood did not splatter randomly, but stretched like some kind of living creature from all directions, rolling towards Lin. Although the god of dullness and folly's thoughts were always somewhat abnormal due to his divine role, this did not imply a lack of logical reasoning. He naturally had to guard against a desperate counterattack from his opponent, but what met him were hundreds of ultra-high-intensity cosmic rays. The tainted flesh that swirled in from all directions quickly shattered into pieces, and the remaining attacks were blocked by a protective shield that lit up all around him. Everything happened in an instant. Such a sharp and decisive counterattack not only caught the god of dullness and folly off guard, but also left the god of knowledge and alchemy immensely surprised. He used the wisdom balance to erode the opponent's divine power while letting the god of dullness and folly confuse the opponent's thoughts. Normally, this incarnation should have lost the capability to resist for a short time, yet it still erupted with such formidable power. The god of knowledge and alchemy did not realize that the physical and mental assault was indeed more than Lin could endure and had indeed deprived him of his ability to resist to some extent. However, before his thoughts were completely scrambled, Lin had stripped out some of his more important memories and then tried to conserve his energy as much as possible, letting his opponent destroy his body. because Lin was also aware that the opponent was unlikely to kill him outright to obtain information. Both the balance and mental erosion were meant to weaken his resistance. Clearly, he guessed right. The moment the bindings were lifted, Lin allowed those stripped memories to return and gathered all his remaining energy to ensure that he was not inferior in reaction time and speed. However, the tools for attack and defense were advanced experimental weapons from a geometric civilization, all of a world-ending caliber. The downside was also clear: limited energy that couldn't support prolonged combat. So it had to be a swift and decisive battle. While shattering those tainted touches, Lin didn't bother with the shards of the pulverized god of dullness and folly. Instead, he charged toward the other opponent, the god of knowledge and alchemy, who had maintained a relatively safe position since the battle's commencement. Such reckless action didn't pose much of a threat, yet the god of knowledge and alchemy became vigilant. The opponent's performance had already proven that he was not an enemy to be taken lightly. He surely had something to rely on. If the opponent wanted to get close, then just prevent him from getting close. After the illusion of the balance vanished, the runes that comprised it had not faded, and the god of knowledge and alchemy activated these runes scattered in the void with a thought. In that instant, space stretched out countless times. Earlier, to utilize the divine artifact wisdom balance, the god of knowledge and alchemy had intentionally increased their distance to about 10 kilometers. At the speed of Lin's incarnation, it would take 1/10,000th of a second to arrive, but now it was like a matter of inches, yet worlds apart. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of tainted touches had coiled up again, and the protective shield on his outer periphery trembled continuously, utterly unable to withstand the corruption, quickly deteriorating. Though the two gods' divine roles were somewhat conflicting, they worked together in unexpected harmony. As the protection disintegrated, numerous tendrils directly penetrated Lin's body. Unfortunately, as he watched the close enemy, who had exhausted too much strength to launch dimensional jump, Lin sighed. Relying solely on an incarnation was indeed insufficient to cope with the encirclement of two gods. Fortunately, he had achieved the purpose of his journey, so it was also time to end it. Chapter 788, 665, The Disrupted Black Hole, The Disintegrated Cosmic Catastrophe. Chapter 788, Chapter 665, The Disrupted Black Hole, The Disintegrated Cosmic Catastrophe. Tainted tendrils flailed through the vast void, and neither Lin's antimatter sword nor the subsequent cosmic rays caused him any fatal damage. Instead, after unleashing all of his offensive output in an instant, Lin found himself in a power trough, and the god of dullness and folly clearly seized the opportunity, breaking through the outer defenses with the tainted touch and greedily stabbing into various parts of Lin's body, incessantly infecting and tearing at him as if facing a gluttonous feast. Lin acutely felt the elements that had been infected slipping out of his control as his body started to fall apart. However, the roles of hunter and prey can switch in an instant. As the tainted touch penetrated deep into his brain, it came into contact with a spherical, incredibly hard object. A chill that penetrated the soul immediately followed. The god of dullness and folly hadn't felt this sensation in over 10,000 years. It was the fear of imminent death. The response of the deity was unimaginably swift. Within 1,000th of a second, a mass of deep black sludge stripped directly from the body and fled in the opposite direction. Using his divine body as a cover to fend off enemy attacks, while separating a part of his core power to escape, was undoubtedly the best strategy under normal circumstances. Even for superior divine arts, after destroying a divine body, one's power would significantly wane. Being able to make such a decision in a moment of peril to abandon the divine body indeed made the god of dullness and folly decisively resolute. But this time the situation was different, for what was stored inside Lin's mind was an artificial black hole from the geometric civilization. 001 seconds. Lin activated the black hole core, and as this mass, comparable to a planet, began to collapse inward, a terrifying gravitational force erupted. The first to suffer was Lin, but it was intentional, for the core mass of this black hole was too small, and the event horizon was limited, making this incarnation the first sacrifice. The second sacrifice was the divine body left by the god of dullness and folly. Unlike Lin's incarnation, the god of dullness and folly had descended in his true form, and this voluntarily offered energy greatly amplified the mass of the black hole core, unleashing the true power of this cosmic disaster. The god of dullness and folly, frantically fleeing, immediately felt this powerful tearing force that penetrated various dimensions, and the outer layers of tainted mud peeled away, quickly exposing his divinity. The god of knowledge and alchemy, also within the range of the black hole's event horizon, was horrified. His body was wrapped in a strong anti-gravity field, countless flickering runes forming a protective shield that barely held against the gravitational pull, yet it was still being drawn in slowly. The god of knowledge and alchemy continuously rifled through his mind for a counter-strategy, but the distance between them was simply too close. As the god of dullness and folly was completely devoured by the black hole, the escalating gravitational pull completely cut off any possibility of escape for the god of knowledge and alchemy. Just as the god of knowledge and alchemy was about to fall into despair, a massive force, more shocking than the black hole, suddenly burst in. It was a finger, its narrowest diameter exceeding 1 kilometer. The moment it appeared, the surrounding space twisted, and then the finger pointed directly at the collapsing singularity. The instant the two made contact, time and space seemed to freeze, like two supernovae colliding and then erupting together. Twisted, chaotic light raged within the distorted space-time, blurring the entire world within the sight of the god of knowledge and alchemy, as vision, hearing, and perception vanished without a trace at that moment. A peculiar force protected his body, yet the god of knowledge and alchemy could still feel that even the slightest leakage of residual effects could tear him apart. It was unknown how much time passed. Perhaps it was an instant, a day, or even a month before the rampaging energy tide finally settled down. The next moment, the figure of the main god Morlithus appeared in the void. The god of knowledge and alchemy keenly noticed that one of Morlithus's fingers was missing on his right hand, but the terrifying micro-black hole had also disappeared along with it. This was the main world, Morlithus's home ground, where his powers could be maximally exhibited. Naturally, resolving a micro-black hole was not difficult here, exclaimed the god of knowledge and alchemy, immensely grateful after having survived the ordeal. Morlithus did not acknowledge the flattery of the god of knowledge and alchemy, and instead questioned directly. First, the temple of all gods was destroyed, then this problem occurred. Consecutively losing two gods had already escalated Morlithus's anger to the extreme. The god of knowledge and alchemy dared not hide anything and immediately narrated the entire course of events, including the details of the battle. I suspect that Og might have assisted those wizards. The god of knowledge and alchemy hesitated and said. Morlithus was aware of this as well, since the channel connecting the two planes had appeared within the life and creation divine realm. This undoubtedly had something to do with Og. However, lacking concrete evidence of betrayal and taking punitive action to destroy the other's divine realm could easily cause dissatisfaction among the gods. And in this special period, it was clearly an unwise decision. After all, there was another possibility. Someone might have captured Og and used some method to connect the two worlds. Morlithus silently swept his gaze over the life and creation divine realm below, seeking to trace any remnants left by Lin. Yet there was absolutely no divine power reaction related to her within the divine realm. In the microscopic world invisible to the naked eye, millions of atom-level detectors had already quietly dispersed within the divine realm. This was the creation of pure technology. A geometric civilization used extremely advanced micro-engraving technology to transform individual atoms into detection and engineering instruments. Even the sensory abilities of a main god could not precisely perceive such a magnitude of atoms with no anomalous magical power, especially since the number of atoms within the life and creation divine realm was overwhelmingly large. It was approximately on the order of 10 to the 45th power, a huge number that was difficult to pin down directly unless meticulously searching region by region, making it impossible to identify otherwise. This was the fallback Lin had left, desperately moving the battlefield into the void. Chapter 789, 666 Chemical Priesthood and High-Dimensional Galaxies. Chapter 789. Chapter 666 Chemical Priesthood and High-Dimensional Galaxies. After a fruitless search, Morags could only suppress the burning rage in his heart for the time being. One after another, streaks of light and shadow from the void swept by from afar, the gods rushing to provide support upon receiving the message. But it was apparent that they were all a step too late. Upon learning that the temple of all gods had been blown up, resulting in the fall of two deities, the gods present were utterly shocked. Some of the weaker gods even secretly rejoiced that it wasn't their turn to defend the temple of all gods, or else it could have been them who perished. The sun god Alti asked unwillingly. Although each encounter revealed that the wizard's displayed powers continually broke their expectations, in the sun god's view, the might of the main world was still sufficient to crush all resistance. These pesky natives from the other world were like worms in the soil, constantly emerging to harry them. The moment they prepared to wipe them out, the foes would slip into narrow crevices, leaving the sun god finding no other adjective but disgusting to describe them. There were not a few gods who shared the sun god Alti's thoughts. They were all eager to invade the other world and eradicate those annoying natives. They won't be able to hide for long, Alti, Morags asserted confidently. This was not an empty, comforting statement. Morags was absolutely sure. In the previous encounter, separated by dimensional barriers, his perception was greatly limited. But this time was different. The other party foolishly used this powerful divine art again in the main world, and after destroying it, Morags had figured out its tricks. In the vast cosmos, within the eternal star, the news of the soul fragment's death was almost instantaneously transmitted to Lin's mind, bringing with it a strange sense of weakness, as if part of him had been excised. This connection was also the only way to span the two universes. Lin suspected that it might involve dimensions higher than the fourth. However, due to the barriers of time and space, he could not see what his avatar was doing or exchange information directly. Only at the moment of death was he able to sense something. Things are not going smoothly. Lin sighed silently to himself. He had gone to great lengths, bringing over 8 asteroids to craft into miniature neutron stars, all to facilitate the smooth infiltration of this avatar into the main world. Unfortunately, it had still been detected. Fortunately, he had backup plans. Lin could only hope that the atomic-level probes would successfully evade the main god's surveillance. While he patiently awaited the right moment, Vittorio completed the ascension ceremony following Aurora, becoming the god of chemistry. This caused earlier breakthroughs by Aurora and Herav to be even more envious, given that Vittorio could be said to have monopolized an entire discipline. Lin wasn't too surprised. Though chemistry is a vast discipline, it essentially involves the study of the composition, structure, properties, transformations, and applications of matter at the atomic and molecular levels. It could even be described as a branch of physics. Therefore, to truly achieve something remarkable in chemistry, one must learn physics. Additionally, there are plenty of good tidings from the geometric civilization. For instance, the researcher Yida once again improved the energy ascension technology, raising the success rate to around 90%. This time, more than 50 leaders of the discs who were close to the end of their lives couldn't wait to undergo the transformation, with overwhelmingly positive outcomes. Except for a few unlucky ones, all were successful. This also meant that another 50 star domains were now indirectly under his control. Although in order to avoid detection, Lin couldn't directly command their forces to attack the main world, he could still gain many conveniences. Take Element. Number 7, for example, such a super-strategic resource was ostensibly owned by the entire civilization, with allocations decided through disk council discussions. But as long as there was life, complex thoughts, and autonomy, even different regions within the same nation would have disputes. Unity only seemed so solid because the vast cosmos was so dangerous. Therefore, leaders of the various star domains had their secret stockpiles for clandestine research. The reserves from over 50 star systems totaled about 3,000 tons, which was even more than he had obtained from the last transaction. Lin instructed the controlled leaders to gather these reserves of element number 7 under the guise of weapons research, and then secretly send them over using wormhole technology. With this batch of supplies, Lin then expanded the 50-year planet expansion plan to encompass the entire star system. That is to say, high-dimensionalized the whole star system. The difficulty was undoubtedly immense because the scope of a star system was just too large. Even if only the 5 major planets were included, the diameter would exceed 500 million kilometers. By comparison, the volume of the eternal star was a mere 40,000 kilometers. The amount of resources at their disposal was somewhat scarce. However, this time, Lin would not be the only one unfolding into low dimensions. Along with Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio, there were 4 deities working together. As for the god of life and creation, Og, Lin's level of trust in him was far from sufficient, and he naturally would not let him participate. We don't necessarily need to shape the shield into a circle. A flat, irregular ellipsoid might be more suitable. After all, the orbits of these planets are very stable, and their inclination angles are very modest, all below 5%. By doing this, the area we need to cover can be significantly reduced, Vittorio suggested after listening to Lin's description. Herav also proposed whether they should change the orbits of some distant planets or kick the farthest one out of the solar system to reduce the scope of the star system. Let's just try it first, Lin said thoughtfully. A single planet represented a godly domain, and the materials inside could be used as an energy reserve at critical moments. This was why Lin wanted to take the whole star system into high-dimensional space. Doing so would allow them to accomplish much more over the 50 years. Herav and the others had no objections. Having made their decision, they spread out from the sun to 4 predetermined points, each with 1,000 tons of element number 7. They activated it nearly simultaneously, and 4 communication electromagnetic waves swiftly propagated into the distance. Low-dimensional. Chapter 790, 667. 50x speed, merge with the sun. Chapter 790, Chapter 667. 50x speed, merge with the sun. In a corner of the vast cosmos, within one of the 4 spiral galaxies, a layer of membrane material invisible to the naked, I rapidly spread outward from 4 deities as its focal point. All involved had controlled this substance before and thus handled it with ease. However, this time the situation was different, as they needed to extend the 7th element across the entire star system. And they only had 3,000 tons of material stolen by leaders of a geometric civilization and another 1,500 tons from the remnants of manufactured divinity. The old methods were clearly inadequate. Luckily, Lin had already come up with a new idea. A few months ago, when battling Og in the Sea of Quanta, the shield made from the 7th element had fractured several times. At that time, Lin discovered that these holes could be temporarily sealed with divine power to withstand the onslaught of the quantum tides. So he planned to use a net-like structure where the expanded 7th element would weave into an elliptical fishing net, enveloping the star system, with the gaps filled using divine power. This was undoubtedly a massive project. Even with Lin and others working together, it took a full 10 days to set up this large fishing net. The only consolation was their smooth entry into the Sea of Quanta, which went as Lin had expected, with the barriers made of divine power sufficient to withstand the quantum tides. The god of life and creation, Og, looked up at the gradually closing net in the sky, amazed at the grand actions of the wizards, then bowed his head and continued with his own tasks. The crimson star beneath him was a divine domain gifted to him by Lin, located far from any star system, with temperatures consistently below -100 degrees Celsius, a planet unsuitable for sustaining life. This was not an intentional difficulty posited by someone. In fact, after helping Aurora and Vittorio complete the divination ceremony, Lin had allowed him to choose from the remaining 4 planets within the star system, a decision carefully considered by Og. Though the orbital position of the Crimson Star was not ideal, its massive size and the vast amount of materials and energy it contained, even more than the Eternal Star, meant that once refurbished, it would sustain its grade even if its divine domains in the principal world were completely destroyed. Compared to this, the difficulty of transformation was a minor issue. Meanwhile, Lin and the others had already pulled the entire star system into the Sea of Quanta, appearing as a colossal entity plunging into it, like a massive stone thrust upon the surface of a lake. Such an obvious signal could easily draw other visitors' attention. To avoid malicious attacks, they prepared to respond at any moment before stepping into a tenfold time acceleration. To Lin's surprise, the journey was remarkably calm. They could clearly sense through the fluctuations of space-time that there weren't a few visitors in this area. Unlike last time, no civilization attempted to attack or approach them. Instead, many detected entities were slowly moving away. In an instant, Lin understood. The previous times they had entered the Sea of Quanta, they had each brought only one planet. Using the ocean as a metaphor, it was like a fish heedlessly swimming into perilous waters, easily arousing predators' interests. But this time, they had brought in a whale. Their size was far too large, managing to bring an entire star system into the Sea of Quanta. Any civilization interested in them would have to reconsider their capabilities before showing any malice. In such an unexpectedly smooth sailing, the star system successfully entered a region of extremely high time flow rates. There were many visitors in regions below 40 times speed, but beyond that number, visitors began to dwindle. The reason was obvious. The faster the flow of time, the astronomical consumption of magic power. And civilizations entering here via technological means also needed to consider energy issues. Fortunately, they had already prepared by establishing planetary ranches on the moon and several undeveloped continents of the Eternal Star, and with the support of no fewer than 4 deities to share the burden, they could maintain it. After a month, Lin and the others, controlling the star system, finally reached the designated time zone and settled in one of the least visited flow rate intervals. "We're finally safe," Harov breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the journey, he was on tenterhooks, especially during the phase between 30 to 50 times the speed of time, where there were entities much larger than their star system, capable of easily crushing them if they harbored any malice. Aurora and Vittorio also somewhat eased their minds. Now, they could rest easy for a while. For these 50 years, Lin had already planned what to do. The most important task was naturally to digest various advanced technological data obtained from the geometric civilization and to complete the transformation of the entire star system. For this purpose, the Council had manufactured 130 engineering spacecraft, prepared to undertake major construction throughout the star system. Additionally, the ongoing All-Wizard plan was also to be synchronized. In summary, the plan was to use 50 years to shore up weaknesses, allowing the Wizard Council-governed Magic Kingdom to truly become a star system-level civilization in substance. Of course, these tasks were to be handled by the legendary wizards of the Council. There was no need for them to intervene personally. Harov, Aurora, and Vittorio continued to maintain the operation of the star system in the Sea of Quanta and used this 50-year gap to familiarize themselves with their newly acquired divine professions. Meanwhile, Lin was preparing to undertake a major task. He planned to merge with the sun. Transforming a star into a divine domain was an idea Lin had for a long time, but he had never acted on it due to uncertainty. After all, a star was 1,000,000 times larger in volume and 30,000 times heavier in mass compared to the Eternal Star, and unlike ordinary planets, It was an immensely dangerous entity, akin to countless hydrogen bombs continuously exploding. Mere proximity, even at distances of hundreds of millions of kilometers, would be enough to transform a planet into a dead star due to the energy escaping from its surface. However, Lin learned from Og that there was also a sun god in the principal world, indicating that merging with a star was not entirely impossible. This time, he was determined to challenge this limit. With a step, Lin arrived directly on this enormous fireball. The fearsome solar wind swept towards him. This was a high-speed stream of charged particles from the star's atmosphere, reaching speeds of thousands of kilometers per second, requiring one to face countless microscopic particle attacks just by getting close. For a god, the mere solar wind was nothing. Lin simply ignored the storm's interference and stepped forward into the star's interior. Raising his hand, he parted the sun's surface, the convection layer that swirled like magma. Chapter 791, 668, Solar Core and Solar Wind. Chapter 791, Chapter 668, Solar Core and Solar Wind. Scorching, viscous, burning hot. The moment Lin entered the stellar convection zone, he felt an immense pressure, as if he were walking at the center of a nuclear explosion. If he hadn't already ascended to godhood, he might have been torn apart by this wild energy. However, this also made his breakthrough speed of the stellar exterior much slower. It took him an entire week to penetrate the convection and radiation layers to see his target, the core of the sun. This is the region where the star carries out nuclear fusion. Its temperature reaches up to 18 million degrees. And what is more terrifying is that the internal pressure is 300 billion times Earth's atmosphere pressure. A huge amount of hydrogen atoms gather and compress here, fusing into helium and releasing light and heat that becomes the source of warmth for the entire star system. What Lin intended to do was to make this star a part of himself. With a surge of thought, Lin's divine domain had already quietly unfolded, pervading the entire core of the sun with magic power. As the core zone of a star, its volume is roughly 1/15 of the whole, but even so, it is already very large. With a diameter exceeding 300,000 kilometers, it would take decades to slowly assimilate. Even though Lin was prepared, when he truly began to transform his divine domain, he was still shocked by the sun's violent and majestic power. If a planet is like a calm pond, then a star is a raging river. The material inside is not fusing at extremely high pressure. It's turning into energy in an eruptive state, very unstable. To pervade it, one must first withstand the violent energy shocks. Lin had experienced a similar sensation when merging with the core of a planet, except that it was thousands of times more terrifying than that. The conflict taking place inside the stellar body quickly triggered more intense stellar activity. Solar flares were even more frequent, and solar winds, tens of times more powerful than before, surged in every direction of the star system at a speed of 5,000 kilometers per second. The nearest planet's surface began to heat up rapidly, with the side facing the sun even starting to show signs of land melting. The eternal star, located at the second position in the star's orbit, suffered a fierce assault as well. Fortunately, besides its atmosphere, there were protective spells laid by Lin outside the planet that were originally to prevent surveillance from geometric civilizations, and now they conveniently blocked the invasion of the solar wind. The moon, which happened to be on the far side of the eternal star, thus avoided a calamity. An apocalyptic crisis was thus averted before it ever truly threatened. Yet there were still some who noticed the abnormalities in the skies. Wizard Vire, looking up at the shining sun above, murmured to himself. Hearing his words, several of his students also looked up, and immediately tears streamed down their faces. Just as Viral had said, the sun indeed seemed brighter than before. It was not a mere illusion. Before, looking at the sun would only feel slightly blinding, but now a single glance was dazzling to the point of almost searing one's eyes blind. A newly initiated wizard said, his voice laced with anxiety. Despite the church having crumbled many years ago, the spread of doomsday theories have been remarkably widespread. now birthing countless versions, with the explosion of the sun being one of them. Wizards from the Special Nature Conservation Society were particularly keen on promoting such theories, even believing that wizards' unrestrained alterations to the world could lead to great disasters, asserting that returning to nature and the original ecology was the most correct decision. In this regard, Wizard Viral, of course, scoffed at such ideas. Have you been stuffing your books to the dogs? We should be entering a period of peak stellar activity, Viral lectured on, explaining to the other party what solar spots, faculae, spectral lines, and flares were. The wizard pursed his lips. He could find the stuff Viral was talking about on the magic web as well, which did not match at all. According to predictions by the wizards of astronomy within the Institute, the next peak period of stellar activity was supposed to be 5 years later. The wizards present all turned their gazes to their dean Johnny, hoping to settle the argument conclusively. Johnny, too, had noticed the anomaly in the sun, but before the doomsday proponents could celebrate, he spoke again. Compared to these excellent graduates who had just completed their studies, Johnny, as a member of the council, naturally knew a bit more. The students also thought of this possibility. Although they were not privy to the council's plans for transforming the star system, nor aware that the entire system had already entered the sea of quanta, the Magic Daily frequently reported on space domain transformation, especially regarding the moon. Transportation between the eternal star and moon was now very convenient, and as long as one could endure the monotonous life, settling on the moon was no problem at all. It wasn't impossible for those council chairs, powerful beyond description, to take action against the sun. Viral and others, able to access information anytime through the magic web, were well aware of how immensely huge a star was, yet those gigantic numbers were, after all, just symbols on paper, and there still wasn't an accurate concept of the power of a star. Viral asked curiously. Not even close, Johnny said with a smile and a shake of his head. A month ago, she indeed completed the legendary promotion ceremony, smoothly becoming the 69th legendary wizard of the council. But in recent years, the threshold to become a chairperson had been raised higher and higher, with not even wizards of the Eighth Circle guaranteed the title, let alone a newly advanced legend like her. Hearing this, Viral and the others were somewhat disappointed. If Dean Johnny truly became a chairperson of the council, a true leader of the Wizard Council, their future careers would be much easier. Johnny shot the students a glance, clearly seeing through their thoughts. Daydreaming about taking shortcuts just wouldn't do. All right, let's put aside the matter of the sun for now. Even if it truly does explode, it's not something for you to worry about. Focus more on how to perform at the academic symposium later, and don't disgrace the Institute, Johnny reminded them. Viral and the others immediately snapped back to attention, feeling somewhat nervous. They had heard that this symposium was going to be a grand affair, with many well-known and esteemed individuals attending. Johnny looked toward the soaring spire, her face showing a hint of nostalgia. She remembered many years ago, back when she was an apprentice, how someone had led them to shine at an academic symposium. Now, as time had passed, the responsibility of leading the team fell to her. Chapter 792, 669, a 50-year development plan and a counterattack on the main world. Chapter 792, Chapter 669, a 50-year development plan and a counterattack on the main world. The Tower of Arcane Magic stood high above the capital city of the Magic Kingdom, reaching a magnificent height of 339 meters. It was a miraculous achievement completed within 30 days through the combined magical prowess of 4 legendary wizards. The interior had been transformed by force field magic. The space inside was many times larger than it appeared to be from the outside, up to 10 times bigger. The number of wizards who had come to participate in the conference this time had reached an astonishing 150,000, making it the grandest academic gathering to date. However, this number was not representative of the entire official wizard membership of the council. In fact, that figure had surpassed 7 million. If you had asked Raphael decades ago, he would not even dare to dream of such numbers. Yet, with the collective efforts of a widely spread arcane network and educational accessibility, This had become a reality. Among those qualified to attend the conference, apart from the great wizards and the legendaries, were the elite of the official wizards. 150,000 wizards gathered together on a massive, step-like amphitheater erected through magic. The farthest point from the center of the conference was 2 kilometers away, and it was only possible to make out what was happening there with the aid of long-distance viewing magic and amplification magic. The whole scene of the conference was in a messy uproar. Raphael had no choice but to emphasize order time and time again to no avail. Only by completely draining all the air from the Tower of Arcane Magic did he finally manage to silence everyone. Following this, Raphael unfurled his dominion, dividing the vast conference site into tens of thousands of regions, where only the areas he permitted could project sound. After resolving the chaotic noise, Raphael took out the list of applicants and, according to the sequence of numbers on it, invited each school to come up on stage to present their research achievements. The first to take the stage was the legendary wizard Boulder, who had made significant contributions to the study of force field and dimension magic. His proposal involved optimizations and improvements to the space-time gate technology. The importance of space-time gates goes without saying, especially for traveling vast interstellar distances. Even traveling at several times the speed of light, it could take dozens to hundreds of years to reach the destination, making space-time gates the only choice. The difficulty of executing such powerful dimension magic was immense, almost exclusively within the purview of deities. However, after studying the method of creating wormholes by the geometric civilization, Boulder found an optimization plan. After discussing with a group of alchemy masters for several months, they were able to develop an array that penetrated through 4 dimensions. All that was needed were 6 legendary wizards proficient in force field magic, casting their spells at the 2 respective transmission points to create a space-time gate. With this advancement, there would be no need to bother Lin and others to construct space-time gates henceforth. This discovery was unquestionably groundbreaking, signifying the potential for the widespread use of space-time transportation. The Council could employ it for interstellar travel or even conceivably build an abundance of space-time gates within planets to minimize transportation and transit time. However, numerous issues required consideration. For example, whether constructing numerous teleportation gates within a planet would disrupt the space-time continuum or affect the planet's gravity itself. These aspects demanded further exploration and research. After deliberation by a dozen judges, this achievement earned a nomination for the Corona Medal. Boulder was indescribably thrilled. As time had passed, the Corona Medal had become less rare, but it was still regarded as the highest honor in the entire magic community. Besides, every legendary aspired for swift promotion to a star god, which required accumulating significant achievements to stand at the forefront among all contenders. The issuance of the Corona Medal also excited those wizards yearning for fame and prestige. With various school wizards presenting on stage, 17 Silver Moon medals and over 50 star medals were quickly awarded. Johnny and his peers were among them, earning a nomination for a Silver Moon medal thanks to their improved energy defense device. The rapid development of such numerous achievements by the Council's wizards could be attributed to their recent access to a vast amount of fundamental scientific knowledge from the geometric civilization. This knowledge bridged their exploratory gaps, coupled with the explosive increase in wizard numbers, leading the Council to a second surge of technological advancements, far more comprehensive than before. For instance, the simple communication devices invented in recent years had sparked a buying frenzy in the kingdom. Yet barely 2 years later, they were already on the verge of obsolescence. This was because Anthony had tremendously reduced the complexity of casting projection magic. By harnessing the power of the arcane network, even a wizard apprentice could converse face-to-face with colleagues millions of miles away. Such convenience naturally diminished the wizard's interest in purchasing mere communication devices. Now only some civilians made use of them. After nearly a month, the Magic Research Conference finally came to an official close. However, Before the wizards, still not quite satiated with the proceedings, could depart, Raphael announced another major piece of news. Henceforth, the entire world of the Eternal Star, no, the entire star system would enter a state of war. On hearing this, a commotion arose among the wizards present. Chairman Raphael, are we going to war again? A great wizard urgently rose from his seat to ask. The veteran wizards were not surprised. Ever since they had ventured out from Wizardland, the wars had never ceased. It's only that in recent times, they had formed an alliance with the geometric civilization, thus enjoying a prolonged period of peace. Raphael stated bluntly. This response did not surprise the crowd either, as the council had already clashed with the gods of the main world several times. Whether it was moon goddess Diana, who brought magic power to this world, the Lord of Undeath who crossed over from another realm, or the arrival of 6 other gods, all invariably came with the intention of invading this world. In comparison to the geometric civilization, with whom a temporary cooperation had been established, the threat from the main world was unequivocally more lethal. In fact, just before the commencement of this conference, Lynn, Herav, Vittorio, and Chairman Aurora collaborated to move our entire star domain into the Sea of Quanta. Raphael proclaimed another bombshell revelation, information previously known only to the legendary wizards. There was no longer a need for secrecy. Once the wizards present had assimilated this news, Raphael spoke once more with grave formality. Our current temporal flow is about 1/10 of that in the vast universe. We must build an immense interstellar fleet within this star domain, master all the technology sent by the geometric civilization, harness every available force, and then... Chapter 793, 670, The Extinguished Sun. Chapter 793, Chapter 670, The Extinguished Sun. We would build cities on distant stars, turn basins into oceans and deserts into oases. Knowledge was our power. Courage was our beacon. We performed miracles named magic, aiming to create a paradise for wizards in 50 years. Accompanied by a huge starship coursing through the horizon, a melodious song reverberated ceaselessly above the skies of Boulder Star. This song, born in the era of grand construction, had become the latest trend, spreading throughout the 5 planets and 7 moons of the galaxy. However, the lyrics mentioned 50 years, but in reality, they had spent 67 years in the Sea of Quanta. Few knew why they delayed their return to the grand universe. Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio, who were in charge of maintaining the protective shield, had been struggling to cope. In the 50-fold flow of time, the divine realm in the grand universe could hardly sustain such enormous consumption. Fortunately, during these 67 years, 2 new star gods, Anthony and Boulder, were born, and with their addition, they managed to sustain it successfully, even allowing for some rotation and rest. The new generation born during the Great Construction era had even come to accept only 4 stars, 1 moon, and 1 exceedingly bright sun in their sky. Over these 67 years, the remaining 4 barren planets in the galaxy had been fully developed, and huge city clusters had been established, just as the song had described. At this very moment, 65 million kilometers from the sun, within the towering buildings of Wizard Star, there was a surge of people where a dozen children gathered in an alleyway, listening to an old itinerant bard recount tales of the past. These children did not know the bard's name or where he lived, but they understood the legendary adventures he recounted were incredibly captivating. Although these histories were also recorded in the Magic Network, those cold texts could hardly compare to a vivid, live commentary, especially the tales of the Magic Star, which they never tired of hearing multiple times. However, today the itinerant bard wasn't telling the thrilling adventures of wizards, but an older story that took place before the wizards liberated the continent, involving incidents that occurred in empires. That story was not thrilling. It spoke of the nobles' contempt, the church's indifference, and the commoners' suffering. You mean to say that in the past, only nobles could eat meat? People like us could only eat bread? The tallest child said incredulously, believing that if one had to eat only these things every day, it would definitely become very bland. The bard's voice was very low, yet very clear to hear. The group of children looked at each other, finding it hard to imagine what bread harder than stone looked like, as the bread they bought was always soft and fluffy, like clouds in the sky. Who would make bread with bark and straw? That would surely not sell, the tall child retorted, feeling certain the old man in front of him was fooling him. The bard began, "That kind of bread, even with water, is very hard to swallow, but it fills the stomach, allows one to survive. During famines, one had to chew on bark, eat fern roots, soil, or even—" the bard said earnestly. The children were terrified, rendered speechless, unable to imagine such hellish scenes. The heavy pressure in their hearts vanished instantly. The children looked at the old man before them with strange gazes, guessing his identity. According to the records on a magic network, the church's rule over the continent had ended almost a century ago. Just as they were pondering this, a large group of guards rushed over and surrounded the area. The dozen children who had just breathed a sigh of relief suddenly became tense again. Could this man possibly be a fugitive? However, this conjecture was interrupted the next second. The leading captain said respectfully. The bard nodded, glanced at the bewildered children, and then transformed into a beam of light and vanished before everyone's eyes. The tallest child suddenly thought of something and stuttered, unable to speak. The leading captain said with a smile, "As for the bard being the other party's personal interest or hobby, or perhaps a reminiscence of the past, rumors had it that the bard was the speaker's profession before he became a wizard." While the group of children was shocked that Speaker Boulder had been telling them stories, Boulder had already flown to his destination. The so-called fourth home is the fourth planet in the stellar orbit. 10 years ago, Sanchez won the 7th Divine Ascension based on a major biological paper, defeating many competitors. By now, it should be about time, and probably another deity is about to be born in this star system. When Boulder arrived at the planet, others had also reached there. It seemed he was one step late. The ascension ceremony was already over, but still, Boulder shook his head and stepped forward to offer his congratulations. "Congratulations, Speaker Sanchez." Just as Sanchez was about to reply joyfully at his breakthrough, he was interrupted by a sudden transformation. The light around them had vanished. It was clearly daytime on the planet, and moreover, it was noon, the time when light was most plentiful. As the planetary ruler, Sanchez knew very well they were facing towards the sun. But now, the light had disappeared. Then it could only mean several star gods abruptly turned their heads to look at the sun, but that billion-year-old constant star in the universe had completely vanished from sight. The sun, had it extinguished? This thought flashed through Boulder's mind, but the next second, a light 1,000 times more intense than usual burst forth. Herav shouted in horror. Such terrifying rays, if they reached the planets, could hardly be blocked by their defenses. Even a tiny leak could cause horrific destruction. Chapter 794, 671. The Sun is Me. I am the Sun. Chapter 794. Chapter 671. The Sun is Me. I am the Sun. The blinding light that struck fear into the hearts was devouring the darkness, and it was spreading at an alarming speed. The planet closest to the sun had already been swallowed up. A glimmer of the planet's magic protective layer being breached was already faintly visible. Fortunately, at this time, several counselors of the star gods had already arrived. Aurora was the first to act. As the god of optics, dealing with such light pollution was naturally her forte, but the force was simply too powerful, and not just pure light, but the manifestation of magic and will. What she could do was to reduce the strength of these rays as much as possible. Vittorio, Anthony, Boulder, Sanchez, Og, and others entered the planets to reinforce the inner protections, while the most powerful, Herav, had the most burdensome task. He needed to gather the weakened rays and eliminate them to prevent the star system protection shield, constructed from the seventh element and divine power, from being directly breached. However, just when Herav was about to make his move, the terrifying aurora beams suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only an incredibly luminous point in front of them. Herav immediately realized what had happened, and a smile of surprise appeared on his face. After 67 years, Lin finally awoke from his endless slumber. Of course, to describe it as slumber wasn't quite right, because throughout these years, Lin had not been idle for a moment, corrupting and assimilating the massive and violent energy within the sun's core. This was by no means an easy task, to the extent that Lin couldn't even spare the attention to observe the outside world, being fully invested in the work of taming the star, until just now when he finally completed the last step. He had become one with the star. Now Lin was the sun itself, or rather, the star resided within him. This was a sensation completely different from turning a planet into a divine realm. Lin had never experienced such a powerful surge of energy to the point where it was almost uncontrollable. He could feel an overwhelming power ready to pour out with just the slightest movement of his body. However, Lin was well aware that if this force were to go unchecked, the consequences would be terrifying. Therefore, he had been very careful during the corruption of the sun's core to control the outflow of energy until the very last moment of fusion when an error occurred. Lin had restrained 99% of the energy, but that leaked 1% was still exceedingly terrifying. As soon as he realized something was amiss, he hastily recollected that power. After adjusting to his current state for a while, Lin turned his gaze across the entire star domain. Having merged with the star, his perception could now cover the whole star system, and he naturally noticed the changes within it. Aside from the eternal star, the originally barren 4 planets were now teeming with life, and their appearance had changed from the savageness of before, with oceans of azure and green forests occupying most of the areas. What's most crucial, the number of people linked to the magic network had reached 1,700,000,000. This was undoubtedly a huge number to consider, especially since the minimum requirement to link to the magic network was to become a wizard apprentice. And before he had entered the heart of the star, this number had been less than 50 million. An increase of 20 times was an exaggeration. It seemed that during the time he merged with the star, the whole star system had developed quite well under the leadership of the council, even better than he had anticipated. Just as Lin was thinking this, he saw several streaks of light speeding toward him, the likes of Herav and others. Lin's gaze swept over the newly promoted star gods, pausing before he spoke with a smile. Following the legendary order of advancement, he had thought that Raphael and the others would have taken a step ahead. Boulder was also very proud. He could be said to be the oldest kingdom citizen to become a wizard in the old era. In his 40s, he was still a bard, and it was after the Wizard Council invaded the kingdom that he began to acquire knowledge and become a wizard apprentice. Due to his exceptional talent and the convenience of the magic network, his promotion was rapid. It took him about 20 years to complete the transformation from commoner to legend. Previously, he had even moved to the forefront of everyone by relying on his significant achievements in improving teleportation technology and obtained the qualifications for advancement. Anthony and Sanchez also secured the right to transform the remaining 2 planets in the star field into divine realms by advancing projection magic and energy life technology. As for Raphael, as the leader of the council's daily affairs, he had to deal with too many things each day, which actually delayed his advancement. However, Raphael had already broken through to become a 9th ring legendary wizard, so his advancement was likely imminent. In these 67 years, the Council had built a total of 700 star system-class warships, and with the application of the curvature engine technology from the geometric civilization, they no longer needed a deity as fuel. Artificial black hole technology had also made breakthroughs. It was just that the materials within the star system and space were limited, so it remained in the theoretical stage for now. Lin felt somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that 50 years would be quite ample, but it looked like he had underestimated the difficulty of fusing with a star. Boulder suddenly asked. They were currently standing in the exact position where the sun used to be, but the star had vanished. Lin raised his eyebrows. Since the existence of a star is different from that of a planet, he had directly used this vast energy to recreate an even more powerful divine body to cope with the threats from the main world. As a result, no matter where he went, it was as though he was within a divine realm. Upon hearing this, the faces of Herav and the others couldn't help twitching. Without the sun, what would become of the planet's orbits and rotations? The reason there were no problems now was that they were using divine power to maintain the planet's rotation, try to minimize the impact on the citizens within the planets. But they couldn't maintain this state forever with divine power. No sooner had the words fallen than Lin stretched out his hand. The space around him warped and compressed, soon forming a mass point. Waves of space-time ripples began to spread throughout the entire star field, centered on this mass point, simulating a gravitational pull similar to that of the Sun. All the planets that had just left their star orbits quickly returned to their correct paths. Afterwards, just setting up a super-large fusion reactor in the orbit of each planet to provide light would solve the problem. Of course, this was a temporary solution. Later on, they could consider bringing another sun of similar mass and size over from another star system. Chapter 795, 672, Lin, so I'm a chief god too. Chapter 795, Chapter 672, Lin, so I'm the chief god too? Lin deftly resolved the issue of the planet's orbital rotation, leaving Herav and others utterly astounded. The power of the deities was immensely strong. They had all experienced it themselves, and to describe it as omnipotent and omniscient for ordinary creatures was no exaggeration. Yet on the cosmic scale, this immense power seemed minuscule. Fearsome divine arts could obliterate the creatures of a planet, but their impact on the universe, the galaxies, and even the star systems seemed negligible. Boulder curiously inquired. In his perception, Lin was as scorching as the sun, emitting an intense, oppressive aura. Lin said uncertainly, although he had witnessed the battle between the great god Harry and the geometric civilization fleet, he was not very clear about the hierarchical division among the deities. The only thing he knew was that after merging with the star, his power had increased enormously. With the computing power of 1,070,000,000 wizards in the magic network, he could easily do things that used to feel incredibly difficult. For instance, creating a miniature black hole previously required either finding an appropriate celestial body in the universe as material or using 70% of divine power for transformation. Now, that percentage had been reduced to about 10%, and his mastery over space-time had also improved further. If there was anyone who understood the divine system well, it was only Og, a deity from the main world. Og hesitated as he spoke. Lin paused for a moment, then began to experiment. He extended his hand, peeling a portion of energy from his body. Quickly, a fireball hovered in Lin's palm, releasing heat in all directions like a miniature sundae. Immediately after, Lin's fingers gently pinched the fireball, causing it to warp and change shape constantly. First, the general outline was created, followed by the head, wings, and body. About a few hours later, a strangely looking magical creature was finally presented before them, resembling a crow but in resplendent golden red, with dazzling flowing light twinkling on each of its tail feathers. The strangest part was it had 3 legs. While the triangular shape is the most stable structure, in nature, tripedal creatures are usually abnormalities. Herav was somewhat astonished and didn't understand the purpose, but it did seem to have a sacred feel. The people present could tell that Lin was using his biological divine position to create a new type of energy creature. In strict terms, energy creatures are also a form of life. The technology for transforming carbon-based life into energy life forms that they got from the geometric civilization is included within the domain of the biological divine position. Though theoretically every deity should be able to create followers, the entire process is actually quite complex. For instance, the divine servants Lin had previously created to deceive the geometric civilization were just incarnations of divine power. The role of divine positions is to simplify all processes, like turning all the knowledge in one's mind into software, whereby entering the necessary values and requirements, one could create it. I call it Gold Crow, a derivative creature of stellar energy, usually drawing energy by devouring light, Lin explained. This creature was indeed modeled after the mythical Gold Crow, created using the biological divine position. Lin then experimented with the other divine positions. He was able to use them smoothly. He had noticed before that the divine positions consolidated by Herav and others could trigger his Olympic mathematics divine position. But this time it was more evident. He could even directly use the corresponding divine position's power. Og affirmed, then seeing that Herav and others were confused, he explained the information about the divine system to them. Hearing that divinities within the divine system would all be restricted by the chief deity. Several people present frowned. Vittorio reminded. Herav and others also came to this realization, making it much easier for them to accept. Lin raised an eyebrow. Og shook his head. His knowledge only went so far, knowing only that creating a divine system was key to becoming a chief deity. But how exactly to do it was beyond Og's knowledge, as it was said to require powerful divine positions as support. Among the three deities in the main world reputed to be great, it was only the deceased thunder and war god Hari who had this opportunity. This was why, when invading this universe, Hari had been the most proactive, as gathering sufficient resources was essential for advancing to chief deity level. Og looked at Lin with great envy. In this vast universe devoid of other divine systems, resources were virtually unlimited. Lin didn't trouble Og further. It was commendable for a medium divine power deity to know this much information. He then asked about the development of the council over these 67 years. Vittorio said with a smile. Lin paused briefly, then graciously opened the magic network. Before merging with the sun and falling into a deep sleep, Lin had made the magic network's permissions open. After decades of iterations and modifications, it now had quite a bit of the flavor of the internet. He pulled up the relevant documents, and after carefully reviewing them, Lin was also surprised by the immense changes in the kingdom beyond his expectations. 3 billion. The abundant supply of food, coupled with a lack of birth control measures, had put the kingdom's fertility rates at record highs over the past 60-plus years. The widespread education and increased concentration of magic power across the planet had also made the Universal Wizard program very successful, especially children born in recent years who, after undergoing systematic knowledge training, could roughly master magic. Of course, this did bring about several problems. The division between wizards and non-wizards grew more severe. Whether they could use the magic network was like living in two different worlds. According to reports from some council observers, some old generation who lacked magical talent were often discriminated against and suppressed, with certain officials even turning a blind eye to such incidents. Chapter 796, 673, Low-Dimensional Bosons and High-Dimensional Fermions. Chapter 796, Chapter 673, Low-dimensional bosons and high-dimensional fermions. Lin had long been accustomed to such issues. It was not surprising that high-level intelligent life forms invariably encounter conflicts and contradictions. Even previously, in Wizardland, the contradictions between commoners and wizards had already begun to emerge. Wizards, who held power, wealth, and status, not only eliminated the nobility, but also replaced them. The difference between the two was that wizards themselves represented advanced productive forces. Even an apprentice could replace 10 laborers, whereas nobles had nothing special to offer besides their status. However, these conflicts were temporarily alleviated by substantial advances in productivity after his arrival, only to re-emerge now. The reason was simple. The number of wizards had reached 1/4 of the population, becoming an unavoidable issue. The approach Lin had always advocated for the council was simple: to promote the magical transformation of the entire kingdom. If everyone became a wizard, then naturally the conflicts between wizards and the impoverished would be resolved. The only problem was that it was too slow and could only be achieved with the passing of generations, requiring at least another 50 years. Fortunately, the good news still outweighed the bad. Besides a booming population, over the years, the Council had essentially adopted the various technologies provided by the geometric civilization. Antimatter annihilation furnaces built on various planets had replaced the old hydrogen fusion reactors, improving efficiency by dozens of times, with energy being virtually inexhaustible. The spaceships had been upgraded to the 10th generation, no longer requiring deities as fuel and capable of traveling at light speed, with performance metrics several times higher than before due to breakthroughs in material science. One piece of good news after another delighted Lin. The situation was much better than he had anticipated. What should we do next? Herav asked. I think it's better to stay here. 50 times the flow of time allows us to accomplish many things, Vittorio proposed with a different opinion. Since they could maintain their existence in the Sea of Quanta, they might as well continue to stay. The others had diverging views. Boulder was inclined to stay here as it had taken him only 20 years to complete his promotion, and he was still some distance from breaking through to the intermediate divine power. Aurora and Anthony preferred to return. They had already spent 67 years here and found this narrow world somewhat tedious. Most importantly, the promotion of a star god required the search for a suitable planet in the outer world, which was the current best method for the Council to enhance its overall strength. Having just completed his promotion, he needed some time to familiarize himself with the increased power, but it was not suitable to stay here indefinitely. Although the 50-fold flow of time gave them an advantage, since the Council had already applied the foundational technologies given by the geometric civilization, it was impossible to expect significant breakthroughs in the short term. Furthermore, the resources of a star system had been almost exhausted, and they urgently needed external resources to supplement them. In addition, there were still many issues to deal with from the geometric civilization. 70 years here was about a year and a half in the vast universe, and Lin had perceived some non-human presences in the magic network links, which indicated that during this time, another batch of leaders had ascended energetically. After agreeing on a departure time, Boulder and the others returned to their divine realms to make final preparations. Lin flew alone into the Sea of Quanta to become accustomed to his newly acquired powers. The connection with the different divine offices was just the most superficial part. More importantly was the breakthrough on a microscopic level. He can now see things smaller than protons and neutrons, such as electricity, such as light. In plain terms, these were fundamental particles. Before, Lin could only roughly sense their presence, but now he could see them more directly. As he had anticipated, the electrons scattered throughout the Sea of Quanta were, in fact, part of a vast whole, a segment of a larger electron in a higher dimension. However, this connection transcended human comprehension, being simultaneously continuous and interrupted. The more free the electrons, the closer their connection. They could effortlessly traverse dimensions through these connections, appearing anywhere in the universe, whereas electrons affected by magnetic fields, gravity, and other factors were like free kites tethered by a string, restricted to a limited area. Dimensions, on the other hand, were curled up layer by layer. After about half an hour, Lin began to feel dizzy and weary, a fatigue of the soul. Even with the support of a billion-level wizard computing power, he could not observe higher dimensional spaces for long and needed to pause temporarily. With a gesture, Lin used mechanical divine arts to draw in a speck of dust from the star system and dispersed it into protons and neutrons using material analysis spells. Then, he used the electromagnetic divine office to temporarily neutralize the strong nuclear force, dividing it into even smaller quarks and leptons before continuing to cut. This time, however, he hit a wall. Lin tried to let two groups of quarks collide at the speed of light, but the result was merely that some high-mass state quarks lost a portion of energy without shattering. Next came cuts using the smaller-scale electron knives and spatial cuts. Lin tried various methods, but they all ended in vain. According to the Federal Standard Model theory, fermions and bosons are likely to be the fundamental particles of the universe. Quarks and electrons belong to fermions, while the likes of photons fall under bosons, the distinction being in how the particles combine. Simply put, bosons can stack indefinitely in a region, exhibiting low-dimensional characteristics, akin to a low-dimensional object without width or height that can stack endlessly in high-dimensional space without occupying any space. Fermions, however, have a limit. The number of fermions a space can accommodate is always finite. Nevertheless, Lin believed fermions and bosons were not the most basic particles in the universe. Despite their small size, there was still a significant gap from the Planck length. In fact, the geometric civilization had already determined that particles smaller than electrons truly existed and had named them cosmic primordial particles, believing they formed all fundamental particles, were the fundamental form of energy transformation, and marked the boundary between the tangible and intangible, the true unified theory. However, even with the capabilities of the geometric civilization, it was impossible to capture, influence, or separate these cosmic primordial particles. Chapter 797, 674, The Power to Modify Rules and the Exposed Plot. Chapter 797, Chapter 674, The Power to Modify Rules and the Exposed Plot. By the time the Eternal Star reached its third aphelion, 3 years had already flown by. In the first 2 years, Lin's research focused on the microscopic and dimensional levels, and he could now directly parse and mimic quark-level fundamental particles, improving his control over the 4 fundamental forces to a new level. In the last year, Lin spent his time on the Olympic mathematics divine position. This was fundamental to him becoming a chief deity and the key to deciphering the laws of the universe. Both divine arts and magic were applications of cosmic laws, and understanding what these laws were and how they formed was one of the ultimate questions of the universe. At this time, Lin was naturally unable to provide an answer, but having touched upon a higher realm, he had vaguely grasped some edges and acquired certain abilities to modify the rules. This power was undoubtedly terrifying, as any change to the laws of the universe itself would render both science and magic completely ineffective. For instance, the direction of electromagnetic force follows the left-hand rule, where if the left hand is spread out and placed in a magnetic field, with magnetic lines of force perpendicularly entering the palm and the fingers pointing in the direction of the electric current, the direction of the thumb indicates the direction of conductor movement. If Lin were to reverse the entire rule to the right-hand rule, then the battleships of geometrical civilizations using magnetic fields to accelerate proton cannons for attack would end up blowing themselves up. However, this modification wasn't omnipotent. Firstly, it could only affect the area under his own divine domain, or it had to be applied to a specific limited area. Secondly, it had to comply with the law of conservation of energy. Energy cannot be created out of nothing, only transformed, and even magic power, originating from a higher dimension, was no exception. Deep in thought, a message from the magic network suddenly pulled him from his speculation and reflections on the rules. It was now time to return to the vast universe. At the same moment, in the universe, within galaxy number 0600, a group of researchers were extremely tense as they conducted final adjustments on the instruments. This gigantic energy state transformation device, covering more than 10,000 square kilometers, stored half of the antimatter elements in the entire star district. Any small error could blow up the entire planet in the universe and possibly even affect other planets within the galaxy. After spending 17 atomic hours on checks and adjustments and confirming everything was normal, researcher Yida allowed the already prepared 100,000 geometrical beings to enter for the transformation of carbon-based life forms into energy states. The entire process would take about 6 atomic hours, and all researchers anxiously awaited, for this experiment didn't have the approval of the Disk Council and was conducted secretly with the tacit consent of the leader, Gerda. If successful, they could use this achievement to persuade the Disk Council, becoming champions who propelled a huge leap in their civilization and possibly even becoming members of the Disk leadership. If it failed, they were very likely to face charges and a trial. Paradise and hell were only a moment apart. However, taking some risks seemed necessary to Yida, as they weren't the only ones secretly researching how to perform large-scale energy state transformations. The competition was fierce. 6 atomic hours slowly passed in a tense watch over the data. Seeing that the final stage of energy plasticity also evinced no oversights, all the researchers present heaved a sigh of relief. The results are out. Everything is normal. Of the first batch of 100,000, 95,300 people have successfully ascended, exclaimed an assistant, utterly exhilarated. This was without a doubt a tremendous success, indicating that the plan to elevate their race through energy ascension and advance to higher dimensional life forms was absolutely feasible. They could establish one or even several large energy state transformation devices in each star district, and in no more than 100 years, their entire civilization would be completely transformed into a true energy life civilization. Chief Researcher Yida was equally thrilled. A 95% probability was very high and ready for direct application, even prompting him to consider immediate transformation. As a researcher of carbon-based life form energy state transformation, Yida naturally was a staunch supporter of ascension theory, and of course, fervent about undergoing transformation. 300 years ago, the geometrical civilization had thoroughly researched carbon-based life form genetic transformation. The limits were set there, with no space for further progress, and they needed to expand into new paths. Becoming an energy life form had too many benefits. Nearly 10,000 years of lifespan, the ability to survive in the universe without protective shields, and most crucially, a rate of thought no longer limited by the physical body. But Yida's lifespan was long, and he was more careful with his life than others. Now, having achieved a significant accomplishment and even having the chance to become one of the Disk leaders, he hesitated without absolute certainty. For now, let's send this good news to the leader. Yida temporarily suppressed the idea of immediate transformation and straightforwardly ordered. Just then, the doors of the Research Institute burst open hurriedly. A square-shaped researcher, shimmering with erratic lights, rushed in and urgently reported. Already overjoyed by the success of the experiment, Yida became even happier. This was truly a double celebration. During previous experiments with magic power characteristics, Yida had found that when magic power was transformed into matter, a portion of it would automatically enter the sea of quanta and then vanish without a trace. They tried many methods, but it was difficult to counter this loss. Curious about where this dissipating magic power went to in the sea of quanta and where it ultimately went, Yida had always been conducting related research. Yida suspected that magic power, similar to electrons, was a whole at a higher dimension, and during its transformation, parts of it would be attracted back to their origin. The intruding researcher was very urgent, transmitting messages to Yida using specific electromagnetic waves, interrupting his reverie. Lord Yida, something isn't right. We found the exact coordinates. Upon hearing this, Yida was incredibly surprised, then suddenly thought of something, and his expression drastically changed. 300 light-years to the southwest. That was exactly where the territories of the Magic Empire were located, wasn't it? Realizing this, Yida immediately felt a bone-chilling gloom pervade his heart. Chapter 798, 675. The Disk Meeting That Decides the Fate of Civilization. Chapter 798. Chapter 675. The Disk Meeting That Decides the Fate of Civilization. What exactly was magic power? And why had the Magic Empire so readily traded away such an extremely precious resource? These two questions had plagued Yida for a long time. Advanced scientific research always came with unknown risks, and they had all witnessed the miraculous nature of magic power. If they could utilize and control it, it would undoubtedly elevate their civilization to a new level. It was with this thought that Yida had initially cast aside the confusion in his heart, preparing to address the issue through the advancement of science. However, the study of the phenomenon of magic power spontaneously entering the sea of quanta struck Yida like a bolt from the blue. The magic power derived from the death of intelligent beings would spontaneously return to the magic empire's base. This made Yida smell a strong scent of conspiracy, with countless possibilities flickering through his mind. If the other party could use some method to allow a part of the magic power to enter the sea of quanta during a transformation, then they might also be able to manipulate and control other magic powers. Once they spread magic power throughout the entire geometric civilization, what would happen was unimaginable to Yida. This was a complete trap. The other party's trade of magic power was not a gift, but a deliberate ploy to make them spread and utilize this energy. Subconsciously, Yida wanted to notify the leader, Gertha. Before understanding why magic power spontaneously returned to the magic empire, they must halt all utilization and research of magic power. Just as Yida was about to press for an emergency conversation, he suddenly stopped and turned to his assistant, hesitating before asking. "Yes," the assistant replied. However, Yida felt no joy at all, repeatedly recalling the abnormalities of the leader of this star region, Gertha, over the past few years. Since undertaking an energy transformation adventure, Gertha had begun to let some trusted aides and high-ranking individuals within the star region undergo energy state transformations. Yida had found this odd before, as these people, unlike Gertha with his impending end of life, had no urgent need for such haste. It would have been entirely possible to wait another 10 or 18 years, even if just to increase the success rate by 5%. Furthermore, in terms of magic power research, Gertha had given them a green light, never once denying any experimental request they made, even blatantly violating the laws of the geometric civilization. As a researcher, Yida had a very low moral threshold, which is why he had unhesitatingly conducted human experiments on the scale of 100,000. But according to his understanding, the leader Gertha's style had always been conservative. Even if it was for the survival of the geometric civilization, it still seemed somewhat far-fetched. So the second speculation emerged in Yida's mind. Their energy transformation technology was based on magic power, essentially a way to utilize this special energy. Could the magic empire somehow influence those geometric beings who relied on magic power and who had already undergone energy transformations? Or perhaps the ascent of energy within the geometric civilization was exactly what the other side wanted them to do. The more Yida thought, the more terrified he became. If this speculation was correct, the geometric civilization was undoubtedly in a very dangerous situation. What added to Yida's pressure was knowing that many disk leaders had already completed their energy transformations, and even over 60% of the people in this laboratory had undergone the transformation. Yida couldn't fully determine who was trustworthy and who was not. The internal signals within the star field were relatively independent, and Yida couldn't contact the Supreme Leader at all. Wait, it seemed that Gerda was preparing to host a high-level conference. Yida suddenly remembered what his aide had just said, and then realized this was the perfect plan to expose the Magic Empire's conspiracy, as most of the leaders would be present. With this in mind, Yida carefully sent out a message. Several days later, in the vast universe, System 0001, thousands of galactic battleships arrived at the outermost gravitational periphery of a star through a temporary wormhole and were only allowed in after inspection. This was the core hub of the geometric civilization, the birthplace of civilization, and the defense was extremely strict, especially since this was a high-level disk conference, normally held once every 100 years, with all senior members present. The location of the conference was set within a high-dimensional space. Although the geometric civilization's research on dimensions was still in its early stages, it was still capable of creating an independent high-dimensional space. The purpose was naturally to avoid enemy strikes, given that so many important figures gathering in one place could lead to unthinkable consequences if attacked by a hostile civilization. Gerda, was neither the latest nor the earliest to arrive. Inside the vast conference hall, various frequencies of electromagnetic waves flickered continuously, with nearly all the high-level officials debating the plan for energy ascension proposed by Goethe. There were conservatives who stubbornly believed they should not abandon the characteristics of carbon-based life, and radicals who thought they should completely lift the restrictions to achieve the quickest possible ascent to an energy state. The foreign policy towards the Magic Empire was also a hotly debated topic, with dozens of proposals being intensely contested. Yida hadn't seen such a grand scene for a long time. It must be said that contact with the Magic Empire had injected new vitality into the entire civilization. The last time such a situation occurred was documented in the Light Brain over 1,000 years ago, when they first discovered Element 7. Just as everyone had arrived, the Supreme Leader pressed the warning bell, and a powerful electromagnetic wave instantly covered the entire area, turning all communications into disordered signals. The thousands of disk leaders present immediately realized that the meeting had begun, and the first to speak was Goethe, who had proposed this high-level meeting. Goethe got straight to the point, announcing the success of mass energy state conversion technology with a 95% probability, even boldly claiming full confidence that this probability could be raised to 100% by the end of the year. This undoubtedly addressed the biggest concern of the opposition, as no matter how high the probability was, the possibility of failure caused apprehension, with no one wanting to be the unlucky one. At this, the disk leaders present all looked over, and Yida, quite nervously, stood up. He understood this was his only chance. Chapter 799, 666 Yida. In the face of the survival of civilization, the life and death of an individual are insignificant. Chapter 799, Chapter 666 Yida. In the face of the survival of civilization, the life and death of an individual are insignificant. Distinguished leaders, I believe Lord Goethe has already explained the technology of energy transformation thoroughly. Yida stepped to the front and, instead of rushing into the main subject, began to elaborate on the process of how they utilize magic power to convert a carbon-based life form into an energy body. The most critical element was the transfer of consciousness. The geometric civilization had previously invested a vast amount of time and effort into researching energy transformation technology, but had consistently failed due to obstacles in this area. Some advanced researchers devised a method for uploading memory into optical brains. Theoretically, all that was needed was to craft an energy body and transmit the data into it. However, the issue was that these carbon-based beings undergoing transformation showed significant changes in their mindset. After all, a creature's habits, emotions, and desires stem from genetic control. Once the flesh disappears, all desires bountifully diminish, transitioning into a state of absolute rationality. This was clearly not the result they wanted, in addition to the ambiguity about whether uploading memory could be considered being alive. These memories could also be modified, and following a disastrous accident during an experiment, the technology was shelved. However, the emergence of magic power solved this problem, enabling the encapsulation of consciousness and its transformation into something known as a soul, allowing it to be separated from the body. Magic power could also mimic substances, restoring the original physical form, describable only as perfect. Upon hearing this, the leaders in attendance, seated around a circular table, nodded their heads. Evidently, energy transformation was entirely beneficial. Even those who had strongly opposed it began to hesitate. Yida asked. A disk leader asked joyfully. The loss during the use of magic power has been a perpetual problem for researchers. Although this loss amounts to only about 30%. The energy lost each time adds up to the extent that some researchers have calculated their overall utilization rate of magic power to be less than half. As he spoke, Yida tapped into the optical brain's projection, displaying the results of the experiment to everyone present. Goethe realized something was wrong, and the happy expression froze on his face. Yida's challenge was too unexpected, offering no chance for him to intervene as electromagnetic waves spread throughout the venue again. At these words, the leaders in attendance were in an uproar. No one was a fool and naturally understood what it meant for the lost magic power to gather in the magic empire. A disc leader exclaimed incredulously. Yida said decisively, then looked at the disc leaders and spoke passionately. Yida's words were extremely sharp and audacious, given that over 100 leaders present had undergone transformation, and these individuals were clearly within the scope of memory scrutiny. Yida was undoubtedly wagering everything. If it turned out to be a trick, he would face the wrath of over 100 disc leaders. But when the survival of civilization is at stake, personal life and death become insignificant. Gerda was the first to stand, filled with both fear and anger. The other leaders who had undergone energy transformation burned with rage. Memory scrutiny is typically used only on heinous criminals making a last stand, and Yida's words essentially labeled them as such. Moreover, the destination of the lost magic power was just Yida's personal conjecture. Further confirmation of the experiment's results was needed. Conducting memory scrutiny on the top rulers of the geometric civilization was intolerable, and under no circumstances could this precedent be established. Some disc leaders even suggested directly consulting the magic empire. The disparity in power between the two parties was vast, so clarifying the situation could prevent misunderstanding. However, there were also many leaders who supported Yida's statements, since if the magic power was likely under the control of the magic empire, scrutiny was essential. Under countless scrutinizing gazes, Yida was under immense pressure. Just as he was preparing to present more evidence to persuade the crowd, the warning bell rang again, and a strong electromagnetic wave instantly overshadowed the entire debate. The speaker was the supreme leader. From the moment Yida spoke, he realized the gravity of the situation. If the experimental results were accurate, geometric civilization was on the brink of life and death, and only by conducting a thorough scrutiny during the assembly of all high-level members could the damage be minimized. As the alert order was issued, layers of energy shields rose within the conference room, protecting all the disc leaders present at the meeting. Gerda saw the supreme leader's determination and panicked immediately, hysterically shouting that the meeting was a trap designed to strip them of power. However, only about 10% of the disc leaders had undergone energy transformation, and they were incapable of rallying sufficient colleagues in opposition. Instead, as they calmed down, more and more senior members recognized the seriousness of the matter. The weapons deployed in the conference room were activated one by one, and guards quickly moved to surround the disc leaders who underwent energy transformation. Gerda naturally refused to accept what they called memory scrutiny, but this was the most heavily guarded place in the geometric civilization, and despite having near-legendary prowess, there was not the slightest chance of victory. Resistance was utterly futile. Yet unexpectedly for the supreme leader, those encircled triangle leaders exhibited no fear. Instead, the electromagnetic waves around them gradually settled, for they understood that the divine was about to descend. Chapter 800, 677 Lin. Make a choice. Will you submit or face the destruction of civilization? Chapter 800, Chapter 677 Lin. Make a choice. Will you submit or face the destruction of civilization? Just as the guards in the conference hall were about to make a move, an indescribable fear suddenly arose in the hearts of all the geometric beings. It was like a deer roaming through the forest being stared down by a fierce tiger. Every cell in their bodies seemed to tremble. A massive amount of magic power gathered in the center of the conference hall amidst cries of terror and gradually took shape. Soon, a figure that felt immensely familiar to them appeared before everyone's eyes. The supreme leader immediately recognized that it was none other than the Magic Empire's interstellar governor, Lin. Lin, adorned in a golden and red robe, greeted them calmly, showing no sign of panic from being exposed, as if he was there for a friendly meeting. On the other hand, it was the complete opposite. At the sight of Lin, the supreme leader activated all the defenses, containment nets, cluster beams, and miniature antimatter cannons, all aimed at the center of the conference hall, firmly confining him there. Please refrain from any futile resistance, Your Excellency, Governor of the Magic Empire. Out of fear of the power the Magic Empire had shown, the Supreme Leader, despite his immense anger, remained restrained, but the other Disk leaders were not so composed, and various criticisms and curses resounded continuously throughout the conference hall. They did not know how the other party invaded this high-dimensional space, but one thing was certain: what Yida said was true, and the Magic Empire's choice to trade magic power was a complete conspiracy. Amidst all the accusations and curses, Lin made no move, seemingly following the advice and completely giving up resistance. Only then did the Supreme Leader relax slightly, questioning once again. Lin explained with a smile. Tampering with the terms of trade? The Supreme Leader reprimanded sternly. A Disk leader glared angrily at Lin, speaking hysterically. Someone even suggested immediately arresting Lin, examining his memory, to decide whether to conduct a trial. Lin said nonchalantly, "Par equal peace built on deterrence," and Lin was fully aware of this fact. Although both sides had previously remained in peace, he had seen the various underhanded actions the geometric civilization was up to behind the scenes, conducting multiple overt probes. All they both sought were the survival of their respective civilizations through covert means. Since his cover was blown, Lin tore off the facade and coldly said. Lin's arrogant words instantly incited a fervent reaction, even though it was the Magic Empire who initially breached the alliance, now brazenly issuing threats. Moreover, for a single person to expect an entire geometric civilization to submit, it could only be described as arrogant. An angry Disk leader shouted loudly. The Supreme Leader was also utterly enraged, immediately issuing an attack command to the optical brain, as Lin's words had already crossed his bottom line. The geometric civilization might compromise, but they could not become puppets of a high-dimensional civilization. However, after the command to attack was issued, the weapon systems in the conference hall did not activate. Lin clapped his hands, and the surrounding containment nets flickered and disappeared without a trace. Then he slowly walked toward where the Supreme Leader stood. Realizing something was wrong, the guards pulled out portable cluster beam guns, only for the weapons in their hands to explode upon pressing the trigger. A series of violent explosions echoed throughout the conference room, instantly wiping out all the guards. The same Disk leaders who had clamored to capture and destroy Lin immediately fell silent, and some even desperately tried to flee the venue. But the space here was chaotic, leading them back to the starting point no matter where they headed. The most terrified was the Supreme Leader of the geometric civilization. Despite having issued a Level 1 alert, no support had arrived up to this point. Lin continued to approach step by step, his pace unhurried, as if each step trampled on the hearts of everyone present in the conference hall. The Supreme Leader raised the scepter in his hand, fiercely threatening. In the space where we are now, a trigger core has been placed. The power of a black hole goes without saying. In the last war with the Magic Empire, they utilized artificial black hole technology to destroy the Magic Empire's high-dimensional biological weaponry, the only available bargaining chip for them. But to the Supreme Leader's surprise, Lin shrugged, unconcerned, saying, "For example, the direction of the electromagnetic force here is reversed. Matter and antimatter can annihilate directly. The range of the strong nuclear force is significantly reduced." Lin listed one by one, and as if remembering something, spoke again. As soon as the words fell, the conference hall, resembling daylight, immediately darkened, and all defensive systems lost functionality. Due to the change in quantum laws, the optical brain's core exploded. The same fate befell the scepter in the Supreme Leader's hand, the only bargaining chip for geometric civilization's negotiation. Chief Researcher Yida stared fixatedly at Lin, filled with disbelief. How could the cosmic laws change just because of what he said? Nevertheless, part of Lin's words could be verified, such as the direction of the electromagnetic force. Yida abruptly grabbed a communication device from the table, haphazardly dismantling it, creating a motor on the spot to conduct an examination. The direction of the electromagnetic force is reversed. It's really reversed. At the moment the result came out, Yida was nearly driven mad, his centuries-long beliefs and perseverance crumbling mercilessly. Other researchers attending the conference similarly conducted their experiments, unable to accept the result, hysterically shouting. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.